The Crash Course Podcast is brought to you in part by DerbyParts.com, the 2015 Bash for Cash and Smash It Demolition Derby, Bull Lockwood Motorsports, and the 2015 Keystone National, Scioppa Racing and ScioppaRacing.com, Demo Derby Master, Reckless Abandon Derby Apparel at RecklessAbandonGear.com, and Derby Inc. Magazine. Live it, breathe it, be it, Derby Inc. This is the Crash Course Demolition Derby Podcast, coming to you live trackside from Crossroads of Destruction in Albert Lee, Minnesota. And
Good
I'm your
afternoon
host,
and
Chris
welcome
Martin.
to the Crash Course Demolition Derby Podcast, coming to you live trackside from the Crossroads of Destruction. And some good news for all the folks watching at home. As you can see, cars already lined up behind me. Sitting next to me at the table, by the way, Brandon Tyson. And we've also got the one and only Jason Sherman making his second ever appearance on the podcast. We will be with you all afternoon for the balance of all the action here. So appreciate everybody tuning in and hanging out with us at home. Beyond that, an absolutely exquisite day here live trackside. Is this unbelievable or what? Make sure you slide over a little bit and get on the microphone.
Yep.
It's not your first date, Brandon.
It might be my first day, actually. Yeah. No, it is gorgeous out. I cannot believe the weather. They got a great lineup today. Holy cow.
It's going to be a full day, busy day off throughout the course of today's activities. Tell me a little bit more about what you saw in the pits. I know you get to see up close and personal one of the cars that you recently sold.
Yeah, actually, one of the cars I sold, David Lang is running today up here. It's an 80s Cadillac. Hell of a build. Walked around, looked at a couple cars. Ray Stoker took me through his car piece by piece, and it's not moving.
Yeah, Suicide Lincoln.
Yeah.
That's a hard car.
It's not going to move. I told him I have him pinned to win this one in the old iron, but he said Colton's got it, and I said you can drive stupid in this car and still win, so you're fine. You're fine.
The first year that they had this, Colton won both classes. We're going to be welcoming Luke Johnson here in just a few minutes. He's got 3 cars here today. What do you think the odds of sweeping all 3 of his starts?
It's going to be tough. There are some great cars here today. He is a hell of a driver. I've seen it firsthand. I've driven against him. I've been on the berm while he's driving. He can drive. He's very good.
Extreme cars are pretty stout.
They're tight.
His old iron car is also a Suicide Lincoln.
Yep.
Hard car. I
saw at least 3 of them. That Randy Maslowski's in one as well. Hell of a build. They're going to have some fun out there. There's a round back wagon, and I kind of feel bad for it.
Don't want to be that guy.
I really feel bad for it.
Definitely don't want to be that guy. We, as I said, we're going to be with you for the entire show. Jason, you've had a chance to experience a little bit of what Minnesota style is like and what we've got here to work with. What do you think of now the thousands of people that have descended on Albert Lee?
A lot of people. I was actually surprised. It was a line both directions to get in early. A lot of people, there's a vendor area over there, a lot of parts being sold back and forth, ton of bumpers. Just rows and rows of fresh bumpers. You don't see that too much on the East Coast.
No, and you don't see cars that are clean like this kind of clean either.
Oh my God, yeah, they're
yeah, very clean cars. A lot of metric 80s cars that in our area they're all rotten. You don't see them very often. Here they're nice, good, clean cars.
Yeah, nobody brought junk today. They are good, clean cars.
Nobody brought anything. Even the Power Wheels that I saw logging in were cleaner than anything that we've got at home.
And I know paint don't win derbies, so to speak, but all the cars are clean too. I was surprised. There's not really any just home rattle can cars. Everything's clean.
A lot of good looking stuff.
Everything's painted, lettered up. Real good, clean looking cars.
Yep.
I'm having trouble keeping track of where the mouse is. The sun is. I'm not accustomed to it, having all this sun and everything to be shining down upon us. We're coming from New York, where we haven't seen any of this yet this year. We had summer last week.
You're still about a foot of snow, don't you, out there?
No, it's not that bad.
No?
Not that bad. Come on, give us a little credit. But why don't we're going to talk a little bit more about lineups and what we're going to see through the course of the day in a minute. But we ran into Luke Johnson. Wanted to chat with him for a little bit. So, Brandon, if you don't mind, making some room for Luke, the defending champion of with Team Underdogs of Blizzard Bash, going to come and hang out with us here for a few minutes. Had a chance to chat with Luke a little bit here a few minutes ago, and you said that your Bash for Cash car is already done.
And it feels good.
You're a motivated builder.
Yeah, just wanted to get it done and on to the next thing.
Right, and so what's the next thing?
Putting the car back together. I ran all last summer, and we're going to take that down to Edgewood, Iowa.
Yeah.
About four or five of us head down that day. That's the end of June, so.
So you excited about coming to Bash for Cash?
Very excited, very excited. I've been watching that show the last couple of years, and was it the Clarks that put that on?
Yeah,
That's
Tim and Russ.
they're good guys, and it looks like they put on a nice show.
They're going to be excited to have you and another 699 of your closest friends going to be descending on that place with all the entries that they've got lined up, eclipsing 700 at this point when you factor in the lawnmowers and the Power Wheels. It's
700. That's crazy.
700 entries.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And there's probably going to be 100 Power Wheels and 40
Right.
lawnmowers, but there's still over 500. Over 550 full-size, automobile entries.
Yeah, I told everybody back home here. It says it's a cross between this country jam, country fest, and a demo derby because there's a party in the pits every night, all night.
It doesn't stop.
It does not.
It starts. It starts with inspection, and it doesn't wrap up until 1 o'clock Monday morning when the derby's over.
I know it.
So, what are you going to do with 10,000 when you walk away with a win there?
10,000?
Yeah.
It's 11, isn't it?
Oh, it's 11. I'm sorry. Yeah, because you're running 80s class. My mistake. So, yeah, because 1,000 between friends. Who cares? But
Right.
What are you going to do with that money?
Just buy more parts and keep building. That's how the cycle goes. It's a vicious cycle.
Do you get tired of buying parts?
A lot of my stuff I try to make, like my rear ends, and stuff like that. But I mean, there's stuff like, it's a Narrett bell, the Narrett slider, stuff like that. You need that at this level.
You do buy your motors though. You don't
Yep.
buy. You don't build those on your own.
No.
Who builds those?
Back to this again. MAS Racing Motors in Beldenville, Wisconsin.
But come on, man. I'm seriously. That motor has not let you down. It's an outstanding piece that you've got.
Yeah, as long as you keep the cooling and keep them from getting hot, they won't shut off.
That's right.
They're not a lot of horse, but they're longevity motors.
You don't have to have horsepower though, right? We've
That's
talked
right.
about this a bunch of times.
We have. Horsepower creates heat.
What do you think of this? I mean, you've been here a couple years now. What do you think of how this the Crossroads of Destruction has grown?
I like this derby. It's a nice derby, and I like the rules. Unfortunately, I didn't have my other motor back in time to put together a car for the show, but it's a nice facility.
In terms of the track surface, we talked a little bit about this yesterday. Tire selection is a huge deal.
Yeah.
I mean, what if you had a car here? What would you have underneath your car for tires?
I've seen it go both ways. I've seen them STR or STA tires. I've seen a lot of guys run them, and then I run them the tires that I run. I don't know if that'd be an answer. I've seen a lot of guys get stuck with both. It's just how the track gets tore up.
Just a product of what you got, and
it's
you got to
kind of
race
a
the
crapshoot.
track as much as you got to race everybody else.
Exactly.
That's it. I was told they're not gonna water it.
No.
And
No.
if you can see the track behind us, it's almost a sandy gravel, almost like a dirt road. For traction wise, I think it'll be a fast track.
Yep. I seen Brent Clemens. He got hung up here twice the last 2 years because of the track conditions. That track just got the best of him.
Brent Clemens, and you guys are planning on going back to Blizzard Bash?
We are.
And still up in the air on who the additional member is going to be as that all ebbs and flows. But in terms of the build, they've changed a couple things with the rules. Are you happy with the changes?
I think so. I think it's still going to be a hard car, and that Blizzard Bash is a really good show, and them dirt berms got the best of a lot of good guys last year too. So just got to see how that plays out.
Sam Bandow's mad at me.
Sam's mad at everybody.
Sam, boy, what a uphill battle he had.
Yes.
Losing 2 motors overnight, going into Tech Inspection Friday, and absolutely fought uphill the whole way. Able to get the motors back together. He's had about an hour of sleep since probably Tuesday night. He fell asleep while he was waiting for the paint dry. Other than that, he's been on that car, and Dallas has done a good job on his car. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, Sam, he runs a lot of these shows. Was he running IMP today?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
I talked to him earlier, but he was passing out coloring books.
He's got he's got 3 Imperials here, and they all made it here. So, and I believe there's only 7 Imperials that they were able to answer the bell. The Canadians are here. It's great looking pieces. That's the San Clementes. They're here, and we talked with Sam on Monday about the prospect of having to junk 2 of his own Imperials in order to win the show, and he says you got to do what you got to do.
And he'd do it, without blinking an eye.
Absolutely.
He also got Trig Lassie over here, number 54.
Trig, yep.
Trig's been running Imperials his whole life, so don't count him out either.
No, and that car was one of the French Lake Imperials.
I believe so.
Which
Yep.
was absolutely beautiful before they brought it over here last year, and he ran second with that.
Yeah, they buy some nice pieces. They're really nice, clean cars. I think Sean gets them out of Arizona, Texas, California. So they're probably nice driving cars. You could have drove them on the street, and they just stripped them down and built them up.
Doesn't matter. The glass comes out whether it's nice or not.
Exactly.
Right?
I heard some talking in the pits between them two over bumper selection between a pointy and a flat. We'll see how that plays out.
Right.
You haven't really dabbled a whole lot with those, have you?
Imperials?
Yeah.
I ran a couple.
Yeah.
Cannon Falls was the last time I ran one, probably 07-ish, and it was a whole pile of lossies there. And I ended up getting third, battery cable snapped off.
Yeah.
But I also cut my hand on the steering wheel, and I had blood coming off my forehead from my hand. Elizabeth thought my face was bleeding. She said no more Imperials.
The steering wheel broke?
Actually, my hand just got cut by the steering wheel. I don't know how it happened, but I threw the glove off, and I was wiping the dirt out of my eyes, and my face was bleeding, and that was the last of my Imperials.
The Imperials are so much fun to watch. Last year there was about a dozen of them on the track. It took about 10-12 minutes for it to wrap up, and this year there's only 7. What do you think in terms of the time? We've been polling everybody that we talked to. How long is it going to take?
I say 7 minutes.
7, yeah. There hasn't been anybody that said more than 8.
No, I think it's going to be pretty wide open. I mean, them things, they'll back them in a corner and they'll just give her Billy, spear people.
It looked like one got crossed. I think maybe there might be 6 imps.
Oh, really?
So
One might have got pulled.
Well, I'm going to move my count to 6 minutes then.
car a
I
minute.
agree. I think it'll be 3 minutes of absolute destruction and a few minutes of pushing.
Yep.
We'll see what happens.
The mid-size division. Not a ton of cars signed up for that either, and this track is huge, and it won't be shortened.
No.
Those mid-size cars are built.
Yes.
Those the compact Luminas that we saw coming through were unbelievable.
You taking favorites for the 80s yet?
Yeah. Who you got to pick?
Boy. Colton's going to be up there unless he gets gangbanged, but I don't know. Lanou's running too, correct?
Yep.
Don't count him out.
It's hard to bet against him. He's got a real nice car.
Been driving for 30 years.
What? Did you have a chance to look at the roundback that was here?
I did not. No.
No.
That's the old class.
Yeah, that's the old iron class.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd want to be that guy.
Yeah, what'd you say? There's a couple of Suicide Lincolns here.
Yes.
3, I believe.
There's
Three of them.
I've seen so far.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's 3.
And I see Jared Heating, number 15. He's got an Impala here, so I don't know if
Jared's
I want to be
close.
sitting in either one of them Chevys.
In terms of the 80s class, we talked yesterday at length about the EZU car. It was a 1980 Newport. That's the one that we're watching closely.
Too Easy?
Yeah,
Too Easy. Is that
the one?
whose car is that? Hemi's? What's his name?
I should probably go.
It's Hemi on We Crash, so trying to think. They put that show on down in southern Wisconsin.
I talked with there was a woman with the car. I'm not sure if that was the girlfriend, the wife.
It's the wife's car, I believe.
She's from I believe like the Ohio-ish area.
Originally, she's from there.
Talked about a lot of the PA guys.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think. It's drawing a blank. Jeremy Foss. Vicky Foss car.
That's it.
That's it. Yep. Yeah, they run Mopars. They have pretty good luck with them, So, is she driving that today then, or?
No, she said that he was driving today.
He was driving?
Looks like a well-built car.
Jeremy's in that car.
Mopar,
he'll be in
Mopar
heat
flat
4.
bumpers on front and back.
Yep. At least they take turns. She drives one, he drives one. But
She's talking about possibly making it to PA this year,
really?
and possibly, maybe if we get a car built for her, maybe she'll show up. Be a good time.
You gonna build her the car?
What's that?
You gonna build her the car?
I don't build old iron anymore. Get away from me.
Yeah. Just a couple years ago, you ended up making the jump back over to the compact stuff, and you said that it's changed your life. Demolition Derby's fun again.
It is. It is. I've having more fun in last year, I think, than I've had in a long time. I really enjoy the mid-size compacts. Luminas, just build them in a few hours. You wreck them, you're done. And my kids love it. My wife loves it. They're actually watching shows now. I couldn't get them to a show for the last few years.
Your checkbook loves it?
Well, I'm still kind of a hoarder. I'm probably buying a few more than I need, but certainly a lot cheaper. And that's the biggest, or the
Luke.
most trouble that I have is forcing myself not to buy parts.
Right.
It's nice to be here today because I can't take anything back in a plane. But
Right.
if I was in a vendor area, I'd be reaching in my pocket. And I gotta stay away.
Luke, you gotta understand that Jason sold all of his full size stuff and proceeded to buy 87 Luminous.
There you go.
And you see how he didn't rebut that?
Yeah.
He's a
I don't have
hoarder.
that many. I just cut back. I crushed a few last week. I'm back down around 20s.
Jeez.
Back down to 20.
Yeah.
Josh Buell weighing in. Josh Buell, always good to know that you're watching, buddy. It's always good to hear from Josh tuning in at home. Going to be with you for all afternoon. 5 qualifying heats for the 80s class. We've got trucks. We've got the mid-size. We've got old iron. It is going to be a full day, but I got to believe it's going to be a fast day.
Yeah, I believe.
Given how big the track is, 12-car heats. How long do you think the heats are going to last?
I can't. Looking at some of the drivers and some of the builds and this track size, I don't think we're going to see anything more than like 10, 15 minutes.
Logan's here with his truck. Did you get a chance to check that out?
I did not get a check checked out.
That's a good-looking piece.
Did they decide how many cars are coming out each heat yet?
We haven't gotten word on that yet.
Okay, I thought someone said they're only going to pull 2, and that's going to be a dogfight right there, And then I don't think
That'll definitely change the
that'll
heat time, yeah.
that'll change the heat time. That'll change everything.
Well, with everybody tuning in at home, we got a healthy crowd of people watching at home. By the way, this event is available on DVD. You can buy it after the fact, watch it anytime you want. Fast forward to the parts that you like. Jesse Pelkey doing the show. We'll be talking about him throughout the course of the day. Pelkey does a great job with demolition derbies in this neck of the woods. He's done this show for the last several years, and we want to give some recognition to him. He's got cameras. He's been running his butt off today. We have only seen him hold still for about 13 seconds. He's been running all over. He's getting roof cams on, and I believe Trig's going to have one of them.
Trig's going to have one?
Yep.
That'll be one to watch.
So it's going to be loud.
Be loud.
And it's going to be fast.
Yeah.
It's going to be easy to edit because it's only going to take about 4 minutes.
Speaking of loud, earlier they impounded all the cars. They inspected the cars last night. They
How
impounded
cool is
them,
that?
Put them in barns and locked them up for the night. And I don't know, about an hour and a half ago, they unleashed the cars out of there, and you had, I don't know, probably 30, 40 cars at least in a barn, and they all started at the same time. I mean, it was like thunder in there. It was loud, and they had almost like a parade coming out of there. It was pretty cool.
And everybody stopped when they fired the motors up. It's one of the cool spectacles about this because all the inspection's done. Nobody shows up today. It all happened yesterday. So the cars are already inspected. They got about 20, 25 minutes to work on their cars, and then they go back to impound and start staging for the show. So everybody stops. The midway was full, vendors row was full, and all these cars come pouring out of all these different buildings at the same time. Everybody's just freezing their steps, and it is literally like watching a parade because they all go by one at a time, in line, and they just keep coming and coming and coming. They had 120 cars that were pre-registered, and we're flirting with 100 that actually made it here. It's going to be a full day.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Absolutely. They made it from the barn area back to the pits for a few minutes. Last minute tweaking, adding bolts or chaining and bolting things down that were still loose. I've seen a few tire changes out there. I kind of expected that. So you heard a little bit of hammering, impacts going, and it looks like they're back heated up.
About 10 minutes away from go time. Did you find a seat yet?
Oh, nice seat right here.
Yeah. You're welcome to stay as long as you want.
No, probably going to mosey around, check out some few more cars, and see what's going on. And
Gonna go make some friends?
make some more friends.
Nice. Well, look, man, I appreciate you coming and hanging out with us.
Sounds good.
Look forward to seeing you here in a couple weeks at Bash for Cash.
A couple weeks it'll be.
That's right. Thanks, buddy.
Yep, see ya.
Appreciate it. Brandon Tyson's hanging out off in the wings. We've got Nate Middendorf. I don't know. I lost track of Nate. I know Stenberg was down that way. He was talking about coming over to hang out with us for a little while. So we're moving towards start time here. You had a few minutes to go wander around, Brandon. What do you think?
It's going to be a fun day. It's going to be a fun day.
Welcome to the Crossroads of Destruction Demolition Derby here. Thanks for coming out on a beautiful day. We're going to get things underway here momentarily. If drivers want to start making your way that are in the first heat,
They've already called the first heat to the track, so we'll be working with that here through the course of the afternoon. And I anticipate a lot of people are going to be telling us a little bit about having some challenges hearing between us and with the PA system. The speakers are directed right at us. It was an uphill morning when we got here. The place there was a line of traffic out to the main drag here in Albert Lee, and it was in line both ways at 7 o'clock.
Yep.
they were anxious to get here, and this place is mobbed right now. I can't get over how many people are here as we move towards the start time for Crossroads of Destruction here in Albert Lee. I don't know. I lost track of Matt Stenberg. He was going to come over and hang out with us for a few minutes, but I don't know where he wandered off to.
Yeah, I don't know if they have enough grandstands for the amount of people that are wandering around these pits. Those stands they're filling up quick, and there is a lot of people back there wandering around.
Look around, though. There's a lot of open fence space.
Yeah. Going to be a lot of standing room.
I anticipate anybody who is in a grandstand seat is going to need to get closer to the fence.
Yes.
Absolutely. I walked around a little bit earlier. Like I said, on behind us on the left side of the track, a lot of vending going on, a lot of parts being sold. A lot of sales over on the right side of the grandstands. Might have to hit it up a little later, as I see there's barbecue, taco, and corn dogs and whatnot. So
probably not a wise decision for me to bring a truck today. That's probably not wise. Good things my wife is not here. So
not yet.
Right.
She's coming later though.
Yep.
She's coming later.
Again, drivers in the first heat, make your way to the track.
So we've got a little bit of free space here. If you don't mind, I'm going to throw a quick shout out to Andrew Mears. Little guy is glued to the monitor right now, watching us, and probably a future Derby driver someday. Loves cars.
What a nice guy.
Podcast every time it's on.
There's that's Ray Stoker. That's the Ray Stoker. Yeah, if you want to come over here.
Sit down.
Go ahead and walk in front of the camera first. Thanks.
I will. Oh boy, here we go.
We didn't want to do it yesterday because you were too nervous. And when I saw you earlier today, I'm being kind. You're too nervous about what might come out of your mouth, I think.
Maybe.
You had an exciting time through tech inspection, trying to play some gamesmanship by not putting the hood on before you came through.
No. Actually, they helped me. They helped me take that hood off, and we set it on top of the car. So there was little.
Not a bad move there. Did you get all? What was the last count? Was you were up to 85 hood bolts that you had to take out of there?
There's 7 holes in the hood, right? We got 6 hood pins, and then you got the motor. So there's 7 holes there. So 7 times 12 is 84.
That's
in technicality, right?
Playing the gray, 33. Playing the gray.
Well, hey, you got to cheat to eat, remember?
How happy are you with how the build turned out on that Lincoln?
I'm pretty happy with it. We're gonna have some fun. Put it that way. We're gonna have fun all day long. It's nice out, 80 degrees.
Now, did you even put reverse in this?
Yeah, I had to.
It's there for show.
But did you see? Everybody that knows me knows I don't like wagons.
We talked about that. we talked about that. That guy is in for a day. In for a day.
He's in for an exciting time. I don't know who it is, but just so he knows now, no hard feelings. I don't hate you.
It looked like a good wagon. I mean, it looked like it was nice and it was clean.
Demolition Derby here at the Fremont County Fair.
I see they had a 74 Impala. Hard nose in the front. It looked like a good, clean car. And being out there today on this track with your car and the other suicides, it's gonna be a long day for him, I think.
Oh, we're gonna have a wild time. Put it that way. One thing about mine is, I set my rear end up higher. If they want to come after my rear end, they're gonna work. They're gonna feel it. You know what I mean? They're gonna go under it. Put it that way.
Sam Bandow's clan is looking for Sam Bandow, and he's right over here off to the side. What do you think of your prospects today?
Prospects?
Yeah, you coming away with a win in this thing, or you just here to ruin a Lincoln?
I'm here to ruin a Lincoln. I'm not here to win. I'm never here to win. I'm here to have a good time, wreck somebody's day. That's all I'm here for.
I do love it. Every time we ask you that, you laugh at it, because if Ray Stoker wins, it was by accident.
Exactly. And who was that phrased that day? Was that you?
It was, yeah.
Yeah. As soon as you said that, I'm just like, hey, you put it in simple language. So you did. That's all you did. All you did is put in simple language for me. I didn't draw my 80s heat I wanted, but you know what? It's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay. I'll get it. Don't worry.
That was a pre-ran car, right?
Yeah.
Where'd you run that before?
I didn't run it. I actually bought it from Brett Nelson.
Okay.
Brett Nelson drove that to a top 10 finish at Wintersland.
Yep. And now I'm just going to see how well he built it.
And finished in the heavy hitter with it too.
Yep. He did good.
Still a lot of car left.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of car left. I had I bought the car. Basically, I had to stick the motor and tranny and components in it. That's it. Otherwise I bought it complete.
Well,
we gotta turn it over to the track here momentarily.
back already?
All right. First
You want me to come back?
If you want to, we're gonna get Sam too. So we'll.
I'll come back for a minute here.
All right. Well,
I gotta go watch Newhoff in here.
I know you gotta get going. You gotta keep a close eye on what Colton's up to. But good luck today.
Hey.
Appreciate you coming and sitting down with us for a few minutes, and we wish you the best today.
It was nice to meet you again.
It's good seeing you.
I want to say hi to Decker if he's watching at home.
He is.
So hi, Josh.
Where'd Sam go?
Sam.
There's
I'll go get him.
Good luck, Greg.
Good
Thanks,
luck, dude.
guys.
We'll see you later.
23, Jeremy Guthmiller. His pit crews here. Number 4, Bob Meyer. Number 50.
Now, Sam Bandow sitting down at the table with us. Everybody knew that we were going to catch up with Sam at some point. Good to see you. You look tired.
I actually got sleep.
Did you?
I went to the hotel and slept. I thought you guys were going to be playing that game there, but just the Browns were there when I was there.
We went out to dinner last night. Finally, we started at 5:30 yesterday morning, and it was up until when did we leave the track here? Last night, and we went and got something to eat, and then we got tied up in the room, and then we went ghost hunting for a while on the second floor.
Okay.
Did you go to the second floor of that place?
No.
It's like on lockdown. It's barren walls, broken doors.
That's why I'm on the third floor there.
Yeah. Well,
Creepy. All right.
They saw the Derby guys coming, and they said, put them all together because they're going to get rowdy.
It looks like a fun hotel if you had wheelchair races,
Yes.
like on Days of Thunder.
Absolutely.
I thought, wow, that would be awesome.
Yep. Just be careful you don't hit the two twin girls standing at the end of the hall asking you to come play with them.
They roll a ball to you, you kick it back. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But, how about your Bills, man? Had some work to do.
I don't know. I got right through Tech Easy.
11th hour, by the way. You couldn't even get the cars off the trailer, I heard? They were stuck on the trailer?
Oh, that was a little bit of an issue. His trunk was too low on his car. Not a big fan of running mine that low, but yeah, nothing went well. Planned to leave at 11, and then I said 1 o'clock was my go date, and then at 2:48 we were loaded and headed south. Hit every traffic known to man through the city, so Matt wasn't very impressed, but oh well.
Members of your posse are looking for you. You're being paged. Cindy Bandow just messaged me wondering where you were. And,
Hiding.
I told her that you're safe with me.
Yeah.
She basically, if it was possible to roll your eyes through Facebook, that's what she did.
I seen something on Facebook that said no more Bando on Facebook. Did you see that?
No.
Yeah. So I'm not allowed on the podcast anymore.
No, the Derby community is done with you.
So I got to put on a show so they like me again.
You excited about that? Six cars.
Yeah, we had another bird ready, but it was a little too welded, so I left it so I didn't make Matt even more mad. And that driver couldn't be here because of his situation with his dad, so.
Green flag about to fly. I think they're going to have to put some water down at some point. Getting dusty out there. On the track right now, give you the rundown. The 53L is Derek Lentz, 11X, that's Colton Newhoff, and that's going to be one of them to watch. Timmy Langs in the 42. Trevor Lakin in the 16S. He had a good-looking car. We've also got the 77J of Jake Hansen. Jeremy Guthmiller's in the 23. The 4 is Bob Meyer, another guy that you want to watch. The number 4 of Bob Meyer was part of the E2 Demolition Derby Sliders team that won Grizzly Bash a couple years ago. Also drove with Lance Pritchett, who we talked about. John Brand. Also in the number 50, and rounding up the field is Scott Christian in the number 13. Good shot right there as they come across, driving straight into your living room. That is the number 13. Talked about him a moment ago. That is Scott Christian. And the number 23, Jeremy Guthmiller. Jeremy Guthmiller is the Murata. Red flag being shown over the track right now.
That Murata's got it.
That's, again, that 23 is Jeremy Guthmiller. That is the Murata that we talked about extensively yesterday. Bob Meyer is in car number 4.
Magnum in that?
It's a Murata.
I know,
the motor.
the
I'm not
motor.
for sure. What do you got for motor?
I thought he was running Magnum. It's his first one he's ever built, that Murata is. I was talking to him last night about it.
What'd you teach him?
I didn't teach him anything. He knows what he's doing. He took second at Blizzard Bash in the Leaf class with an R body. That was awesome.
Officials got the green flags in the air. Here we go.
You see Lentz going backwards in that green number 53. He grabs the forward gear. Looks like we've lost Lentz in the number 53. Up on the top side of the track, you see him holding still. Derek Lentz, 53L. All done. First car eliminated.
Looks like the 53L and Derek Lentz is on the clock.
Just want to remind everybody at home once again that you can get a copy of the DVD. Justin Pelkey filming everything. You can find him on Facebook. Guthmiller in at 23 doing some damage out there. He's driving the wheels off that thing. The back end looks like it's rolling up pretty good on the 23. Another guy on the clock is Jake Hansen in the number 77J.
Pushing out the 11X. Come on, there's no room, but
Bob Meyer shoving Colton Newhofen right out of the park in the number 11X. Meyer now getting a lot of attention in the number 4. A lot of shudder and shake on Scott Christian's number 13, having some problems.
Number 23 is hung at 13. There he goes. Push him off.
Seemed like the back end of the 13 is really low.
Looks like he's got a problem in there. I don't know if he's got a broken coil or something in the rear end on the line.
Gus Miller in the 23 was headhunting out there. Looked like he was trying to pick his shot. As we saw Bob Meyer spin a quick donut in the number 4.
Bob Meyer and Colton been battling back and forth all week.
Number 50 briefly stalling out there. That's John Brand. We saw John Brand running the truck division at Winterslam here back in February.
Number 13 car, Scott Tristan, is either on the top or looks like he's giving up.
Not a lot of activity in the cockpit of the number 13, as you alluded to, Jason. Not much going on. Now he is officially on the clock. Boy, that Murata sounds good, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. 42 metric Bonneville putting a hit on the 165. Oh.
And Murata's bending now. Right behind the A-arm.
There goes Brand into the wall. Hard shot, escorted right there by the 23 of Gus Miller. Gus Miller in the process of seriously turning up the wick now, really pushing the pace in the number 23. Shoving the 42 across the track. That, again, is in the number 42, Timmy Lang. We saw Timmy Lang run real strong at Winterslam 2 years ago. Colton running a very deliberate heat right now. He's picking his shots, making good use of his equipment. And he's really, really paying a lot of attention to the 4 car. Lang holding still now. Colt Newholt pinned in behind Lang. Lang moving, taking some hard shots from the number 4 of Bob Meyer. Colton singularly occupied on the number 4 of Bob Meyer. We see that Murata, Gus Miller's 23, still up there doing a good job. Kind of pulling for that guy at this point.
Yeah, Murata's sitting up there at the top, on the clock.
Hard shot right there as you see the back end come together as the 11X and the 4 meet right here in the middle in front of you. Gus Miller has stalled at the top of the track. He is stalled on the clock. Brand in trouble as well in that red number 50. He's struggling to get that refired. He's been able to kind of limp it around for a little bit. There he goes again. He's got it back under power as we watch the battle continue. Right now, I think it's safe to say that we've got 4 strong cars in the 5th one, Brand in the 50. He's definitely laboring. He could be in danger of running out of time. He's going to reset his clock right here as he puts a shot on the pair of Newholt and Meyer. It's going to do it for Grossmiller. Too bad. End of the road for the number 23. Pace right now has slowed significantly. There's a good shot on the right front corner of Brand by the 165. Misidentified him a minute ago. That's 165, not 16S. Trevor Laxon.
Looks like the box crown of 50 has lost its steering.
That's John Brand in the number 50. Steering problems on board for him, and he's also got engine issues of some sort. He's having some trouble laboring around a lot. Well, I spoke too soon. It seems to have settled down for him now. A minute ago, he was really struggling to get that to refire. Brand in trouble as you see him getting pushed backwards here. He's able to get it back into a forward gear. There's problems on that number 50. But other than that, the remaining four cars are looking pretty equal at this point. Meyer, Newhofen, the Laxon car, 165, and the 42 of Timmy Lang.
It's almost like we got two separate shows going on between the two bubble Lincolns. 4 and the 11, and the box 4, 165, and the box Bonneville, 42.
Got a quick break in the action here. What do you think so far?
I like the battle between Bob and Colton. I like it a lot. Bob's going to put a lot of pressure on him. He's an awesome driver. So
And Colton, again, as we said so many times,
Yeah.
he's a great driver, man.
Yeah.
He's holding up to it.
yeah, no, that's a good battle in itself, just like he was saying. I haven't really noticed the other early cars. I keep watching them Bubble Town cars. I think the box Ford's done though. Oh, he's still moving.
Bob left himself open there. Bob left himself open there in the number 4.
What's that?
It was, and so it remains. Two separate shows, as you were saying, still being solely occupied with one another. Bob Meyer in the 4 and Colton Newhoffen in the 11. Meanwhile, we've got Timmy Lang, Trevor Lakin, and the number 50 of John Brand, all kind of having their own separate show, staying out of the way, as there's some pretty serious carnage now starting to show on both the 4 and the number 11. It's the back ends are rolling. They're rolling well. They're doing what they want them to do, but I got to believe that those guys are going to be coming out of the heat having taken more damage than they wanted to. Advising now to pick up the pace. Officials on the wall. Instructing the drivers to increase contact.
Here we go. The 165 is going to mix it up with the group now.
Remember, guys, get on the entrance over there. Get back up. Entrance of the track.
Laxon in the 165. Focusing on the right rear corner of Bob Meyer's number 4. John Brand, he's all done. Tim Lang backing up, getting a little bit of room to work with. And we see the 165 stop in the middle of the track. He's working under the dash, trying to get that refired. We could be down to 3. We see that battle starting to pick up the pace one more time with the 4 and the 11. Bob Meyer now driving in on the back of Colton Newhoffen's number 11. Newhoffen driving away, trying to get a little bit of distance. We see the 165 of Laxon does not put a hit this time on the front end of Meyer's number 4. Still 4 left in the running.
Looks like the 165 stalled.
That's the second time in the last few minutes that he stalled. He was able to get it refired. And he finally stops. He takes a hard shot from the number 42 of Lang.
Put a heavy shot on the 165. Driver's front folded that tire right over.
And locked up the front wheel.
Right up now. Staying right after.
And 42 sensing blood in the water now as he continues to chase after. Timmy Lang is chasing after the 165 of Trevor.
Looks like the 165 is broke. Down to 3.
Trevor Laxon in the corner on the clock. Stick taken down off the pillar of the 165. We're down to 3. I gotta believe, in the interest of self-preservation, that the Newhoffen and Meyer feud could be put on hold and the two could work together to take out the third car of Timmy Lang. Newhofen using all the real estate available to put a hard lick on the right front corner of Myers number 4. Lang capitalizing on the opportunity, puts a hard blow on the back of Myers' car.
Drivers for the day come from 6 different states. Destruction Demolition Derby. Also the
Lang shoving Colton Newhofen around now.
They might run him down to 2 like they were talking. If it isn't fast enough pace, he was even going to run it to 1. But I mean, they've been battling, so I don't know. I'm really surprised they're letting these 3 run like this.
An atypical pace for opening heat number 1 at the Crossroads of Destruction. Here we are watching as we prepare to send 2 drivers to the feature event, paying $5,000 a little bit later on tonight. At this point, we've got Colton Newhofen in the 11X, the 4 of Bob Meyer, and the 42 of Tim Lang still on the track. Again, 2 cars advancing to the feature. And at this point, everything on the track has been pretty much reduced to damaged goods. Good look at Colton Newhofen as he dials in the crosshairs, trying to figure out who he's going to put his next blow on. Here comes Bob Meyer around the horn, trying to find a shot, and he takes the opportunity on the right rear corner of Timmy Lang's number 42. Colton quick to join the fray and shoves Bob Meyer right up in the corner as well.
Getting a little separation now. We'll see what happens.
Tim Lang just got rocked.
Oh, looks like he's on. There he's off. Bumper caught into the window net.
Meyer gets himself free after being hung up briefly on the number 13 of Scott Christensen. We see Tim Lang getting pushed backwards now. He drives forward, likes to take a shot on Colton Newhoffen. Got to believe that these guys didn't want to put their equipment through quite this much abuse as this heat has worn on, Sam.
Well, Bob's got to decide which car he wants to go for. He's either going to have to go for 42, and he's been trying on Colton, but obviously 42 is not going for Colton. I hope birds don't last this long.
Metric Bonneville 42 stalled and refired.
That's Timmy Lang in the number 42. This is a case right here of driving to not lose. They're not really doing anything. They don't want to be the reason why they don't have a shot at the $5,000 later on tonight.
It's not like Colton's car's breaking up.
Stenberg takes a hard shot. Excuse me, not Stenberg. Lang. My mistake. Bob Meyer in the number 4. The 11 car sounded like it was breaking up a little bit there momentarily, as you alluded to, Jason. And now the attention remains with the number 4 of Meyer, hitting the number 42 of Lang. I've seen this a lot through this heat, is the hit and wait. The aggressor makes the hit and holds still, hoping that the mass of their car, the impact, will hold the other car still long enough to where the other guy trying to get away digs himself a hole.
Right. I don't see anybody really digging in, though. I thought they would sink faster with those aggressive tires, but it seems like there's a couple inches and it must be hard underneath. There's a little bit of dust, but.
Well, we talked about that last night. That there's a quite a hard base underneath everything, but it was a matter of trying to not get to it. You know. You don't have to worry about how hard the base is if you're not digging yourself a hole. Still waiting to see which two drivers are going to transfer to the feature event. Interesting procedure with their heat and consolation format here is the heat cars that qualify for the feature are impounded until after the consolation's over. You have unlimited 9-wire wherever you want to put it, however you want to run it. However, everybody after the consi has the same amount of time to prepare for the feature. Are these guys? Are these guys going to the pits with more work to do than they anticipated?
Colton's car is still straight as an arrow, but Bob's is definitely tipped up further than he wanted it to be. But at the same time, you want the freshest car to go against your best competition. So, I mean, that's why them two are really picking at each other, so they don't have to deal with one another in the feature. Colton's car is just pristine. I mean, that thing's beautiful.
Colton's running a helmet-mounted GoPro. You can see it through the back window of his car a little bit there.
Have you ever watched one of those? I bought the glasses ones that went in the middle, and good thing I don't have seizures, because that is crazy. How much bounce? It's crazy.
And when
I don't know how the GoPro would work.
And the harder the car is, the more moving around you do in the car.
I bet his is pretty active because his head's always on the swivel in that car. He pretty much knows what's going on.
You know, not to belabor this, but I'm wondering how much this dust weighs in on the engine wear. Does that, how does that play into it? Does it, usually on tracks that we're around, it's muddy. So you worry about, your filter might get plugged with mud or something like this, but some of this fine matter that's in the air, if that gets through a larger air filter, that could cause some problems internally too.
Yeah, it's got to make the engine builders unhappy to have all this dust.
Good air cleaner is a must.
Wheels, tires, axles, still the order of the day. Even though this is a chain stock set of rules, you're not going through the front end of one of these things. These are well built.
Yeah. At what point is it a chain? I think they just chain the doors. That is not how a chain show goes around us. I mean, it's 5 minutes stood up.
I mean, really, no one at this point is even laboring out there. You look at it; they seem to be pretty evenly matched.
Yeah, I agree. Looks like the metric Bonneville just starting to bend at the firewall a little bit on that driver's side.
Don't they all?
Now, can you change the cross member in these cars? No? We used to hit them Bonnevilles hard enough in that passenger door where you could actually blow the cross member in between the frames to the ground. And that'd be the shot I'd take on them all day. You could spit that down really fast. Just right in that cowl.
I don't know if you can hear over the cars, but the fans in the stands are really trying to get them to speed this up. A lot of yelling and arm waving going on. If Colton get pushed in that corner, right now, it'd be beneficial for him.
I'd pack that dead car back too. He got that over a little bit to pin him.
And they didn't see now. Now, why didn't Meyer take the shot? Exactly as you described. That shot was open. He didn't take the shot on Timmy Lang, and instead ended up driving into the back of Newhofen in the 11.
Oh wow!
Looks like in order to speed up the pace, they call it going to take all three.
Freebie.
Now, you guys are both drivers. Let's bring this back to the table here for a second and talk about what we just saw here. Once again, live trackside. This is Crash Course live, coming to you from Albert Lee, Minnesota, the Crossroads of Destruction. Heat 1 in the books. Took us 40 minutes to get through heat number 1.
Wow.
Okay.
Chain class, 40 minutes.
and we heard, and we've talked a lot about how hard the pace was going to be. As a driver, how frustrating is it to go from a situation where you know that they're only taking 2, it turns out that they take 3, and you just ran your car probably harder than you wanted to, maybe, for an extra, how long was that, 15 minutes beyond?
That's what I wasn't a fan of. Like, if I was running heats, I would have talked to him because they had mentioned it in the drivers' meeting. And there's nothing more frustrating than that is are we driving enough? And then you're driving for a lot of money, so obviously you don't want to just bend your car in half. So if you get down to 3 cars, you can see where they all kind of said, all right, I think we're in the top. And then he had them running longer. I wish it was clear and cut. Because one time I ran against Johnson's, them guys, and they were taking 3 out of the heat. I junked my car, taking out Zach, and they ended up taking him to the feature too, so they pulled 4, and my whole time was to try and go after them guys. And once you beat them, they're like, oh no, they get to go in, and you're like, well, I don't know.
Well, I mean, we don't have quite the same situation because all 3 of these guys were still running, but it still has got to be frustrating, Jason, as from a driver's perspective.
I think so. I mean, you understand the game of the chess game where you're trying to hide or block from other cars. But what's frustrating for me is trying to get separation, and somebody's not going to let you separate to turn and get a hit, and it can be frustrating after a while. And then it seems like all these drivers experienced and kept their cool, but usually I was expecting after 10-15 minutes of the chess game somebody get frustrated and start turning it on, get a little separation, but all 3 stayed right together.
Yeah, Colton waited for that one. He was patient, and then he got to where Bob come around, and he put one heck of a shot on his front wheel, but it just bent the spin a little on Bob. But
we saw Tim Lang lay the left front corner over on the number 165 of Trevor Laxon. And after that, he pretty much threw in the towel. He didn't do much after that. So I'm wondering if that did more than just what we saw in terms of seizing that front tire.
Yeah, it's very possible.
Well, what do you think, man?
Who's the mad dog out of that heat then? How do you call that one? Because he was pulling 2 for sure, plus a mad dog.
I guess, what my opinion's worth, at the beginning of the heat, the Murata 23 was really turning it on.
Right.
And I'm not sure what broke. He sat up there and just quit. I know they had him on the clock, and they told him to break off, so he was working on something, trying to get it right.
Yeah, I seen the frame had bent right by, and in between the A-arms on that pincher, in between the 2 bolts, that's where it kicked. Probably straight at the firewall if he could get it down. I don't know if 9-wire could fix it for the Conti.
Yeah, they said no welding at all. No welding at all between the heat and the feature, but unlimited 9-wire.
So if you get it pulled down, you take a piece of 2x4 and you pound it in between the K. Is that legal? I've seen it done. It works.
Well, I think we're going to chat with Jessup Pelkey real quick while we got a break in the action. I don't mean to kick you out.
Yeah,
But,
I didn't add much to your show, but I was too busy watching it. That was
happens.
a
That's why you get to watch
awesome.
on the screen right here.
Right.
Can't you see?
No.
Me either.
Most of the time I can't hear you when you're talking.
I
can
know.
hear you when he was talking.
It's all right.
There's
There's a lot of noise here. There's a lot of noise here, and especially with the motors running. But it's having a pretty good time. So I'm gonna flag him down. We got Brandon waiting in the wings. I know Nate Biddendorf was here for a minute, and that giant human being disappeared again. I don't know how that's possible. But,
Alrighty.
You good luck today. Thanks
right,
for coming
thank
on and
you.
hanging out with us for the heat number 1. And by all means, come back.
Yeah. Hopefully the birds go well.
I hope so. Good luck.
Just announced they're going to put a little bit of water on the track, I think, for dust reasons.
You got a few minutes?
Sure.
Throw that headset on. It might be a little bit difficult to hear. Jessica Pelkey, who is filming the show today. DVDs are available for...
$25.
How can you go wrong? You can't beat it.
Nope, can't beat it.
You got cameras. You've been running your ass off today.
Yeah, I try. But, do it for the fun, right?
It's awesome production value. I saw the picture that you posted of Sam down here hanging out with us. The track conditions. We were talking a little bit about the dust and what that can play into with your intakes and your air filters. How your cameras hold up?
They're fine. I just turn the camera on, let it go, and
There
let
you
it
go.
buck.
You can't go wrong. And you got a couple of them down the trackside as well?
Nope,
Or are you
just me
up in
today.
the- just up in
All
the
just
booth?
me.
You got
Hey,
some-
if I could have 3 different clones of me and put 3 of me at each corner, I'd love to do that, but
You how you like the new Sony?
love it. Love it. It's a great upgrade from what I had before, which, again, was Sony, but it's a little nicer having something in today's technology.
Is it frustrating at all? I know I encounter this, that the newest technology that you bought, when you order it, by the time it gets to your house, it's already obsolete.
Yes. Yes, there's some truth to that. The greatest frustration would be going out and buying a GoPro, and under a month later, they got a whole new series out, but I enjoy it. I just go to have fun. And
So Trig's going to be carrying one of your GoPros.
we're going to try to get him to wear the helmet cam, but
Yeah.
if we can get it on him, that thing's just going straight to YouTube, because that'll be a fun ride.
It's going to be... How long is it going to take? Imperials today.
10.
Oh, you're going with 10?
I'm saying 10, 15.
10, really? It's,
If the boys put it to the floor,
everybody that we've talked to has been under 8. We've had... The lowest estimate that I think we got was 6, right?
I think so, yeah.
okay, then maybe I'm overachieving there at 10, but
I don't know. After that last heat, I might be a little surprised there. I didn't think that was going to run. I mean,
What do you think of
last,
that?
last few cars was what?
I don't even know what that was. That had to be at least, it felt like a half hour.
40 minutes.
40?
About 40 minutes.
That's no good.
And Colton's car still looks perfect. I mean, it rolled every place that he wanted to roll, and it stayed straight every place he wanted to stay straight.
Smart driving, sandbagging, whatever you guys want to call it. He does what he does, and you can't blame the guy for doing it. He's very successful with it.
You can't. I don't know, and correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think you can call Colton's run out there sandbag. I think he was pretty precision.
Yes,
and he had his hands full with Bob Meyer.
Oh, Bob was all over him. And both of those guys put on a good show going after each other. It was clear right from the get-go those two are going after it. But no, I wouldn't say it's sandbagging. I mean, you got 1 or 2 guys always on you from the get-go. What are you going to do?
You're going to do what you just saw.
Yeah.
Go to the feature.
Hey, nothing wrong with that, right?
What else is on the menu for this year? You got a
We'll
busy...
try. We're trying again our 3rd year for 20-plus shows.
Right.
But I call it the I-35 tour. I live up by Lake Superior, so I just drive south. Everything's south and, let's say, east or west.
So how far was the drive to here?
4.5.
That's not bad.
No, not bad. Casual. I mean, the closest thing I got is a 50-minute drive.
It's the weird thing about Minnesota, but then again, having been here a couple times now, nothing's close together. You got to drive an hour to go anywhere. But we were talking about this on the ride out, that everybody talks about how they have shows local to them and they're all within 4 hours. I mean, it is a haul in between shows. So
Yeah,
4 hours isn't that bad of a drive out here.
Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, you get used to the long miles. I know you guys go all over the place, and I couldn't even imagine all the hours you guys put in.
I don't care much for flying these days. Right now, it was a chore a little bit getting here, but it's part of the game,
Oh yeah,
part of the game.
Hey, I heard you guys have, every time you've been here, it's been warmer in Minnesota than back out in New York.
Every time. Even when we were out here for Winter Slam, when our gloves were freezing to our hands, it was still warmer in Minnesota than it was back home.
Yeah, they've had two nice real winters for Winter Slam the last 2 years.
Yeah.
I mean, I know about 3-4 years ago they had, single digits.
Yeah, that was our first year out there when it was just brutal cold. I mean, it was like 9 degrees out when then the sun went down.
Ooh.
It was rough.
The sun goes down, wind picks up, get to the beer tent.
That was a popular spot. Rum chata in the hot chocolate, I heard, was a big deal.
Yes, that's top notch out there for those guys. No, it's amazing what they keep doing every year. This thing gets bigger and better. The last 2 years, they've had gorgeous weather for this. I mean,
How about year one?
Year one was that was interesting to say the least.
16 inches of snow falls the night before the show, and 16 cars show up.
Yeah, it was
for the money class.
Big money class. There wasn't much there, but 80s turned out well that year, and I believe Colton doubled down that night.
Yes, yep.
That was good.
He's looking to triple tonight.
Tough competition there, but I could at least see him doing at least one.
Wow.
I mean,
his car's looking pretty healthy for the future.
Yeah.
I like how they're doing the impound program where all the heat transfers go into impound, in addition to the all the heat qualifiers go into impound, and no one is released until after we have the feature qualifiers coming out of the consolation round. Then everybody has the same amount of time to work on their cars with, as we talked about earlier, unlimited 9-wire, however you want to run it.
It keeps it a fair playing field, not giving people a longer time to play. But I guess I don't go to a lot of bigger shows. I just think that they lock them up the night before, do all the tech the day before, get it done, limit them to probably a hour of play time before the heat, and I think that's pretty cool for myself. But
and it worked out great. I mean, everybody was able to. There was a couple of people that were frantically changing batteries. A couple guys had to mess around with some wheel combinations, but everybody that came out of the impound was able to compete.
Yeah, it's just well ran. I think it's nice. It really is nice. I mean,
I saw you were taping outside of Mev's Mod Shop, NLR Racing, as the parade went by. That was a cool piece. The cars parading down the midway as they went to the pits.
How neat is that? it really, you get to see everybody come out right before the show, and you get to see who's brought what, who's going to run what, and then you get all that.
Jason never gets to do those parades because he's pulling in just as the derby's starting and trying to get through tech.
I'm not usually too bad. Usually, if I'm late, I'm not the last guy through tech normally. If I'm the last guy there, it's because I probably had a problem. Last minute unpreparedness, fuel pump or something goes as you're trying to load it on the trailer. Never seems to end.
Hey, nothing better
than to get there early, get through, then I can wander around, get something to eat. BS with a few people and get ready to bend stuff.
Nothing better than seeing people come in with fresh paint. I love watching people paint it up while they're coming through tech.
Yeah, they had a hard time teching Bandow's cars last night because they were getting white and black paint all over.
I did see him roll in pretty much at the last second.
He bolted his roof sign on in inspection.
Nice.
I mean, he was after they got here at the last possible minute. They had to rebuild 2 motors.
Yeah, I heard that.
Friday, and they got the motors fixed. They got here. They got on the grounds. They closed the gate behind them, and then they couldn't get the cars off the trailer. One of the bumpers was too low and couldn't get off the trailer.
Hey, if there's anyone you expect to rebuild 2 motors and make it to the show, who else other than Sam Bando, right?
Yep. There he is right there.
Look at him. Look at him just snapping away.
That feeling's got to, I mean, it sucks, when especially you put a car together and you I call it field testing. You take it out, you do a few burnouts and everything seems to be fine. And either you break during the field test, which is ideally better to break there, I guess, than on the pit, but or on the track.
Carson in the rain and everything changed the transmission in the pits, and he's going to be in competition today. He got back through tech inspection without any trouble, and then John Mavis, he opted to not run after he found out what he had to fix, and chose to keep that car to run locally instead. but he had a leak in the motor. He was pouring sealant in, trying to get that thing to hold together. So, I mean, who knows how that would have held up for him, given what we just saw on the track here for Heat 1.
Well, what I heard last night with Carson's car, they just brought that transmission as a backup just in case. It was just by pure luck that he had one that fit the rules.
That was not a plan.
No.
And, I loved his rebuttal to the. See, he showed up with a steel tail and a steel bell on his transmission, and those were not permissible. And he told Matt Erdman, inspection line, it's 2015. Everybody has a steel bell. But those are not allowed, and you won't see one in action today.
Good.
That takes a lot of dedication too. I mean, the change of tranny in the pit, trying to get going. I mean, I know a lot of guys would just load and enjoy the rest of the show.
We documented the situation yesterday about Carson getting the longest tow award at Winter Slam, not even being able to run there in February.
Heck, he even painted the car.
If you can imagine.
No. Just kidding, Carson. Don't beat me up.
Nah. Carson's not even watching.
No, he's
busy getting ready for the Derby.
Oh, he's good to go. No, I mean, I think we only got 20. Only 20 for me this year. That's a down year. Yeah, I don't know how you guys do what you do. I mean,
me either. Sometimes I wonder why.
Is it just about every weekend with you guys?
Yeah.
Whew.
Yeah, it's pretty much every week.
Whew.
We leave here and we go back home, and I don't think we're even going to unpack the bags. We're going to leave them ready to go so we can go down to the Superstock show in Brookville, Pennsylvania, with Bo Lockwood, the kickoff of the Reckless Warriors Tour, which is going to be our first foray into the pay-per-view realm, which is going to be kind of cool. We'll see how that works out from down in Brookville. Great supporter, Bo Lockwood and Syopa Racing, who they had their logos on the screen. We're going to be down there with those guys. Should be a lot of fun. We come home for the 16th. We don't have anything to do. We're going to put our feet up for a minute. Then we go to the week after that is Bash for Cash. So we're going to be down there for 3 days, 4 days, whatever that turns into. And then June 1st we're off. Last weekend of May is Drive for 5. We're not going to that. We talked about maybe trying to swing that and couldn't make that work for our schedule. First week of June we're off, and we come back for June 6th is Kings of Old School. The 27th of June is the Keystone Nationals. And then thankfully school is out, so I got some time to travel.
There you go. No, you guys, it's amazing what you guys do. I mean,
we try.
Hey, it's hard enough for me just to keep one camera going. I was watching you guys down at Slam, and you were throwing GoPros into 3 different cars. At least I saw 3. There's probably more than 3. How many did you have there?
The arsenal right now has 7.
7.
There's 7 GoPros.
Yeah. That's outside my realm right now. But man, what you guys do, 7 GoPros, 2 regular cameras. Hey, how nice is that having 2 cameras?
If we got in a situation where we had to, we have 5. We have 5 ready.
So you could have every corner.
The problem that I run into is when you run 3 cameras, is it's hard to make it all blend.
Yeah, the editing.
Because you've got overlaps, and then invariably you're going to have one guy that's going one way, and then we cut to the other camera, it looks like he's going the other.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to kind of meter that out. Running 2 cameras seems to be good, especially when you marry that with the in-cars.
Yeah.
Put all that together.
Yeah, with me, I'm just a one-man show.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd love to have a second camera, but then that comes in. My best time, you guys will laugh, the only time I get to edit my videos and actually watch what I get to tape, between 1 and 4 a.m.
That's the same time I do mine.
That's about the only time I get to sit down and look at it and say, okay, this is nice. This sucks. We got to cut that.
We try and chop the red flags out. I mean, it just makes
sense. Oh, God, yes. There's not enough time in a DVD.
But, yeah, it's...
No.
And on top of that, we got the magazine. On top of that, we got, handling all live stuff, too. And we're breaking in a little bit more with the apparel stuff.
You guys have... I don't know how you can juggle all that. I'm just amazed. It's nice. I appreciate it.
We got a couple good folks that are writing. Christy King does a ton of writing for us. Tony Brellinger does a lot of the compact stuff. Nate Biddendorf does a lot of the review and some of the final edits before the pages are sent off the final print. So it's good to have help. Christy King, she's up in Canada. It's not like we've got a shop where a bunch of people are working. I mean, Josh works daily. Brian had commitments. That's why he's not here. He works every day. Ben, the same thing. This is all just a part-time thing that we started for fun, and We get people that come in and volunteer that want to help, like Jason wanted to come today and see what Minnesota was all about. He's going to walk away with a sunburn that he's never going to forget. And
Yeah, as I said before, me and the sun, not friends. But, we'll work through it today.
Hey, everyone started looking at me wearing shorts today, and I was sitting there like, yeah, I know they're white. No, it's good and fun up here. I mean, we got the funny accents.
everybody sounds normal to me.
Oh, nice.
Everybody, once you get up over the border, they start sounding weird.
Those crazy
Get
Canadians.
down into Iowa, too. Iowa talks
Iowans?
weird. That guy.
That guy right there. No, you got. I don't know. If we make it through this year for me with the same camera, I'm going to be pretty excited because
They'll hold up pretty good.
It will. But I shouldn't even say the camera. I burn everything off my laptop, and I think I've done 3 total reconstructions on that and brought it in. And so far this year, I've casual $500 to fix my laptop.
That's not good. You don't want that.
Boys, I'll talk to you guys later.
All
It sounds
right,
like the
dude. Go
cars
get
are
to
coming
work.
back out.
Thanks a lot for
Good
coming
talking
down.
to you all.
We'll see you later, dude. Thanks. Once again, $25 a shot. Find him on Facebook. Jessup Pelkey Productions. We got heat number 2 getting ready to come on the track.
That's a shabby little paint job on that. That ain't gonna last long. Number 5, Wally Meyer. Coming on number 28X, Andy of the Grid. Awesome, the best in the show. Here's the best. Sparkly numbers on there. Look at that. The triple nickel, Jeremy Elliott. 555. Number 23, Marvin Miller.
Andy's car, that 28X car, that looks like a tight car there.
Yeah, definitely.
A lot of nice parts. Looks like a good build. Good looking car.
Had a chance to go over and look at the qualifying cars, and they're good. I mean, they're straight in the front end, hardly moving, tucked nice in the back. It's those are some good cars to move on for sure.
Your rundown, Demo Derby Master starting lineup for qualifying heat number 2. As soon as I get to the spot where I can read it.
Remember the entrance of the track here, guys. Just get off this side, all right?
All right, Demo Derby Master starting lineup for qualifying heat number 2. Number 89 is Chance Langford. The 24 is Phil Whittington. The 555 is Jeremy Elliott. 162 is Eric Cotilla. The 23, Marvin Miller. The 921 is Harry Wallen. The 9X, Tim Vravra. 29X, Andy Legred. Wally Meyer is in the number 5. Jay Oberg rounding out the field in the number 33. Qualifying heat number 2, ready to go.
Ready? Here we go. The countdown. 8, 2, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we
I really like the look of Jay Oberg's number 33.
Yeah, there's no lollygagging around right now. They are getting after it.
That's what we came to see. Hard shot, clean across the track, and he's smoking in that right rear corner. Jay Oberg is going for it. Cotilla, like to look at that too in the 162. He's doing well. Man, Cotilla, he had the crosshairs locked in and ready to go, but could not make the contact when Cotilla spun around. If he hit the axle on that camouflage car, it would have been a hard blow. Verana having trouble in the 9X, wedged up against the wall right here in front of us.
Looks like he's giving up. He's playing with
Threw in the towel. He's all done. First one out is the number 9X of Tim Verana. Tough break right there. Put all that time and effort into the car, and the car's virtually still fresh. Didn't have any dents in it at all. Whoa! Phil Whittington just raised the ire of Jay Oberg, back right into the front end of the number 33. Here comes Oberg, hammering down in the 33. I love how the track officials are still telling them to pick up the pace. I love that. Over, turns up the whip, coming across the track. Hard blow in the left front corner. Number 5, that's Wally Myers, number 5. Early front runner. Early front runner for Mad Dog. Got to be the 33 of them.
Wow, they are getting after it out there. Back end of number 23 is actually going down. Not what you want to have happen this early in your heat.
Problems on the 162. Cotilla holding still. Wow. Chance Langford, what a shot that was. Putting a hard shot on LaGrew. Here comes again in that black and yellow, number 89. LaGrew doing a great job. 921 of Harry Wallen. Crossroads of Destruction, heat number 2. 2 cars going to qualify. Unless they take 40 minutes, then they'll take 3. Not really. Don't have a firm decision on how that all is going to transpire given the remaining 4 heats that we need to go through. Langer, after he was in trouble along the wall there for a little while, he has been able to get himself free. And despite taking that hard blow on the core support, on the firewall, he is looking okay right now. Just took a hard shot down here in the corner. What a shot that Langford just put on.
Doesn't look good for a 33 car. He got pushed up on the block. He's back off, but he's not moving. He's climbing out.
Jay Oberg all done. Tough break for Jay Oberg in the 33.
That's too bad. That was a hard run he was putting on.
Jay is a ton of fun to watch. Josh Decker, this one's for you. Right there, the black and yellow 89 with the turnout. Puts a hard shot. From halfway across the track, again the 89 is Chance Langford. Good look at him right there.
Wow, that is some good action out there. Holy cow.
Running now. Looks like the 89 car getting talked to.
Yeah, I'm sure they're giving him a warning. He's really turning it up out there. I'm sure it was an accident.
Back underway here with qualifying heat number 2. Just a short stoppage. We're right back to it now.
Who are you saying the back went down on? 23. Right here. How about 28? The green camo one.
Marvin Miller is the 23, the guy that Brandon and I were just talking about. Back end jumped pretty hard on that car early in the going. It's sort of stabilized at this point. It's stabilized. It's not going any deeper, but that is something that's going to be blood in the water as the heat wears on. .921, all finished. Broke the stick down. Harry Wallen, all done in the 921.
Yeah, that 921 Metric GM bet hard at the firewall on the driver's side.
Don't they all?
No distributor protection with this show.
Got a wheel lane over on the number 28. 28X, that's Andy Legred. Now, the driver's side, the left side of the number 23, doesn't look too bad. The driver's side doesn't look bad. The right side is the one that's a little bit worse. Good show short sportsmanship right there. The number 5, Wally Meyer, coming through, caught the driver's door of the 89. He had his hands up in the air, already indicating he was trying to stop. Good show sportsmanship.
Number 555 lost the passenger rear tire. Doesn't seem to be slowing him down any, though.
That's Jeremy Elliott.
Yeah, not even hardly phasing him.
I see French Lake logos on the side of the 555 car. That's where all the fresh Arizona Imperials come from in Minnesota, right? Langford just took some damage on that right rear corner. It would appear that Meyer and Miller are both done dealing with Langford in the 89. They have been chasing him. Here comes Elliott. Pile on. Puts a shot on the back of the number 23, the Miller car.
Big shot.
That's definitely what we like to see there.
Look red, busy under the dash in the number 28. Watch Elliott now trying to chase down the number 89 of Langford. Langford driving. What a shot right there.
Number 89, not afraid to use the front end this early.
Yeah, but that did some damage. That nose definitely moved. The whole front end. Watch when he backs up here. We're going to get a look at Langford here momentarily. You can see the front fenders have buckled. Where the hood tie downs are. He could have some problems there. That might have been a collateral damage shot for Langford in the 89.
Yeah, he's definitely starting to go A-arms forward.
And that's, I think he might have done himself in. He's having trouble getting that to refire. He just threw his hands up. That's it for Langford. He just threw his hands up in frustration inside the car. He's got it puffing. He's got it in gear, and it died again. Problems under the hood for the 89. That hard shot when he went nose first into the red. He's got it refired. He's about to light the candle one more time. He's got LeGret broadside. Problems on the number 28 steering problem on the right front corner. Trying to get it refired. Jay Obert.
Chance car 89 backed up to the wall for a big hit.
Look at the 28 car.
Here it goes.
89 coming back in.
Here comes Langford following it. Wise decision. It might have been the smartest non-hit he'll make this heat.
89 actually not looking that bad. A-arms forward as he drove by. Still looking pretty stout. Sounds like he's either having some carburetor issues or a spark plug wire came off.
We got tons of people waiting and watching at home. Ethan Hibke, excuse me, let me slow that down. Got too excited there. Ethan Hibke was watching at home, said the 555 is the man. Real impressed with Jeremy Elliott's drive. Lots of compliments.
Number 28X still getting around, dragging his right front tire.
And he's got
left
problems.
Front tire.
His left front tire is laid right over. He's got problems on the right front too. Right front problems too.
Yep.
Jordan Burgess is weighing in. He's been bothering me all day to mention his name. So Jordan Burgess, there you go. The U.S. Demolition Derby page, and he plays GTA 5 Demolition Derby too. Good kid, loves the sport, and he's been waiting. He was waiting like for a week to to find out if we were or weren't going to do this, and I didn't tell him until today, like a half hour before we went live when the links went up. So he's watching at home having a ball.
That's awesome. Number 89 still not letting off. Just came in for another big hit. The front end of that Cadillac is holding up nicely, though. It's not bending much.
I mean, people are loving Jeremy Elliott. You can't ignore Chance Langford, what he's doing in the 89. That little bit of water helped a lot.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Definitely not dusting out half the town like we were in the first heat.
'89 on the clock. What's he's trying to refire?
Look at the nose on 89. That's bad. That's a bad day.
Yeah, it's definitely going at the firewall, but for the abuse he's putting it through, it is holding up well. Actually, it looks like Aarons Ford is kicked to the right a little bit.
Did you see how offset the 28 is?
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Man, I mean, the 28X, so that's Legred's car. Andy Legred in the 28X, looking real rough. You know Zach Anderson, right?
Yep.
He's watching. He just said hello.
Zach? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I know Zach.
He said, get you out of here.
He's a good guy.
That's rad, man. This is awesome. The Legred car has no business still being out there, and he's still wailing on it.
Those Minnesota turnouts sure are loud. Holy cow.
Just like to say a big thank you to Psyopa Racing, who helps make heat number 1 and 2 available to you guys. Streaming here live, Crash Course Live, FingerLakes1.tv. We got a whole list at one point. We had the list still of everybody that helped make Crossroads possible, the sponsor list. You still got that? We'll hit all those guys a little bit later. 89. Langford still going. Marching. Coming right into your living room, number 28X of Legred. Well, get some room to work with. He's going to be coming back at you momentarily. There he is.
Boy, this track is just working great. Even if you lose a tire, it's laid over, you're running on a rim, you're still getting traction out there and still able to move.
Yeah, this is not at all what I was expecting. Not at all what we were even set up to believe, you know, with what we were looking at. But you're not going to get sunk here as easily as we talked about. We were way off on that one.
Yeah.
Good to see. I mean, they're going to settle it on the track, and they're going to do it at high speeds.
Yeah.
Miller car is surgical on them front wheels.
28X using every bit of his motor to get around that.
I don't even know what motor he's got, but it's a good one.
I want it. That's all I know.
Yeah. It's probably not healthy anymore.
Definitely had a little fuel bypass there.
And you see a little light show.
Somebody get some pictures of that. That might be more than just gas burning, by the way.
Yep, he is breaking his stick. That's too bad. He was putting on a hell of a show out there.
There's your checkered flag, taking those 4 off to the next round. The man dog for that class is Jay Oberg, number 33X. There you go. In the longest haul today, sponsored by Debbie Oakland family in memory of Pete Oakland. Also special thanks to Alberley Township Firemen, the Gold Cross crew, Brooks Fire and Safety. Also the car removal today from the I-35 Auto.
What do you think, man?
That was a hell of a heat.
I didn't catch all of them that they took out of that. I got the 55, or 555 of Jeremy Elliott, the 23 of Miller.
Thanks to Masters of Disaster, Erdman Trucking.
Marvin Miller is coming out of that in the 23, but I missed the last car.
Sponsors today.
Did you catch it?
You got the 89?
Langford in the 89, the 555 Jeremy Elliott, the 23 of Marvin Miller. They said they took 4.
Looks like Courtney wanted to do
I think it was the number 5 car.
Okay, that was Wally Meyer, who's qualifying as well. And Jay Oberg getting the Mad Dog Award.
Jay Brooks morning. Just a letter Jay Brooks.
So there we go. It's a couple more drivers heading off to the feature. Still on the track for quite some time, despite the significant upgrade in pace.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, for such stock cars, they still look really good for how hard they were getting after it.
Yeah, it's abundantly clear that the chain class of the East Coast and the chain class of here aren't exactly equal. The suspension in the front of the firehose don't stay that straight back east.
I'm trying to share a comment from Kyle Baker, and I'm having trouble getting it out.
Cal Baker, I believe he's Ohio now. He grew up, he's a Delaware County boy. His father, Ray or Jake Baker, won almost every show he was at pretty much through the 90s.
Is that why you changed your name to Jake, so you could be more like Jake Baker?
Yeah, there you go. There you go. He was a GM guy, run pretty much all mid-70s GMs.
That yellow car must mean you have to hit hard. Sure that's not a 33R on the roof of that car? Yeah, definitely. He was getting after it.
Pretty cool. Kyle Baker's comment, you hear?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he was getting it too with that metric.
Minnesota Corey Fox in Alberley. Bernie Chevrolet in Alberley. Alberley Public Warehouse. 112 on Broadway. Also Jaeger Implement in Blue Earth. Action Auto in Alberley. I-35 Auto Recycling in Clarks Grove. Eastside Liquor in Alberley. And the Convention and Visitors Bureau in Alberley.
Yeah, those 80s Cadillacs are sure they were sure doing good up front. That 89 was proving that they're a good car out there. They can compete with those Fords.
Looks like we got 2 metric GMs going to be to the feature.
Yep.
At the Metric Bonneville in the first heat.
Yep,
and,
Timmy Lang,
Cat A in
42.
the second.
Yep.
And
Like the rest of the field so far are Fords.
Yep.
what was the number 5?
The 5
Wally
was
Meyer, was it?
Box Ford.
Was it?
Crown.
Yep.
The back of the 5 car still looked pretty straight.
Yeah.
See if we got anybody. It's hard to read down here too.
Tell me about it. Brian Tompkins watching at home. Tyler Spittle from down in Pennsylvania checking it out. Appreciate it. Try to catch everybody if we can. It's a losing battle trying to get everybody when they shoot us a mention, and we appreciate it. And you gotta make sure you support the guys that make this show happen. There's a ton of sponsors that they've got here that make Crossroads possible. I mean, they've got Everett Lee Public Warehouse, the Auto Auction, Eastside Liquor. They made some money this weekend.
Yeah. They made a little money off me too.
Vernide Chevy, the Heritage Hotel, which we were hanging out there. Jessup Pelkey, who was doing a great job with the DVDs and stuff. $25, you can't go wrong. And he's got a great seat too. He's sitting right up there next to our camera. Now he's got a seat right next to Sam Bandow, which I don't know which seat's better if he's up there. Jessup Pelkey needs to invest in a selfie stick.
Yep.
O'Reilly Auto Parts, we can't forget them, and Masters of Disaster. Ertman Trucking out of Blue Earth. 112 Broadway, right there in Albert Lee. Minnesota Corrugated Box. Jake's Pizza. I-35 Auto Recycling. Gen Sales. Albert Lee Convention and Visitors Bureau. And Jaeger Implements out of Blue Earth, Minnesota. They had to truck all these blocks that you see around the perimeter track. You see a good look at them here. Let's talk about some stone.
Yeah, no crap.
Those things are huge. They they're up there.
Okay. Just make sure they stay up there. Somebody can hand those to me?
Yell to Melissa. She was right there.
Melissa, can you hand me those 2 wireless mics that are laying up there? Would you guys need one of those at all?
I don't think so. Are we doing anything?
Wireless mics?
We shouldn't.
Yeah, this track still impresses me. We have a hometown show where I'm at, and it's all sand, and you just dig to Hades every time. Something happens, you hammer down, you dig, and that's just not the case here. They're hooking up, they're going. It's turning out to be really good.
Yeah, speaking of the blocks, they said they brought them in just a few days ago, and looks like there's quite a few trips bringing them in. But what I like about these ones is they don't seem to tip over, and they're high enough. I haven't seen a car get hung yet.
Nope.
Coming out, number 124, Sean Brana.
Demo Derby Masters starting lineup. Let's take you through who we're going to see on the track here in a few minutes. The 14E is going to be Eric Coaster. The 17X is Ron Barnick. The number 7, Mark Fober. Sean Vrana in the 124. The 202 is Josh Chetfield. Tanner Evans in the number 67X, Jeremy Kish. Jeremy Kish is going to be the number 40. The 427 is Tony Carlson. The 76, Tanner Workhoven. And Tyler, boy, do I go with the French version of Reginer and go with Regine, or go with Reginer? We'll go with Reginer for now. That is the Demo Derby Master starting lineup. 3 cars qualify, 2 cars qualify, 4 cars qualify. We're going to be sending some trucks, sending some cars to the feature here momentarily.
Number 40, Jeremy Kish. Number 76, Tanner Workhoven. We get them all set, ready to go.
What do you think about this seat? I think that Ford number 4 Regner.
Is that supposed to be Terry Evans in the 67X? Is that Terry or Tanner? He had Tanner on the lineup, but I thought Terry doesn't have a car just tonight, does he?
I don't think so.
No,
He's just doing the trophies.
He would.
Yep.
Yeah, Tanner Evans.
I was just saying the number 4 car looks like Kyle Regner.
Yeah.
Looks like a pretty good car to beat.
I think number 7 there right in front of us, Mark Faber. That one, that's a really solid build there. He's from around my area. It's going to be watching that one closely.
The 202 Chatfield car looks impressive too, coming through inspection.
Faust is out there in the 40.
Should be a good heat.
Yeah.
Ready to rock.
About ready to turn them loose with qualifying heat number 3. Green flag is out.
Number 427 must be an 80s diplomat, looking really sharp out there. He's really getting after it.
'76 in the process of digging a hole. That's Tanner Workhoven.
Front end went up quick on 427.
Whoa, that was a stout shot. Number 7, a Faber, took a hard shot just in front of the rear wheels in the door.
14F went a big shot on that metric bubble 17F.
Number 14E with a huge hit, losing his front fender, getting ripped off. Great hit by number 40.
Played those cards perfect to get that shot. Josh Chatfield engages the number 76. We saw digging a hole a little bit ago. Tanner Verkoven. Quick stoppage here. I apologize to everybody at home because I had my Facebook window open trying to answer questions, not realizing that I didn't mute it. So every time someone messaged us since we started, it was chirping. But we got that squared away. Trying to keep up with everybody, it's insane. I mean,
Look, see that 17X, it's Bubble Capri spotting a donut right before the red flag.
it's Ron Barnick in the 17X. I saw Jerry Ott run one of those in Penn Yan one time. The thing was welded to the hilt. It went really well. Darren Kish up in the air on the back. On the back of the number 76, Tanner Burkholder.
Number 40, two-door Cadillac. Two-door Cadillac. That looks to be a 77 through 9. Number 40's doing some serious work in that 77 two-door Cadillac out there.
Isn't this 80s and newer? Isn't this 80s and newer?
Yes, it is.
So 77 Cadillac?
The GM started the metric body style in 77.
Looks like a 202 car.
All finished.
A little bit more water would be nice.
Thankfully that breeze just carried all that dust away from the computer. Kish, man, looking good in that 40. had a look at the 76 of Tanner Workoven. Things going bad to worse on the 76.
Number 40 definitely has my vote for Mad Dog. He has hammered that one.
The Lucky 7 of Faber still looking pretty good as well. Come on, Breeze. Glad that Breeze is carrying all that out of here.
$17X with a heck of a hit. Stood his front end up pretty good though too.
17X, that is Ron Burnick. We were also talking about Tanner Evans. He's in the 67X. His car's still looking like it's holding up pretty well. Your buddy Faber doing all right. Whoa.
Looks like the number 7 car just got a warning.
The end is near for the 17X, I'm afraid. There's a lot of funny color smoke coming out from the firewall area. You might have nosed that a little bit too far and damaged it.
Oh, we got a rollover. There we go. That was a 17X hitting the number 7.
I stand corrected. It is not the beginning of the end for the number 17X. Look at that. Hard shot. Puts your Faber.
Yep.
Faber on his doors, and that was again the 17X of Ron Barnick. Good turnover.
Yeah, 17X not caring that his front end is starting to stand up, continues to go foot to the floor and makes a hell of a hit.
That's it. The back of that bubble Caprice went away quick. He's been using the nose.
Yep. Despite being on its side, Faber's car does look really, really good out there.
It did. He just received a warning, I believe. We'll see if they talk to him again.
Yep. These boys are sure driving for those Terry Evans badass trophies. They are they're gonna earn them.
Green flag is back out, back underway. Looks like we got 7 left out there. Goes again.
He is definitely driving to not make it out of the heat. He does not care. Firewall dragging on the ground at this point.
Oh, we got to wheel off the 67X of Tanner Evans. Left front tire gone. Left front tire gone on the 67X. Register's car's looking pretty good. Going for it. 17, man. He's running awesome. Ron Barnick turns it up again. Hard shot on left rear corner of Evans 67.
Looks like that metric GM of 67 is off the driver's wheel.
That is the reason right there they allowed sliders in this bolt and chain class so guys can put on a show and keep after it.
Faber getting some wheel hops. And he was going after that 17. That was payback. That was all payback.
Yeah, He was about a foot off the ground when he was hopping around that corner.
You gotta meter that. You gotta meter that energy, because if you get, tell me if I'm wrong here, if you get too emotionally charged, you can do more damage than your car's ready to take.
17X just pulled his stick. Car gave up.
There he goes. End of the night for the 17X of Ron Barnick.
Not sure if his drive shaft is on the ground or if that's just his frame.
Either way, it's not supposed to be there.
He did a hell of a show.
Looks like the 67X just got stuffed hard in the driver's door. That's worse.
Yeah, that was not a good hit to take. You actually hear the crowd behind us booing when that happened.
It's like they're yelling at the number 4 to break his stick for a driver's door.
That's going to do it for Tyler Reginer in the 4. '67's got some problems, mobility issues.
This car is a little crooked.
Motors sound great. Such an awesome day.
Oh,
Perfect day.
Gorgeous out here.
Dude, and we're going to be here for a while. Judging by how these heats are running, they're clearing the track off fast. We're going to be here a while. If you're close by and watching, you need to get here. There's still about 3 feet left.
I cannot believe how long these heats are lasting for a stock bolt and chain 80s class.
You already hit on this. They're allowed the lower half of the protectors, and they're allowed sliders. They're allowed decent rear ends. This is the product of that. You're gonna get that. But these guys aren't bagging it. There's some guys that are out here sending it.
Yeah, they're getting after it, but Aeon's forward at the firewall. There's no real strength there. I cannot believe how well they're holding up. The lower cradle just holding the motor in, not really helping the car.
We're seeing some really good driving. I mean, when Barnick was out there sending his 17 all over the place, he was making smart shots. Yeah, he was doing it at 35, but he was making smart shots.
Yes.
I mean, he wasn't taking. It's not like he spent all that time doing passenger goals.
Yep. It looks like it was the drive shaft that took 17X out.
Look at that. Look at that Evans car, the 67X. We'll catch up with him in a minute here. That car is just waffled 6 ways to Sunday, and he's still out there by himself.
Wow, yeah, 67X still going strong with half a car.
Yeah, that car is. The 76 of Tanner Workhoven being advised to pick up the pace. He is on the shot clock. Look at how far offset the body is on the left corner of that 67.
Oh, wow. Number 7 just piled into the pillar.
Driving like Jake Sherman out there.
Hung you mean, huh? Unfortunately, some of those big hits come with consequences. Looks like he's free.
Yep. It did the job, though. I believe it bellied him out bad enough he can't move anymore.
And that, my friends, is the end of the 67.
Yep.
Tanner Evans gave it all it could take. 67X. I think he's going to be all done. A lot of noise coming out, and a lot of shudder coming out of the back end of that car. Something major has gone wrong. You know, I'm kind of questioning my own logic here. We are sitting literally on the ground, 10 feet from the track, with our backs to it.
Yeah. Yes.
What could possibly go wrong?
Murphy. It would be Murphy.
Look at this little guy over here. Had the green hat off, waving in a circle, cheering on. Oh, the 76, the gray 76 that's out there.
Looks like everybody's realizing that heats are dwindling down. They're going to start playing a little smarter.
Little cat and mouse.
A little more chess.
Yep.
Faber rebounding well from the rollover. He's still among those running. Kish in the 40 with that two-door caddy. Still in the mix. And we got the 124, who we haven't really talked a whole lot about. That's Sean Verana in the number 124, and the gray 76 is Tanner Verkoven. That was a good shot right there. Really buckled the back end of the 40 car when Rana came around the corner, hit him right square too. Good shot, and it probably didn't do a whole lot of collateral damage either.
Front end still looking great on the number 40 car for the abuse he was putting it in earlier.
Kish can build a sick car.
Yes.
And that is Jeremy Kish in the 40.
Metric caddies have a soft spot in my heart. I absolutely love them.
Aren't you retired?
Only for a year. Ish. We'll see what the summer brings.
Yeah.
Looks like they're calling it.
Mark Faber, number 7, number 124.
What a heat. Heat number 2 set the pace for sure.
Absolutely.
The Mad Dog goes to 17X Ron Barnett. Those cars will be moving on to the next round. The feature. $4,000 is up for grabs. 2,500 per second.
Faber?
Faber, number 40.
Yep, I got him all.
800 to 1,000 for fourth, 500 for fifth. That's what's going to happen. That's the payout of the 80s feature going on tonight. So if you're with any of those fine drivers out there, you guys can be having one good night tonight. Again, thanks to great sponsors out here, Masters of Disaster, Berkman Trucking, the Blue Earth, O'Reilly Auto Parts. It also takes me to the box. Don't forget there's a podcast actually going on. Chris is going to be taking over here just momentarily. Right. Videotaping as well, Jessup Pelkey.
We're live right now. We're live on the internet. Yep.
Special thanks to the Alberley Township
Fine.
Firemen.
Step over a little closer. You can be on it.
Brooks Fire and Safety. The car removal thanks to I-35 Auto Recycling. For removal of the cars.
Had to do a little bookkeeping so that we were ready to go. Got our feature qualifiers down. We're doing a little bit of our own scorekeeping down here. Just we got thrown a couple wild cards today, but here we are nonetheless. We got all the stuff, and I know one thing that I'm going to do when we get home is I'm going to unpack everything. After all, I hadn't planned on it because we're getting ready to go to Brookville, Pennsylvania here on Saturday, a week from today, and I'm going to blow this stuff off and vacuum it out.
Yeah, we might have to beg for a little water in between heats here.
There is standing dirt on the soundboard. Everybody gets to watch me air clean it as we go here. Oh, man. Hey, Brandon Raymer, thank you. That's awesome. Thank you, man.
67X car is bent in about every possible way it could be.
He still labored around pretty good with the broken wheel, and I mean his pillars are gone. I mean,
He was running on hope.
South side of the track. Last chance.
So we're ready to move into heat number 3.
That's 427. Looks like an 80s Diplomat. Just did not favor too well. He was sending the nose, and it went up rather quick in his heat.
A couple of people trying to understand exactly what all is on the card here. So we'll go ahead and kind of give you a rundown of what we're looking at. We got the 80s newer class, which is what the qualifying heats that you saw. After that, we are going to have, I think the Power Wheels are after that. With Power Wheels, you just heard final call for their sign-ins taking place as we speak. Qualifying heat number 4 of 5 coming onto the track here momentarily. We've got the rookie class, which is the same as what we just saw. Cool twist with this. It's first-time drivers, new guys, age 14 to 18 or somewhere in that range. We'll make it up as we go. Those guys are going to be out there. Same rules as the 80s class, only young guys, first-timers, new to the division. They will have the opportunity, if they win, if they place in the money, they can get paid, or they can go to the feature. So if you get broke in, we had Austin Zastro on the studio edition of the Crash Course Podcast, which airs every Monday night, FingerLakes1.tv. Find us online, Crash Course Podcast on Facebook. We had him on the show. He's done some derbies. He's been driving since he was 14.
Yep.
So Austin's not coming in here as a novice, but it's still going to be a lot of fun to watch. We've got the midsize. There's only 5 or 6 of those. They have all the track that we just saw being used for them to run on.
They're going to fly.
These are asinine.
Yep.
Then we've got the stock truck class. Heavy favorite going into this has got to be, there's a couple, 3 of them. Logan Ayers, hard to look past him. Logan Ayers, absolutely, with the drive that he had at Winter Slam, going to be a heavy favorite in there. We've also got Jesse Cruz in that lineup. We've got Craig Peters in that lineup. Randy and Tony Maslowski, both in the lineup. Jesse Phelps going to be running as well. We'll get into the stock trucks a little bit more later on. The full-size division.
That's what I'm looking forward to.
Someone is going to be shaking cobwebs out of their head.
Yes.
In this one. Insanely hard. That is where we see Ray Stoker with his Suicide. Colton Newhoffen with his, what did he bring for that?
Suicide.
With his Suicide.
Yep.
And I blanked. I thought that was one of the...
And Randy Maslowski
and then
has
Randy
Suicide.
Maslowski's got the other Suicide. Then we're going to have the Imperials, which is what we talked about those. Trig's going to be out there. Colton Newhoffen's out there. Dean San Clemente and Anthony Jackson, both coming in from Canada. Nick Miners, Dallas Anderson, Sam, and Ryan Bandow also scheduled to appear.
I forgot
there.
about that heat.
And
that might be the one I'm looking forward
I know,
to. Yeah. There's so much on the
as we're
there's
reading
so much
through
here.
the menu, it's like, oh, that's going to be great. That's going to be great. Oh, wait, the Imperials are on there too. And then we're going to have the mini class, and we'll see those guys a little bit later on. And again, equally hard, like the compacts that they got in there. The cars that were coming through for inspection. Whoa, crazy.
Yeah.
It's going to be good. It's going to be real good. So I'm excited about it. It's going to be a real good time. And,
luckily, it looks like they're putting a little water down for us anyway. I don't know about for everybody else, but it helps us.
Are you trying to flag me down? What's up?
Take over for that?
Yeah, let me get basically, they're just going to hear what we're doing here. Okay? Same idea. Is that okay?
Yep.
I got to get a mic stand put together. Can you find the other mic stand? And we'll just set that up next to us. It's fine. It's fine. So, adding and diversifying here as we get ready to add another element to the Crash Course experience. We are going to be going live trackside in the arena now. They're going to patch in, and we're gonna finagle some stuff. Those are going to be in the skinny black case. Might be right in there. So what we're going to do is we're going to rig a microphone up here next to us. It's okay. We're gonna ride it out. It's okay. It's fine. Don't sweat it, because we are still live, and now I lost my train of thought. I don't know where we were going.
Flying by the seat of our pants here.
Yes. Again, Jessica Pelkey doing the videotaping here. Best of show was Color Me Custom. Longest haul in memory of Pete Oakland and Debbie Oakland and family, and special thanks to Albert Lee Township Firemen. Undedicated Gold Cross crew.
Brooks Fire and Safety and Car Removal, and who's taking care of the I-35 Auto Recycling, taking care of the track cleaning operations. Do you want it? You want us to leave this on the whole time?
Push the mute button.
Do you want it on the whole time, or?
If you can shut it off, maybe we
Is that working?
Yep.
How about now? You hand me a piece of tape. Should be a roll of tape in one of those bags. We'll be back with everybody here in just a second. Should probably cut away and do that. All right, so we're back as we alluded to. Okay, and we're back as we alluded to, putting a little bit of water down on the track surface, and we're doing everything together here. We're now live on the internet in addition to being live here in the arena, so that's kind of cool. Brandon, we were talking a little bit about some of the stuff that was coming up on the menu for some of the viewers at home that were asking that hadn't been here for Crossroads before. You said you were looking forward to the Imperial class.
Oh yeah, obviously they're going to be hard. They're going to be driving fast, and everybody I talked to said it is foot to the floor until it's done. Quick work.
So we're putting a little bit of water down, getting ready for heat number 4 of the 5, scheduled for the 80s class, and we're going to get into a series of the one and dones. We'll come back with a consolation event, and then move into our main event. So, what do you think of Crossroads so far?
It's my first time here, and I'm absolutely loving it. That second heat really set the pace for the rest of the day, I think.
Is it just me, or did it get real quiet here? Interesting. Qualifiers so far, we got a couple guys that have already punched their ticket into tonight's feature event. We'll recap some of those, talk about some of the action that we've already seen so far. Tim Lang, an impressive run in qualifying heat number 1, able to dodge a couple bullets, if you will, when he was working against the likes of Bob Meyer in the 4 and the 11X of Colton Newhalfen, coming out of qualifying heat number 1. When we watched that heat, we really didn't think that it was going to last as long as it did, but that essentially set a tone for the course of the afternoon. Is that breaking up?
It
Sounds
is.
like it's breaking up.
It is.
I'm going to mute that then. Okay, so those guys had an uphill battle to go through for sure in terms of getting through that heat, but then it turned out that that's a tone that's been set front to back.
Yep.
When you look at that, these have been very long heats. There's been a lot of damage levied. The pace hasn't been lacking in any way, shape, or form, but the pace hasn't been lacking in any way, shape, or form since we got out of qualifying heat number 1. Beyond that, when you look at some of the damage that was levied and knowing that these guys are allowed unlimited 9-wire after the Constellation, all the heat cars that are bound for the feature, in addition to Consti cars, are going to have the same amount of time to work on their cars. So you get to look at your car. There's a benefit of being in one of the early heats that you get to map out your plan, but at the same time, it's not necessarily that you're going to be to any advantage running early, and you still got to run the pace that's being set up there on the track.
It's nice they're doing it that way. That way everybody has the same amount of time to work on their cars. But unlimited 9-wires, definitely play that how you will. There's going to be some some very, very creative ways to do that.
And it can be run any direction that you want.
Yeah.
So some of those things that you saw in the inspection line, some of those things we saw in the inspection line yesterday, where 9-wire was being run the wrong way around door pillars, being run around dash bars and stuff like that, all that is back on the table after the constellation.
Yep.
All right, so we'll give you the rundown on qualifying heat number 4 as they start coming out onto the track. Number 60 is going to be Dan Batdorf. You're keeping a close eye on Jake Lanou, and the number 70, and the number 77 is Randy Lanou. 55 is Kurt Sake, Kyle Lanners in the number 24, Jared Heaney in the 15, Ray Stokers in the number 33, the 2 Easy, Jeremy Foss, which is one of the guys that we paid a lot of attention to going through inspection, and then the 73, Lance Pritchett, who was one of the guys that was favored to win this whole thing overall, and the 68 will round out the field, Carson Dixon. Carson had a heck of a battle. You need that back? Carson had a heck of a battle in the pits trying to get everything together so that he could compete, having to train a whole transmission in about 2 hours in the pits. In the rain, in the mud, with no lift. It was rough. Wow. Once again, that rundown, go through them. 60 is Dan Batdorf, the number 70 of Jake Lanou, the 77 is Randy Lanou, the 55 is Kirk Sake, 24, Kyle Lanners, Jared Healy, and the 15, the 33 is Ray Stoker, the 2 Easy is Jeremy Foss, the 73 Lance Pritchett, and the 68 Carson Dixon. How are we starting this? Are they waiting for me? They're starting them. They start them? Yeah. What? I count down. I count. All the sticks are up. Looks like we're ready to go. Let's start with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag is out.
Stokel breaks already.
Yep, Stoker broke his stick early.
Tough break for Ray, losing the stick right away. That's it for Ray Stoker, already out of the running. Too Easy is one of the guys that we were talking about in pre-race. Just one of those Mopars. I believe it was a 1980. It was a 1980 New Yorker. Was Too Easy, the gentleman that we were talking about in pre-race. One of the guys that was heavily favored to win. Jimmy's riding kind of Mopar country, so kind of anxious to see what he can do out there. Pace already picking up. Good to see Carson Dixon out there, man. As much as he had to fight to get through the inspection, he was able to bring it together, and now he's reaping some of the benefits.
Back end of Carson Dixon looks like it's rolling perfect.
Jake Lanier, we're going to be showing you go by on Jake and Lanier as well. We'll be seeing some of those guys a little bit later on. Going to be Bryson in the youth division coming up here later on. As we look towards crowning a champion of the 2015 Crossroads of Destruction. Oh, the number 55 taking a hard lick. Kurt Begg, hard blow on the left front corner at the hands of number 24, Kyle Lanner. Goes nose to nose with Dan Backdor, number 60. Dixon catches another 2 easy of Jeremy Foss win, then goes hard into the back end of that car. Now he turns around, turns up the lick, and puts a hard shot on the number 24 of Lanner.
Wow.
Lanner has some serious power in that number 24, pushing Carson Dixon across the track. Dixon was sitting still. Tough miss for Jared Haney in the 15. He had a great opportunity to extra shot, and he ended up whiffing on that. So here we go. Watching number 68 of Dixon still going nose to nose. Really putting a lot of focus on the EZ2 of Jeremy Foss. Here comes the 70, Jake Leno backing up into number 68 of Carson Dixon. Number 60, Dan Backdor, holding still in the blue and green color. So keep an eye on that situation. I believe the stopwatch has started on the number 60. Crosses the on time with the fire. He's all done. Goes out in 9. I don't know if that was a case of mistaken identity or what, but the 2 easy of Jeremy Foss just blasted the number 70. If there's anybody that he should turn his attention to, it's the number 68 of Dixon. Dixon has been chasing him all over the track. Sharp looking roof sign for Leno. 77 of Randy Leno. The right rear corner is bending a little bit funny on there. So we're going to have to keep an eye on the 77. Right rear side starting to go a little odd.
Oh, crap.
Lance Pritchett, the 73.
77 is making work of that Baldwin engine.
Lance Pritchett is in the number 73, former Blizzard Bass champion. He's got that football window Lincoln out there. He's doing a pretty good job with it so far. He has got a lot of attention right now. His hands full. Like the 70 and the 77, the two Lemieux cars, putting a lot of focus on the number 73 of Pritchett.
Have a hard time taking a Mad Dog out of this heat. Everybody's getting it.
car number 55 getting a warning.
The 80s Mopars just do not seem to be holding up today with this set of rules.
Fun battle to watch. The 77 of Randy Leno going head-to-head with Lance Pritchett. Caught watching that a little bit. And boy, they are going after each other. Absolutely no love lost between those two. Continuing to try and settle the score. Meanwhile, they're still trying to punch the ticket into the future in a little while, so they need to kind of meter their anger here and make sure that they can make it to the end. Lance's car taking a lot of reviews because both of the Renaults shoved him into Carson Dixon's number 68. Dixon now breaking free, starting to move ahead. We've lost another one. Jeremy Foss all done to make it too easy. Jeremy Foss all done. Our early predictions were incorrect. Jeremy Foss all done.
Number 15 just getting after it. Big.
And Kyle Landers also stick broken off of the 24. He's all done. We see heavy hit delivered by Jared Heaney in the number 15.
He paid dearly for that shot, though. He is nose sky high.
Collateral damage as the nose jacks way up on Heaney's number 15. Still hasn't run him though, and he's on the run now trying to get a hold of Dixon. Dixon takes a shot in that left rear corner. The 55, who took a warning a little bit ago to get the pace moving. He's now under fire from Dixon.
God, that Baldwin sounds good.
Randy Liddell with the Baldwin Power Plant absolutely screaming out there as he backs into the number 68 of Carson Dixon.
Number
Dixon almost
15
goes over.
just about rolls Carson Dixon.
I think I know what's going on here with Haney. Haney at this point doesn't think that he can make it in the future, so he's trying to punch his ticket by Mad Dog transfer. Go get that trophy. He's working awful hard trying to get there. Lots of problems now for Carson Dixon's number 68. Smoke pouring for all sorts of different openings on that car. Lance Pritchett all done, throwing the towel on the 73. And the 15 of Jared Haney also all finished. But what a run for Jared Heaney in the number 15. So at this point, we are down to 4. We've got the 70 of Jake Lanu, the 77 Randy Lanu, Kurt Fick in the 55, and Carson Dixon in the 68. What a story for Carson if he can make it into the feature after all the adversity that he faced with the steel bell and the steel tail shaft having to be changed in the pit in a short span of 2 hours. Got the job done, got back through tech inspection, and here he is, one elimination away from going into this feature event. Look at the right rear corner. The fans on the infield can see this. Even the grandstands probably can't at this point. The left rear corner, Carson Dixon, the wheel completely laid over. Looks real ugly right now on that lower left corner. He's going to have a little bit of help from the other 3 out there, and we're pretty sure that Randy Lanu and Jake Lanu are going to work together. So he needs to catch a break in order to avoid the shot clock.
Carson Dixon seems to be hung up at the moment.
Sand's getting thin in the hourglass for Carson Dixon in the 68. Carson is trying desperately to get free, but it is to no avail. Shot clock expires. That's going to do it for Carson Dixon, leaving us 3, and that should bring us to the conclusion. There it is, red flag. So our feature qualifiers out of qualifying heat number 4 are going to be the number 70 of Bryce Lanou, the number 77 of Randy Lanou, and the 55 of Kyle Sake.
Kirk.
Boy, that heat went a lot quicker.
Absolutely. They're progressingly, the pace is progressing as we go.
Yes, yes it is.
One thing that surprised me, though, is I understand that the rear ends are built, but they don't appear to be overbuilt. You don't see a lot of overbracing, and you don't see a lot of axle protectors. You see a few.
Yep.
I'm surprised. I don't think I've seen a broken rear axle all day.
No. I mean, they're definitely built rear ends, but holding them in is all stock. So you always have that trailing arm issue that, to take you out as well. So.
Is that still open? How about now? Did the Mad Dog guys qualify for the feature too? Mad Dog Award. I can't hear it because of these, but I can hear just enough of it to where it's messing with this stuff. It's like blowing my mind. So coming away with the Mad Dog Award, one of those badass trophies, Jared Heaney, and he earned every bit of that. Would you agree with
Absolutely.
that?
It's a tough break for Ray. Broke
Yeah.
the stick right off the line. I don't know. I'll have to
Literally
ask
a
him what
tough
happened.
break for Ray.
Yeah, something definitely within there that he could see.
He was waving stop there at the countdown, so it was something that didn't restart.
Yep. Holy cow, not sure where that wind came from.
There was a license found. Did you announce that?
There was a license found. Samantha and Bill. Where did Samantha pick up her license?
Matt has it. Wants to come down. Matt's come down to the front of the track and get it.
Come down to the front of the track, Matt.
Well, what we got to do here quickly online for everybody watching at home, we got to pay a couple bills. So what we're going to do is we're going to kick it over to that stuff quickly and tell you a little bit about some of the folks and some of the spots we're going to be at here in the coming weeks.
Travel back to the good old days of Demolition Derby at the 2015 Kings of Old School, June 6th at the Broome County Fairgrounds in Whitney Point, New York. The card includes a 2,000 to win Old School class, 1,000 to win 80s and newer kicker class. The compacts and junk run are also on the schedule. Inspection opens at 8 a.m. Derby action begins at 2. Call Brett Relier at 607-327-2705 or Josh Decker at 607-725-2194 for additional details. For rules questions, call Mark Benjamin at 607-215-2149. That's the Kings of Old School, June 6th, Broome County Fairgrounds, Whitney Point, New York. Are you good enough to be recognized as a reckless
Everybody
warrior?
home relax.
Bull
I got that
Lockwood
back up plan.
Motorsports
It's just
2015
yeah.
Demolition Derby schedule will now be combined into the Reckless Warrior Tour, designed to give rewards and recognition to drivers that support Bull Lockwood Motorsports. The schedule starts at the 5,000 to win Superstock Championships May 9th at the Jefferson County Fairgrounds in Brookville, Pennsylvania. The tour then goes to the Keystone Nationals, which has moved to the Westmoreland County Fairgrounds June 27th. The Jefferson County Fair Championships follows, with the limited road cars back in the limelight as they chase a $3,000 payday in Brookville, with the Reckoning 2 following on August 1st at the Clarion County Fairgrounds in Clarion, Pennsylvania. The series finishes with the final encounter September 4th and 5th at the Stoneborough County Fair. In all, there is more than $75,000 in prize money available among the 6 shows and features some of the largest purses in the Keystone State. Drivers will earn points based on their feature appearances and heat and feature finishes, with bonuses awarded for passing inspection and getting a stick on the first try. The season will end with a points banquet where Bo Lockwood Motorsports will crown the deadliest warrior. That driver will then have his selection of one of the 10 prizes from the Reckless Warrior partners. For more details on the 2015 Reckless Warriors Tour, visit their Facebook page and check out blmotorsports.net. The Crash Course would like to thank DerbyParts.com, an industry leader in aftermarket parts. DerbyParts.com has become the go-to source for builders looking to make one stop for all their derby needs. A proud partner of the Reckless Warrior Series and a title sponsor at the Bash for Cash, DerbyParts.com offers products from the top manufacturers in the industry, including fellow Reckless Warriors partners Brian Muir and Big Rock Derby Products, and performance aftermarket standouts MSD, Edelbrock, Schonfeld, and Samson Tires. Inventory includes cradles, Ultra Bow, sliders, flex plates, pedal kits, mounts, fans, radiators, adapters, tanks, and much, much more. DerbyParts.com truly offers one-stop shopping for builders ready to perform at any level. Go online and check them out from bumper to bumper. You can find it on DerbyParts.com.
The call's gone out for Heat 5 to come to the track. I'll give you a rundown of who's going to be starring in qualifying Heat number 5. Leading the way is going to be the number 13 of Robert Thompson. Ryan Herzog is going to follow in car number 7. David Lang going to be in 32. The 3B is Rob Baker. That was a pretty good looking wagon too. The 60, Brad Schillowert. The Magician, Chris Lancaster. The 7E is Tyler Evans. The 83T, Trevor Hansen. Lucas Pritchett will be in the 24, and Max Peterson in the 00. So as you were talking about here a minute ago, Jason, the pace of each heat incrementally getting faster and faster. That might have been one of the most aggressive heats that we've seen all day.
Absolutely. Certainly at the beginning of the heat, there would have been trouble getting a Mad Dog choice out of that. Everybody was hitting.
Well, I think Jeremy Foss put an exclamation point on it.
Oh, absolutely.
With the number 15.
Absolutely. He paid the price for it, but it was a good show.
So the first car to make it to the track is the number Magician, I guess is the best way to say it, Chris Lancaster. He had a heck of a time getting through tech inspection yesterday, made the fixes, and then here we see the number 7 car coming out onto the track with the trademark red, white, and blue colors. Once again, the rundown on the lineup presented by Demo Derby Masters. The number 13 is Robert Thompson. The 7 is Ryan Herzog. The 32 is David Lang. The 3B is Rob Blake. The 60, Brad Schillowert, Magician, and Chris Lancaster. The 7E is Tyler Evans. 83T, Trevor Hansen, Lucas Pritchett is in the number 74. So we had some time to hang out with Chris Lancaster yesterday. What did you think of his build, and how do you think he's going to fare?
I don't know, we'll have to see. That Metric GM there, it's got an interesting build to it. I haven't seen anything quite like some of the things I've seen on that in a while, so we'll see how it ends.
he called it an experimental car. Made it pretty clear that it was something that he wasn't accustomed to doing. And he said that the build, it fought him back a little bit more than he was particularly prepared for, given how the rules were sort of outlined, and he was expecting to be a little bit of a lighter build. It took almost as much time as his weld card did. So we'll be keeping an eye on Chris Lancaster. Another one that's going to be a lot of fun to watch is Rob Baker in that 3B. Good-looking wagon. He's done a great job at putting that thing together. He got through tech inspection with relative ease. One of the few wagons that are here, so we're going to be keeping a close eye on what Rob can do in the number 3B. You see the number 32 moving into position. That's David Lang. And right on cue, there is the 3B of Rob Baker coming out.
That's an interesting build on that 3B also. Back of that wagon. It's a different style than what I've seen. We'll see how it handles.
Well, it seemed like you were talking, Jason, a little bit about the build on Rob's car. Essentially, it's a round back build with a square body car. Waiting for the all clear, waiting for the sticks to go up all the way around the track. And at this point, we've got 5 in the air. Start with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag is out. Lancaster going with a Cadillac front bumper, 75 Cadillac front bumper for his rear bumper, and he's got it rocked forward a little bit and hopes to get the back to roll a little bit more efficiently for him. Another one of those experimental items that he had alluded to in some of the pre-race talks that we were having.
7 putting on a good wheel shot there.
That is the 7 of Ryan Herzog with that wheel shot. Good shot. Wise shot selection. We've seen that off and on all day. People really driving smart out there, going after wheel, tires, axles. Axles, as you said earlier, we haven't seen any of those break yet today, but nonetheless, they've certainly seen plenty of front end damage. The controls on balls, stuff like that coming off the board. Another one on its lid.
Yeah, I missed the rollover there. The 83T was doing donuts, throwing a little mud at us. I missed the rollover. I didn't see what happened.
I was trying to keep the dust and debris out of the computer over here. We've got Rob Baker back on all fours, refired and back underway, ready to get going.
It does look like that caddy bumper is working for the Magician number 7 car. It's got a good roll for a metric.
Looks like we got all the sticks up around the track. Green flag back out. First car to go down is the 00 of Max Peterson. He's all done in the 00.
Looks like the driver of the 00 car had enough. Getting out.
Yeah, he was timed out a moment ago, so he took that opportunity to jump out of the car real quick, and we'll be back under green here in just a minute. What do you think of Jason, what do you think of the back end on the Lancaster car?
It looked like it was holding pretty good, but the 7E just got into his humps there a little bit on his driver's side. Here, see how that's going to play out later on.
The 7E, that is Tyler Evans, and the 7E. Lancaster's nose goes pretty good. He has himself in. There goes Lancaster. Heading off into the number 60 of Brad Schillerworth. Lancaster gets a good shot on the number 7 of Tyler Evans. Evans quick to return the favor now. Lancaster all the way around the field.
That 60 kilowatt car putting a big hit on that wagon. Baker stalls and refires.
Here comes Lang in the number 32. He's headlining. He had a good run all across the track. He got a hold of the back end of Chris Lancaster's Magician car. Down here near track in. Bent left rear wheel on Ryan Herzog, number 7. Lancaster recipient of another hard blow from David Lang in the 32. Once again, I just want to remind everybody, if you enjoy Crossroads of Destruction 2015, you can take a look at producing a DVD from the event. He's got a great spot out there in the crow's nest on the infield, looking down on the track. Good angle. He's got a camera up there. Does a great job with those DVDs. So make sure you stop by and say hi to him, or look him up online. That's Healthy Production.
Baker puts a big shot on Chris in retaliation for that latch lift.
Back end of that wagon is going exactly how he wanted it to.
First Magician testing out the blocks, make sure they're still good.
We got rolled.
Looks like that Metro GM for Chris Magician broken tie rod. No trouble steering that around.
Well, that was a hard stop that Rob Baker just put on the back of Lancaster. Red, white, and blue car. Number 13, we haven't talked much about him. That's Robert Thompson. Heavy smoke out pouring over the hood of Thompson. Gray and blue.
7E machine pulls the stick.
Herzog all finished up in the number 7. And looks like Evans is all done as well. 7E of Evans is all done. Shot clock expires on Evans Day. Lucas Cricket is in the gray number 24. He's doing really well. And here's some back down. 83T is blazing it too.
Number 83T really getting after it. Holy cow.
I think 83 is showing some frustration, and he is getting it on.
Trevor Hansen is in that 83T. Tell you what, I had my doubts about Silhouette early on. That number 60, but he's just really been turning it up as well.
Oh, wow, what a hit.
It's going to be hard to pull Mad Dog from him in this heat.
Yeah. Was it Lancaster that rolled rod then? Seemed like they were.
Things not looking good for Chris Lancaster or, at this point, number 83T, Trevor Hansen. Both of those guys on the clock as we speak. Silhouette looking good in the number 60. Pritchett also looking pretty good in the number 24. Wavering is the number 13 of Thompson, but he is still in the mix. If he gets a little bit of help, he could be booking his trip to the feature tonight. And I spoke too soon. Frustration in the cockpit of number 13. Robert Thompson throws his hands up. Looks like he might be all done. Neck roll is off, 13 all finished. Robert Thompson's day ends in 6th in his qualifying heat. We're down to 4, looking for 3. Still got David Lang out there. Pritchett in the number 24. Silhouette in the 60. Now Baker rebounding well from the rollover in the wagon. We've lost, officially now we've lost the number 13 of Trevor Hansen.
Yeah, 60 a short. Sees blood in the water with Baker's car. He's been attacking the rear of that car.
The thing is about the attack is being levied on the back of Baker's car. The back of the car is doing exactly what Baker wants to do.
That 60 car's got to be careful. He's stuck in there and he keeps trying to bury himself. Those aggressive skid steers aren't doing well for him up in that corner.
Absolutely.
Silhouette is digging a hole in a hurry. I think Baker sees it too. Baker sees it. He sees spinning those tires, trying to hold him in there a little bit. Get him sunk.
Looks like everybody wants a piece of that 60 car.
Yeah, they had him pinned in. They had Shillowert pinned in down there, and now they've let him go. Everybody's sort of trying to get a piece of him. Baker puts a shot on the 24 of Pritchard to keep his to refresh his shot clock. How about a little more Derby and a little less Daytona? What do you think?
Coming down to a bit of a cat and mouse game now.
That's it. Everybody knows they're already deep in the heat.
Yep.
I'm going to try to see who can break first.
That wagon just looks ugly. Here comes.
I can't see him here on the top side. There's a car blocking, but I think that 60's, I don't know, you have a problem with steering or what? You guys going back and forth. You can't seem to hit anybody, find anybody to hit.
Yeah, it's hard to see from here, but yeah, I believe he lost his steering.
Right front wheel is not responding on the number 60. Steering is broken. Now it's just a matter of waiting out the 60-second shot clock. Lang a moment ago occupied himself with the back end of Baker's wagon. They're going to be able to carry on that battle a little bit later on.
Looks like they're calling it.
It's going to do it for qualifying heat number 5. We've got the 24 of Lucas Pritchett.
I'm impressed.
Mad Dog goes to the 83T of Trevor Hansen. Other qualifiers are the 32 of David Lang and the 3B of Rob Baker.
That 83T Mad Dog was well earned.
Yeah,
that car is bent. It's been everywhere. It's bent in front of the arms. It's bent at the wall. It's been everywhere.
He was on it.
Be interesting what Baker's move is on the rear of that wagon. Get ready for the feature.
I think it's going exactly how I wanted it to.
The late 90s, early 2000s, out east we call them wonder wagons. You always wonder what they're going to do. You're going to wonder, they're going to go down, they're going to go in, they're going to go up.
Absolutely. And they take a lot of work to get them to go the way you want them to, for sure. It's kind of crazy, actually. All 4 Northwest Iowa drivers made it to the feature. First round, so.
Power wheels though.
Did you get anybody else to sign up?
Is it 2 groups of Power Wheels? Doing them at the same time, half and half? Or
What's that?
doing Power Wheels at the same time, half and half? Half the track and half the track? Or
No, they're doing it on the blacktop over there.
okay.
Right around. They're just gonna run like 10 minutes or whatever.
Yeah.
10 minutes each?
Yeah, it's at 10, 15, something like that. I think they're gonna do the 5 and under first. Yeah, we usually 10, 15 minutes.
Power Wheels, next order of business. We've got the Power Wheels coming out onto the track right now. We'll do what we can to try and get the folks at home an angle on those.
Announce the 500 kids. They're running now over on the blacktop.
Wasn't I just doing that?
You did? Okay.
Yep.
I didn't hear
I
it.
was about to.
Huh?
I was about to.
Oh. Well, I didn't. I'm getting yelled at.
To what?
Huh? To have it announced.
Power Wheels, as we alluded to, they are coming up next. The 5 and under class is going to be first. They're running right over there on the blacktop in front of the grandstands. Corey Cruz is going to be one of the first ones you see out there, along with Guy Steinbesser. He's going to be in the 76. Lacey Kanzenbach and Lexi Voss. Also, Lexi Voss will be in the 4L. Toby Adams, Weston Johnson, Olivia Zago, Keegan McMahon will be in the number 11. Brandon Sletton, Bristol Sletton going to be out there. Cashton Pickering. Blake Schultz will be in the 112. Mason Kanzenbach, Lucy Carlson out there as well. Dominic Sweden will be in the 34S. Carter Kanzenbach going to be the K111. Blake Johnson. Bria Kluver will be in the 189. Jackson Vargo and Colton Sake will round out the field. Colton Sake will be in the number 55C. So,
at the conclusion of the 80s cars there, I'm actually surprised that Mopars didn't fare as good as I thought they would.
Yeah,
I don't think that 80s rules are probably the best for that style of car.
Yeah, I don't know. It didn't seem to hold up for them at all. They were nosing pretty quick.
Business end on a Mopar, if they're nosing quick.
Yeah, you're done pretty quick.
So in terms of what we saw so far, we've got. Are they doing them at the same time? Okay, so I'll get a note from them that they're done. They're gonna. Okay. Huh? This is busy over here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very busy over here. Juggling the track and out thing, and trying to handle this stuff. Hopefully everybody at home is understanding and everything's working well for them. I haven't been able to monitor everything as closely as I was earlier. Everything looks like it's doing fine, but it's been a fun day. You were talking about the Mopars not holding up as well. We're going to see Mopars in a little while.
Some real ones.
And those
we still got some Mopars coming up. I mean, we still got the old show and the Imperial Heat, so I think they're going to redeem themselves here, but the 80s class, chain class, didn't seem to be a good heat or a good build for the Mopars.
No, and
today.
we talked about that. Might be one of the situations that happens is the subs are going to pull right out.
Yep.
They're just going to pull right out because there's no way to tie everything together. Once again, Power Wheels 5 and under. Let's see up there in front of the grandstands. Power Wheels 5 and under group.
Yeah, it's definitely loud here. My wife is at the hotel and she said that she can hear it clear as day. That's got to be like 4 miles away. So these guys are really getting on it today.
Absolutely. As we were pulling in yesterday, I was commenting with Chris that I was the GPS said we were going to be there in quarter mile, and we're in a nice neighborhood. We're driving along in a pretty nice neighborhood for a track. I'm surprised that they probably don't get more complaints.
Yeah.
There's nobody at home to complain, though.
Yeah, they're all here.
Everybody's here.
Everyone's here.
So there's a lot of people here today.
This place is packed. And if you're at home watching, you still have better than half of the show to come and see. So
Absolutely.
Get here. Simple as that. You need to get here. You need to come and check this thing out in person. The track never gets smaller. They run it that size for everything. So when we talk about there's going to be 7 Imperials out there, it's going to be all the track that you see right now. People are going to be losing teeth.
It's going to be nuts. It's going to be nuts.
And the trucks, Logan Ayers, he's got a nice looking Dodge.
Yeah.
That has Elliott Motorsports stickers all over the side of it. So I'm pretty confident that that truck, he ended up coming away with a win at Winter Slam.
Yep.
Here back in February. But that truck is not going to be a slob at all.
No, I think that was early 60s.
Yes.
Yep.
And they've detuned some of the rules for the trucks here, but you know, all things considered, they're still Minnesota trucks.
Yeah, are they the same build that they had at Winter Slam?
It's detuned quite a bit from what you're accustomed to seeing. And when you talk about Minnesota trucks, you think about basically dump trucks hitting each other.
Yes.
They're detuned quite a bit from that, but on the flip side, they're up a little bit above from what we saw at Garden City.
Yep. Yeah, because they backed those way down for Winter Slam this year. Went through that. That tech was kind of hairy at times. Guys were back and forth on the rules, but everybody complied, and it was a good show.
When that sun stays right where it is, I'll be able to see everything on the computer just fine.
Perfect.
So.
Did you announce to have the parents on the north and south ends, not up against the grandstand?
Parents on the north and south.
That's what Matt had said.
Maybe get guys back. Where do you want them?
The north and south end of the arena, not by the grandstands, blocking the view.
What exactly do you want the parents to do?
There's a bit of change of plans from where we were last night. We had a conversation. I was under the impression that the Power Wheels were going to be on the track, that they were going to be on the track right here. And I apologize, but we cannot get a real good angle of that over there where those guys are situated. Try and give you a little taste of it there. We have the parents along the fence. Move, please. You're welcome to occupy the top and bottom of the track. Along the fence, we got to get you out of there, please.
Okay, whoever come up with that Power Wheels, great idea. Gets the kids involved, and
My son is beyond obsessed now, though. It's pretty bad. He wants in it pretty bad. We had to buy him one this year. He's 3, and that's all we have to watch on YouTube anymore is the Power Wheels derbies.
I see the derby mindset though doesn't escape Power Wheels either.
No.
You know, from rubber tires to 36 volts to
No rubber tires. That was specifically asked for.
to,
No rubber tires.
Yep.
wooden bumpers. You know,
There's a gray area in every build, and they find them.
What have we got after this? We got Power Wheels, 2 flights of Power Wheels, and then what? Okay, makes sense. So we're looking at the rookies and then the Consi class up next, possibly. It's, okay. So we're looking at the rookie class next. Kyle Bathke going to be out there from Waseca, Minnesota. Dalton Bradley, Logan Peterson also going to be on the track. Travis Eamon, Cole Skagg, Austin Zastrow, who we had on the show. Caden Cruz, Brady Nielsen, Mike McAllister, Bryce Laneau, and Cody Matthews rounding out the rookie class field. Cody Matthews, real sharp looking car. Bryce Laneau, another guy. He accidentally leaked some pictures, if you will. And car looks good. Car looks real good. I mean, he whether he built it on his own or meaning that he took really good notes or he listened to everything that he was told to do. He's got 30 years of experience in his dad there, Randy. So certainly some words to be listened to.
Yep.
a little more water, keep the dust down.
Yep.
I'm all for that.
This day, the weather today, though, I mean, it
perfect.
dries it right out. I mean, it's got to be 80 degrees, nice breeze.
Yep.
Perfect.
Had a good question from Jeremy Spambaugh, who's building the car for Kings of Old School, which is June 6th out in New York. And I didn't even look. I don't know, maybe you saw it. If any of these guys are running Watts conversions.
Are running what?
Watts conversions.
I don't know. I have not looked.
I didn't even look. It's 2015. Everybody runs Watts conversions. Come on, Matt.
I didn't hear the question.
Watts conversions. Did you happen to notice? Can you run them? Yeah.
No, that's King's Old School, no Watts conversion.
So anyway, Jeremy.
That's in the
Jeremy, the long way around to answer is no, you can't do that.
That's in the not talking about the 80s kicker class, or the kicker class. I'm talking about the stock show.
We got one more group of the Power Wheels, then youths, one if not two consies, and then we move into our feature program with the mid-size, the stock trucks, the full-size, the Imperials, and the mini class. The full-size being the old iron class, where we're going to see three pillar hunting Lincolns going after just one roundback wagon.
It's going to be nuts. It is going to be nuts. Josh Decker said enough with the 80s. Let's move to the Imperials.
What's Josh know? I appreciate all the feedback. I'm trying to keep up with everybody's messages. It's been the feedback has been outstanding. We love chatting with everybody. We try to keep up with as many comments and questions as we can. I am happy to see that up to date we have still not dropped a single frame here locally. So if anybody's got any feedback on that, as far as I know, everything's been fine. I know Josh had it freeze up a couple times, but that's because he sandbags sometimes, so his computer's just giving it back to him. Maybe not. Nothing?
Sorry.
Nothing from you?
Buell messaging me.
Oh, Josh.
He called me Canadian. I am not Canadian.
You're not.
No.
Chad, however.
Chad.
Yes. Canadian Chad was a huge help up at Winter Slam. Moving some in-car cameras and stuff around when we were doing that. We were tasked to do the DVD from up there. It was a pleasure to put that together. We aren't taping here, though. Jessup Pelkey has the gig here. He does an awesome job. We had a chance to sit down and chat with him for a little while on the live stream, and the response was strong. We even had a couple people asking, since they aren't here, they want to find out how to get a hold of him. Just look up Jessup Pelkey, Pelkey Productions, man. Get a hold of him, and he'll hook you up with that video. He's got one camera right up here. Just off to our right is where the formal announcer's booth is. It's now been relocated down here on the ground next to the pillars, next to the rolling green fencing pavilion. And, yeah. I'm still trying to take it all in. Those heats were nuts. Like, this is totally, I mean, the fact that it's 5 o'clock right now, we started at 1 o'clock, we're 4 hours in, we did 5 heats. Track clearing went plenty fast.
Smooth.
We had 2 minor stoppages for rollovers,
Which is awesome.
which nobody's going to argue about that. And we had a couple minor stoppages for track wetting stuff. It's been the first heat was slow.
Yep.
I mean, there's no arguing that. It was
Yep.
slow. And once they figured out how to qualify and just basically bore everyone into letting everybody into the feature. But beyond that, this has been an excellent round of heats, but I
Absolutely.
never saw them going this long.
No, and I'm surprised that the cars that are qualifying, they're not junk, and they were like turning it up. And
I'm wondering what the consi's going to be like. You know what I mean? Like how many are we actually going to see come back out? Because some of the stuff that was taken in the pits was wasted.
yeah,
That's it. It looks like the broke cars are broke.
Yes. Yeah.
The eloquence of Jason Sherman.
There you go.
The broke cars are broke.
That is a good one.
I don't see a few of them coming back, but there's
No.
a few. I mean,
There's some there they
hopefully
can
Ray can figure out what he had going on, and he can come back on the content.
I got a
and redeem that
message
run.
on that particular topic. Watch the consi. Ray has it fixed.
Good.
Ray will be back out. So Ray, I mean, you got to believe that Ray's got the best chances in the consi when you
Well,
think
yeah.
about the cars that are going to be out there. His car's fresh, completely fresh.
Sometimes that's the way to go. I mean, you're going against cars that are junk. Yours is fresh. It's kind of an advantage to go that route.
And we're only taking 2 out of the consi, right? Running it down to the last 2 in the consi.
Yep.
Amazing day here. If
I've
you've never been to this show, you need to get here. This was Josh Buell and Josh Decker both are fond of their bucket lists, which I think is asinine, and they're only in their 30s. But they said that this is one of them that's on their bucket list. They got to get here. And I'm betting money that right now, even though he's probably still at work, Buell's already booked his flight.
Yeah, you couldn't have ordered a better day for this. This is gorgeous.
If it was a 2-day show, that New York would be emptying right now. There's a lot of people that have messaged us and said, we are coming. We got to see this. So
yep.
That's a good compliment. It means that all the conversation and discussion that we had in the weeks leading up to it, and all the work that everybody did here and making Crossroads what it is, it worked. It paid off. And there's thousands of people here.
Yeah, it is packed.
You know, the other neat thing about the place and the way this is laid out, it's on a fairgrounds. It's Freeborn County Fairgrounds, and it is right in town. So you don't have to go far at all to find places to eat. You know, if you get in a jam and you need, you know, whatever, God forbid, you need a rain gear or something, you can swing. There's a Walmart right close. But the layout of this place, there's no bad seats.
No.
You can see the whole track from pretty much wherever you are, and there's tons of the little portable grandstands just kind of popped up all over the place. So, I mean, there's really not been a lot of people standing around because they had to. They're standing around because they want to get closer to the track.
Yep.
Sounds like. You got any information on those Power Wheels?
I believe the 5 and under are done. I hear clapping. Is it 6 and up now? Is that correct?
6 and up Power Wheels. 6 and up Power Wheels.
6 and up Power Wheels. You start making your way towards the front stretch. You're going to be running right in the same area where the 500 ran. Johnson's going to be on the track. Landon Carlson, 217. Austin Carlson will be in the 47 EC. Hunter Colton will be in the 67. Haley Schmidt will be in the KO2. Sean Elliott will be in the Triple Junior 555 Junior. Lisa Can's back. David Can's back. Shoney Adams. Kira Springer. Charlie Jr., Carson Johnson, Riley Ament will be in the 619. Andy Stern. Dylan Small will be in the 21. Evan David. Evan Can's back. Also going to be on the track. Carly Campbell's back. Carson Campbell's back. Sage. Stanley. Sage Stanley. Jordan Jansen. Peyton Jansen. Chase Jansen back. Carter Jansen back. K111. Danica Anderson will be in number 18. Alex Days is going to be in number 76. Hannah Barker in the 04. And Cale Lordsman will be in the 11. And one last driver, Chase Barker. Barker will be the track 6 driver.
We're going to see out there in just a few minutes.
You guys need anything?
Probably.
Like,
I don't know.
need something to eat?
No. That's a
Drink?
we're getting asked here by some of the most accommodating officials if we need anything, and I know that I'm supposed to say yes, but I really don't know what it is that I need at this point. And we're starting to venture down the trail, and Brandon, you can relate to this. They offered something to eat, and I'm going to politely say no and just leave it at that to spare the online audience the 45-minute dissertation where I explain why I have celiac disease, what it is, and how I can't have anything to eat, essentially, because anything that is worth waking up for in the morning has wheat in it.
Yep.
It's a good thing the gentleman at Applebee's was so accommodating last night.
That dude was cool.
Yep.
He was stressed out. He needed to hang out with Decker a little bit or something. That dude was just wound up. Good food. We had a great time, but man, he was wound up. I don't think I've ever shaken a waiter's hand that many times in the course of the
Yeah, that's true. He was fun.
Wanted to make sure nobody got sick, and it was kind of going to take care of make sure that it was done the right way. I'm sorry they got to wear my contacts today. I didn't have to wear glasses out here. I had to try and look at this screen with the glare of the sun on the glasses and that screen.
Yep.
We're only halfway through this.
It's insane. It's unreal.
This could easily morph into a 2-day show without a problem.
Oh, easily. They've got. I mean, they've got the crowd.
What I really like is how accommodating it is.
Yep.
Like a certain everything.
Yeah.
In Dallas is right there with them. We didn't talk much about this. Bob Meyer's car. We talked about him. His teammate, Lance Pritchett. Those two were together when they won Blizzard Bash in 2013. And his boy, Lucas. Beautiful car. And both of those cars were under a microscope, side by side, in inspection, going from one car to the other. Basically, they were both hitting the same sheet. Those cars were massively lovely. Really good. And they drove the wheels off. And Lance had a rough draw in the scene. He was a hot commodity out there in heat number 4. And then heat number 3. And then he was out in number 4, and Lucas was out in number 5. Lancaster's got some work to do.
Yeah. The back end went down hard on that car. He was having some alignment issues getting around too. I seen.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of dog trailing.
Like, was one of the humps collapsing?
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Stayed out,
Yeah, it looked like the driver's side there. He took a good shot right in the corner.
Hard and they were bringing everything forward.
Yep.
Hear the plastic chewing on the gravel over there.
Yeah, the back end is the Achilles heel on those Cadillacs. They're just not good. Yep, I do. Yep.
Actually, it started with a good roll. I was surprised at the way he did that the rear bumper on that. It rolled nice, and then he just took a bad shot.
A lot of times after your initial tuck, if that sheet metal is just still too hard, it will just take the humps. Eventually, they just go down. They either pack in and up, which is ideal, or they go down. And
he had dimples.
Yep.
At the top of his trunk too, in addition to the trunk lid being tucked over. And it looked like when that flattened out, when that bumper went over and it went in just like you wanted it to on top of them. But as soon as it did that, just like you said, the trunk lid made the rest of it too hard.
Yep.
It tied everything together and it made this ramp effect.
Yep.
And guys were going right over the top of that bumper and right into the sheet metal of the trunk lid. And all that force was just unabated right to the hump.
Yep.
Yeah, the rules on the 80s class, as far as there was no creasing. So they were allowed to put a well or a valley for a relief in the back, but it couldn't be any deeper than 6 inches.
Okay, yep. It's.
See that tape measure was on?
Yeah, and they were measuring all the dimples that the guys put in.
Yep.
And anybody that was beyond was in the trunk pounding them back.
That my mic is low. Thanks for the note, Cody Vosmer. The video stopped. What do you mean the video stopped?
Still
looks like a lot of work going on in the pits.
I think it looks like everything's fine. Yes, we're hearing a lot of sounds of ratchet straps or come-alongs and
hammers.
Yeah, everybody got their cars to work on finally. So
the thought of plenty of sledgehammers echoing through the pits as well.
Still
looks like a lot of work going on in the pits.
I think it looks like everything's fine. Yes. Just pulled it up real quick. I'll hit this guy real quick.
I'm not sure if those are heat winter cars or if those are people trying to get ready for the Consi.
I think it's got to be Consi.
I think so too, because I don't see a lot of movement around some of the other cars, the heat winter cars.
Yep, I can still see the roof signs in the impound for the heat winners.
Kyle Katusin just trying to answer a couple questions real quick for some folks that are watching at home. monitoring this for a second. Looks like we're back to stable. Good. Back in the game. You're being beckoned.
Oh, I'm in trouble. Uh-oh.
Well, we were just talking about what they'd be working on. It would have to be Consi cars because the heat cars aren't released until after the Consis are over anyway.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. Everybody's gonna have the same amount of time. Yes, I had inadvertently muted my microphone to make an announcement in the arena, and I never turned it back on. So yes, I apologize for that. We got a lot of plates on sticks today.
A lot of the heat cars though that advanced, a lot of them still look pretty straight, look pretty good.
Yeah, it wasn't anybody that came out of their heats that was having a lot of trouble with the noses or anything along those lines. I mean, the backs obviously were waffled, but most of them waffled the way that you wanted to, and that's kind of what you were going to expect anyhow.
The 55 car, Kirk's sake, I don't think he's gonna have to do anything other than top it off with some fuel. I don't think it was a bend in it. But we'll see now that they run 9-wire. I'm sure he's going to take advantage of that.
Yeah.
And we'll be able to see where he wanted to run it in the first place.
That's likewise with Lancaster. What if you were in the situation Rob Baker's in, because that wagon got ugly, but it did mostly what he wanted to do. I think it came over center a little further than he wanted it to go. It came up quite a bit, but it cleared everything. It went pretty well. What would you do if you were in that situation?
I don't know. That's going to be something that I don't know if you can see. If you might want to cut some of the floor out and just leave it alone, or try to pull it back down some. I almost wonder if you pull it back down that he's going to put himself in a worse position.
Right.
Because right now, I mean, he's just using the rear end on the car, and it didn't dump in front of the humps. It went straight up from almost the center to the top of the humps and went straight up, but it didn't dump. So
it bent perfect, and it's not to say he doesn't have some work to do though.
I'm sure he's going to want to do a little 9-wire work there in front of the humps just to keep it from tipping over. But
unlimited 9-wire. How do you get excited when you hear unlimited 9-wire?
Not really. I don't. Running 9-wire is not an easy chore sometimes. When you're under limited time.
Catching our breath as we begin the assault on the second half of Crossroads of Destruction. And we move into the feature program part where the series of one and dones. We're going to be seeing the rookies. And the rookies, it's a neat deal where they've got the option of either taking their money and getting paid, or they can go into the feature and go for all the marbles. And
double or nothing.
There's a lot of experience in that class, even though it's a youth class, so to say. It's there's a lot of experience there. 4,000 to win for overall in the adult feature. The rookie class is paying 1,500. So, do you take $1,500 and call it good for the day, or do you try and make it out there back for the?
Looks like
my mistake. It's 500.
Yeah, it looks like rookie class is paying out first 500, second 250, 3 125, fourth 75, and then fifth place $50. I don't know. Yeah, depending I guess what the car looks like at the end. But if you're still straight and everything's still working well, why not go for the 4,000?
I love watching the youth class guys because they just go wide open. They just go hammer down, and at the same time, there's a lot of experience here. So I'm not really sure what to expect when those youth cars get out there.
It's gonna be fun to watch, that's for sure.
That'll be the
anything
first,
like the older ones.
First leg of part 2 for Crossroads of Destruction 2015 here in Albert Lee, Minnesota. How are we looking? You guys waiting for me? Oh, okay. Okay.
Nobody has a headset on.
They're still handing out trophies.
They need to know Mad Dog.
Lots of people helping make this possible. Of course, we've got O'Reilly Auto Parts, Masters of Disaster, Ertman Trucking out of Blue Earth, Minnesota. 112 Broadway in Albert Lee, Minnesota Corrugated Box, Jake's Pizza, I-35 Auto Recycling. They're doing all the track clearing activities, doing a nice job with that.
Yep.
You know, sometimes you go to derbies and you got these wild lunatics that just hook up with a chain and they got four-wheel drives and they're doing more damage to the cars.
Yep.
I mean, I've even seen guys that have cars that are in good shape that don't run. They have the front bumpers ripped off. It's just a nightmare situation. They're doing a real good job clearing the cars off the track. Jaeger Implement, Albert Lee, Convention and Visitors Bureau, got tractors. That's Jen Sales right there in Manchester. And a couple other folks, Albert Lee Public Warehouse, Action Auto, Eastside Liquor, Vern Ide Motor Cars, the Heritage Hotel. And then we've got Justin Pelkey here doing the videotaping, Color Me Custom. He gave away the Best of Show Award. Longest Haul was given away in memory of Pete Oakland by the Debbie Oakland family. Special thanks to Albert Lee Township Firemen, Gold Cross Safety Crew, Brooks Fire and Safety, and then as we talked about the car removal, I-35 Auto Recycling. I don't know, go ahead and walk in front of the camera. That's how you know it's live, my friend. That's how you know it's live, Brandon.
Yep. Definitely is.
Waiting for some officials to put on some headsets, and we'll get the call out for the rookie class, start making their way to the track. Pull up that rookie lineup. Is Sam coming over to the track at some point?
I don't know.
No?
Haven't heard.
Yeah.
She's relaxing with no kids. Don't blame her.
With no kids, no car.
Yep.
Attention to the pits. We need the rookie class start making their way to the speedway. Rookie class, come on out to the track, please.
We've been doing a Mad Dog for Power Wheels. Nice. Very nice.
Nice.
Bet Terry made him a little trophy or something.
Badass trophies, man.
Yep.
Sean Elliott came away with the Mad Dog Award, so he's going to get one of those badass trophies from Terry Evans. Nice move, and then it makes those guys feel included too.
Absolutely.
You know? Once again, rookie cars, looking for the rookie guys to get out onto the track, please. Rookie drivers to the track.
It's Terry.
Is the rookie class popular up in this area? Is it a normal event or only a few shows here and there?
I think it's just a few shows here and there, but I'm not for sure.
I'm getting a nod from Heather. I know she didn't want to be on camera here, but she said that it's
She doesn't want to
far
be on
and few.
camera. Why is she sitting on camera?
It's one thing with the rookie class. Sometimes you wonder, you're going to get, on the bike race, you used to call it whiskey throttle, where they just get in there, they get scared, just put it right in.
Yep.
That's something you got to worry about as an official.
Whiskey throttle?
Whiskey throttle, yeah.
Oh yeah, I've heard that term.
Get nervous and leave her wide open.
Back end gets loose, and there you go.
Sometimes I think you were born in, like, the wrong century.
Why?
Whiskey throttle. Never heard of it. Jason, I get. He's older than us.
You almost have to set up a cone course or something, for the rookies before they come out, just to make sure that they can put it in gear, go forward, backwards, and.
Yep.
It's terrible.
Because we all see now and then car will come out, built to the hilt, and the drivers barely start it.
Tell you what, it's going to be one you're not going to want to miss though, because that's the best part about a rookie class. They don't care.
Absolutely.
They will put it to the wood until it's done, and they will not pick their shots.
But at the same time, with that rookie class, we talked about this, is these guys that are in this rookie class aren't necessarily rookies. They're just young guys.
Yep.
I mean, some of these guys have a lot of driving experience. And we talked to Austin for a while there on Monday. He'll be in the A24 car. He knows his stuff.
Yep.
He can build a quality car, and he knows how to drive. Logan Peterson, first one to answer the rookie class bell in the number 11X. We'll take you through who we're going to be seeing out here on the track here. The 131 is Brady Nielsen. We'll be seeing him in the 131. The 7 car is Kyle Bathke. The B29 is Dalton Bradley. Logan Peterson in the 11X. Travis Eamon is in the 6X. Cole Skaggs in the 29. The A24 is Austin Zastrow. Caden Cruz in the 33X. Mike McAllister will be on board the number 58. The 77B is Bryce Leno, and Cody Matthews is in car number 97.
Looks like we got a couple dippies in this class. Maybe Mopars will redeem themselves. At the 131 and the 58.
A lot of these guys have driving experience before. The rookie class is more of a combination of first-timers and younger drivers. But somebody like Austin Zastrow, he's had plenty of experience out there, and a number of these drivers are no stranger to Demolition Derby. Cody Matthews, Bryce Leno, tons of experience in those shops as they were getting those cars together.
The 77B car come out like he's gonna about ready to make some jump.
That is Bryce Leno in the 77B. Brady Nielsen's out there in the number 131. That is the same car that Terry Evans drove at Wintersland.
Looks like another metric wagon in the 7 Kyle car. We'll see if this folds like Mr. Baker's did.
Yep.
Rob had a good run after everything. Rob had a good run after everything, given that he was on the lid.
What's that?
Rob had a good run after.
Oh yeah.
Given
It's the way he wanted it to go. David Lang told me I sold him a junk car, and I said, "You made the feature. You're good."
Looks like we're all set to go. Looks like we're all set to go with the rookie class. So let's send them on. Green flag out over the rookie class.
These guys weren't waiting for a countdown.
No.
Wow, that Mopar put on a big hit. Zach taking a pretty good self-inflicted driver shot.
Yep. Number 6X just flying across the track, about rolled himself.
6X, that is Travis Eamon. Talking about Travis Eamon going end to end.
Wow, almost got Mopar 58, almost getting a rollover up on 2 wheels.
Dalton Bradley was in
Yeah, these guys are not pussyfooting at all.
Once again, it was Dalton Bradley that almost got put on his lid.
131 with an amazing shot.
There he goes. Back off the wall. .131 Mopar chasing down the 11X.
77B, that is Bryce Leno backing into the number 7. We got our first elimination. The number 6X is all done. Travis Stevens, all done. He was going end to end in a hurry, but that ended his day. The contributory damage taking him out early. First one out. Also got the 77B, Bryce Leno. He's doing a real good job out there. And we saw the B29 of Dalton Bradley almost get put over on his lid. Courtesy of that Mopar out there.
Yeah, that 131.58, Mopar on Mopar Drive.
Yep.
131's up in the air. Somebody don't push him off, they may be over.
Number 58, he's in some trouble right now. Hung up, shot clock.
Right under the wagon, bucking pretty hard on that one as well.
Mike McAllister in the number 58, and also in trouble is the other Mopar on the track, the 131, the former Terry Evans car, that is Brady Nielsen.
33X got mixed up in that too. He's locked in.
That's it for number 58. Stick broken off, and now number 33X joins the fray. The 33X, that is Caden Cruz. That was a bad shot to take. Number 29 gets drilled in the left front corner. Cole Skaggs. Hard shot. We got a couple more cars that have fallen by the wayside. The 58 of Mike McAllister. He is out along with Cody Matthews, number 97. He's going to go in the books 9th in the rookie heat. You got to believe in a matter of about 30 seconds, we're going to have a whole bunch of cars eliminated because that whole ugly knot of traffic over there. And, not a whole lot of activity going on. And with only 3 cars out, there's more to follow.
At 29, the Metric GM looks like he's in trouble. I think he's hung himself up.
Yeah, the humps just collapsed on it and went right to the ground.
Brady Nielsen all done, the 131. He goes in the books 8th place. Cole Skaggs and then number 29, able to get it to refire. Took a shot and now he is idle once again. 7th place is going to be the number 7 of Kyle Batsky. I'm thinking it's the A24 that's going to be out of time next, Austin Zastra. Look at the Leno car. Look at the Leno car, the 77, and then look at like the 11 car. Still both out there hammering away, but the Leno car looks so good compared to the 11.
33X, I think just hooked himself. It's up over a tire. And for the second time in this heat, 77B unhooked him.
That 11X is looking rough.
Here's an interesting thought. The 77B, that's Bryce Leno. The other two Leno cars are already in the feature. The winner of this youth heat has the option of either taking the money or going to the feature. That car's looking awful good right now. So what do you think of that?
Sorry.
Big hit.
Wow.
11X has had enough.
Violent impacts, that's going to do it. You're going to have a the 33 of Cruz is probably going to go in the books third, given that he broke a stick. Then the 11X of Logan Peterson going to go in the books likely second unofficially, and then the win going to go to the 77B of Bryce Lanu.
Yeah, the 33X owes 77B a soda. Unhooked him twice. Great driving, though. Very impressed with the driving with both drivers.
And those are some young fellas getting out of the cars, too, man.
They are.
Now, you were saying they had the opportunity to go for the money.
That's correct. Yep, they have the option of, if you win this, you can either take the money, call it a night, or you have the option of going into the feature. The adult feature. But.
Well, they both showed some excellent driving, and both of them cars are still straight. It'd be a hard choice not to take the chance at that $4,000.
Yeah, absolutely. They look good. They look really good.
You think Logan Peterson's concussed?
Maybe.
He got tossed to the floor twice, back to back. $8:30. Whenever. What? How am I supposed to know that? Motor sounds good.
Yeah.
All of them or just this one? All of them or just this one? Just that one?
Who'd they pull for the Mad Dog of that heat? There was a couple of real contenders there.
Yeah, I don't know. It's either 131 or 11X. Both well deserved.
Yeah, absolutely.
That trophy might help 11X's next year, though. So officially, we've established the top three. First place goes to the 77B of Bryce Leno. Second place going to the 11X of Logan Peterson. Third place was the 33X of Keaton Cruz. Now, in the process of extensive, serious deliberations over who's going to come away with the Mad Dog Award. Which I'm going to say
hard to pick.
Logan Peterson's in the hunt for that right now among several other drivers. They absolutely pushed the pace. That went much faster than I was anticipating it to go.
Yep.
And the winner of the Mad Dog Award is the number 58 of Mike McAllister. Did a pretty good job, Mike McAllister.
Well deserved in that Embody Mopar.
Yep.
It's NLR Racing gas pedal was among the prizes for Mad Dog in the rookie heat.
Nice, nice.
When they pulled him out, you can see the drive shaft was bent in half. I couldn't see if it was a slider that pulled apart or a stock shaft that bent, but it looked like that's what took him out.
Wow. Hope it was not a slider.
Constant cars to the track, Constellation event cars to the track. All the Consi cars to the track, please. Consi drivers come to the track. One Constellation event, and we're going to be putting out last call here. Those youth cars may junk in a hurry.
Yeah. Thinking Ray has the best chance in these consies.
You gotta
Hands
believe
down.
so. Absolutely. Now, if in the event we only get one or two cars out for the consi, we're still going to run a consi? How do you feel about that? I mean, I've seen it done different ways, where you have one or two cars out for a consi, and they have a one-hit consi, and one guy goes on, and the other guy goes home.
Yep.
Then you have two cars come out for the consi, and instead of running it, they just send both of them.
Advance you. Yep. Yep.
You answered the bell, and through you go.
Well, you can't blame the driver either way. If they're going to advance you without running, absolutely, who wouldn't take the chance? But, sometimes you got to sit back and look at the earn, They earn that spot. Maybe make them duke it out for a couple minutes.
Yep.
I don't know what the answer is.
I hear the rumble in the pits. Sounds like there's some Consi cars making their way to the track, and we do have confirmation that, in fact, we are going to see Ray Stoker. He was in the pits. Ray Stoker made the repairs, and he is going to be out for the Constellation event.
Yep.
Looks like the 24 car coming.
Yeah. Looks like there's going to be quite a few in this consi.
There's a lot of guys doing work. I imagine they're going to get back out there and get back to it.
Yep.
Speaking of the rookie class, how old is Mr. Ayers? I was surprised when he hopped out of that truck yesterday. I thought he would be older.
Who?
Mr. Ayers? It's the the 94. They for Ayers. Kid in the truck. Logan, young guy. I don't know how old he is, young guy. Definitely young guy.
Whew.
Yeah, they're curling the 6X car off now. That metric GM. He would definitely have been in the money for the Mad Dog if he would run a little longer.
He was sending stuff.
He was sending it early, but
early
I think it didn't make the same lasting impression.
That's one of those things that you run the risk of when you go out and decide that you're going to be the hammer car and you wear the car out, and if you go out too early, nobody remembers you were there. Got the cars coming out onto the speedway. Here we go. Ready to go. Dan Vatdorf coming out in the number 60. That looks good. Thanks. Just juggling. Eric Cotilla in the 162 coming out.
Hopefully the number 4 Ranger car can redeem himself after that early shutoff for the driver's door hit.
He's looking pretty good. Lance Pritchett moving out in the black number 73. Attention to the pits mini class as you move over to staging. Mini class cars, head over to staging, please. Carson Dixon in the 68, also making his way onto the track. And there's Ray Stoker. We said that we were going to be seeing him. Here he is. He's got the car fixed, and he is back out for the Consi in a fairly fresh car. He's got to have odds sort of stacked in his favor at this point. There are a lot of cars out there on the track.
Looks like the council's about ready to get away. 17, I think. 17 cars.
Not a bad turnout.
And we'll see what happens. Word was they're going to run them down to two cars.
Waiting for the all clear track side. All right, looks like we're ready to go. Let's start with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, green flag. Here we go with the consolation event. Running it down to the last 2 cars.
Looks like the 76 car decided to make junk in the concrete.
Just got an update from Race Control. They're going to qualify 5 cars out of the consolation event based on this field of 17. Trouble for the 427. He's all done.
Race open for the hard shot on the 33. 14 blue car.
Brennan, that 9X with a hard shot on the front of Dan Batdorf's car, and it totally offset the course support. Both of the spacers will not be stopping the frame. See that course support will lay right on the sideways underneath the hood of the Batdorf car. 14E all finished up. 14E is going to go in the book 16th. He's all done. And we've lost number 76 as well.
Ray put a big hit. Batdorf car with a big head.
Stoker is so much fun to watch.
spoke too soon on that broken axle. The 60 Bedorf car, broken driver's axle. Broken driver's passenger side. Broken passenger side axle.
Cricket in the number 72 as well there. Coker just delivered a hard blow on the number 24.
They got a red flag. Just was running over to that number 60 Badworth car. Yeah, he went in for a big hit, and neutral dropped it in reverse and snapped the axle right there.
Green flag unfurled once again. Consolation again, running it down to our final 5.
They've been under red flag.
Lancaster's still out there.
Yeah, they definitely used up the back of that metric caddy there, but it's not dumping, so.
Looks like unofficially we got 7 left. They're taking 5, so 2 more eliminations, and we'll know who's going to be. We'll have our entire feature field set. That's going to do it for the number 60 of Dan Batdorf. 2 fires, so he is all done.
Taking a little time to pull that forward flat bumper off the track.
I'm sure that was nice and light.
I believe there was inside loading allowed on these bumpers. Ray Stoker working on his machine. Trying to get it to refire. First, the Magician put a nice tire shot on this 7E. Looks like he pushed him right to the wall, but I think he took just as much as he gave there. Both cars have snooted pretty good.
Ray Stoker being scored is all done. Rowena Booker is 12th place.
Chris Lancaster's drive shaft is literally rubbing on the ground right now while he's going back and forth.
A little bit of dust courtesy of Dixon.
Carson Dixon's still in the mix out there. He's in the number 68. We also got Lance Pritchett in the number 73 that's in the mix as well. The level 0 car who's out there looking for some redemption. He has a tough break in his heat, so he is looking to punch a ticket into the future. That's Max Peterson. Robert Thompson is in the number 13.
But the official gave a little bit of a warning to 73. Now he's picking up the pace.
Chris Lancaster did a little bit of a love tap on a driver's door there, but I just think he couldn't see over his hood.
Regner's still up there as well.
Number 4 just hit a nice shot of the 73.
Not even letting off the gas to shift gears.
Looks like the 162 car decided he's going to start making jumps.
There's Eric Cotilla in the 162.
Red flag to remove a wheel, tire.
Quick stop to pull that wheel out of the way. We'll get right back to it.
Red flag might be a good idea for the 162. Calm him down a little bit. Just head back in the game. Looks like that 00 metric Regal's hung up on himself. On the clock. He's taking the 13 car with him.
Not sure how Lancaster is still even moving out there. Looks like his upper control arms are ripped off, the drive shaft keeps dropping, but he keeps making hits.
All you got to do is keep making contact. Chris Lancaster in the number 7. Also, we've lost a couple more competitors here. Going in the book as 10th is going to be the 7E. 9th is going to be the number 4 of Tyler Regner. 8th is the 00 of Max Peterson. He's hung up down here is the mid-80s Regal, and he appears to have been hung up on his own equipment.
Without a distributor protector, you have to wonder how much longer he can go. The 7-car Chris Magician snooted pretty good. He's got to be getting deep in that firewall by now.
Yeah, he's tipping to the point of breaking a transmission, I think.
Look at Dixon way up in the air. Dixon getting airborne.
He's finally called it.
Lancaster throws in the towel, 6th place. 1 spot shy of making it into the feature. That should do it.
Have to see who ends up with Mad Dog here. 76 car was going strong early, but left, and he still got the 7 and the 162, I think, are all in the running.
Yeah, 162 was just getting after it.
So advancing on is Eric Cotilla in the 162, the 73 of Lance Pritchett, Phil Whittington in the number 24, the 9X of Tim Vrana, and Carson Dixon in the number 68. So Carson punching his ticket to the feature. Not a bad day for him, all things considered. Had to go through the consi, but right now he is in the show. And once you're in the feature, means you got just about as good a chance as anybody, right?
Some bad luck for old Ray Stoker, but I think he's going to take a little aggression out in his Suicide Lincoln later. It's not going to be a problem.
Once again, as we did a few minutes ago, the mini cars, we're waiting for you guys to head over to staging. Make sure you head that direction. Is that a fact? What's after mini cars?
Yeah, Ray had a few stalls and restarts there, and then after that one red flag, I don't think he could get it back going.
Yep.
He was looking down at some wires at his dash. I'm not sure what he had for a problem there, but
Yep.
seems to have figured it out now, but unfortunately a little too late.
Yeah, he'll be turning it up a little bit here for us.
Mini cars are up next. We'll have the mini cars out in just a few minutes. Chad Roche will be in the 13R. The 13X is Mark Krause. The 40 is Brady Flatness. The 10X, Tyler Toes. 64H, Cameron Hinch. The 13 is Austin. Good luck with that one. Austin Godker. And Becky Skagg will also be in the field. Also driving number 13. What do you got after the minis? Mini class, your next on deck would be the mid-size. So mid-size guys, feel free to start heading towards staging. Also, business in the pits is about to pick up. The 80s class cars that have qualified for the feature have been given the green light to begin working on their cars. They are the last event on the track, so they have a lot of time between where we are right now, them being released, and when we get to the feature. So just to give you a rundown on what is coming up, we've got the mini class, and after that, we've got the mid-size coming up. Once we get done with those two divisions, we've got the full-size old iron, then the stock trucks, then the Imperials, and then our main event. Still lots of carnage yet to be wrought, Brandon.
It's going to be a mad dash back there for a while. There's a lot of fixing to do on those cars that qualified. I took a gander at it a little bit ago, and holy cow.
Lancaster took a couple shots and got his car all the way up in the air. Did you see his drive shaft dropping?
Yeah, every time he would shift into reverse, the drive shaft would bury itself into the dirt. But luckily, it wasn't when he went to drive. So he could keep going.
Yeah, I don't think there was anything left of them arms back there. I think they were broke right off, and it was just flopping. That pinion was just dropping up and back. And, you know, hats off to whoever built that slider, because it did the job today.
Absolutely.
Got him 6th place. Not too bad of a showing. Still got quite a few cars to get off the track here. I-35 Auto Recycling taking care of all the track cleaning duties through the course of the day. They've been doing a real good job, efficient job. We talked about it a little bit earlier, how important it is to have a good track clearing crew, because you don't want to be damaging the cars that you're bringing back to the pits for one reason or another. We were in our travels one time, and I saw one of the fork truck operators went underneath the car and poked a hole right up through the bottom of the engine. Bad.
Yeah, it's bad enough bending your frame when you're out in the arena. It's even worse if it happens when they're pulling you off.
Seen bumpers ripped off.
Yep.
These guys have been doing a great job. What we're probably going to do for a minute, we got a break in the action. We got a couple more people that we want to tell you about, so take a quick minute. Check out some of the places where you're going to see the crash course coming up soon.
What better way to spend Memorial Day than seeing a bunch of cars being smashed? Spend the holiday with Smash Demolition Derbies as they again host the Bash for Cash at the Fayette County Fairgrounds in Washington Courthouse, Ohio. Planned for May 24th and 25th, the card is headlined by the co-main event, the 11,000 to win DerbyParts.com 80s newer class, and the DerbyTees.com 10,000 to win Turn Back the Clock division. Other classes include full-size trucks, youth compacts, street stocks, and the 80s newer wire-up division. Gates open daily at 10 a.m. with action to follow at 4. For more information and details, visit the online home of Bash for Cash at www.smashitderby.com. Demo Derby Masters offers a wide array of stock derby parts and accessories that have all been derby tested. Demo Derby Masters also offers custom fabrication, meaning your homespun garage idea can become a finely produced reality. Their team of engineers and demo derby drivers have designed, manufactured, and derby tested all parts to ensure quality and durability, even though they're in pristine condition. DemoDerbyMasters.com also carries a full line of helmets, fire suits, gloves, and belts, and Kaiser's own branded oils and fluids. Parts are manufactured, housed, and shipped out of their 140,000 square foot facility located in Coopersville, Michigan. Order online at DemoDerbyMasters.com or contact them by phone at 800-472-2464 or email info@DemoDerbyMasters.com.
So that ad playthrough for Demo Derby Masters. One of the many people that help keep the Crash Course podcast on the road. DerbyParts.com, Bull Lockwood, Reckless Warriors, Keystone Nationals, Bash for Cash. Kings of Old School. We're coming up here next weekend. We're going to be in Brookville, Pennsylvania, and then 2 weeks after that, we're going to be at the Bash for Cash with Syopa Racing right there in their Syopa Racing paddock. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Just getting some information relayed here to us as we move on through the course of the program. We've got the minis next, then the midsize, and then we're going to be moving into, it sounds like, the old iron, stock trucks, Imperials, and then the features. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 events to get through.
Yeah, I can't wait. This is going to be awesome. We're getting closer to the imps.
I mean, that has been generating a lot of interest. Josh has asked us a number of times what time it's going to start. Josh, I can't tell you. It's 6:30 here. Beyond that, that's about all I can do.
I know we'll have to see. Between that old iron class and the imp class, they might give them a run for their money.
Well, it's crazy because we're in my area, you're not allowed to run suicides or imps, so I've rarely seen any of them run. Except for my first time running Winter Slam, I showed up in a bolt and chain Impala, and I stopped counting suicide Lincolns at 6. It was a little nerve-wracking.
It's not good.
No,
not good.
No, it was not good.
Let's see. We'll use this one. This can handle it.
Dad, send somebody back to get them 4 mid-size up here.
So we got the track cleaned off. Next heat, minis. Four minis.
We're going.
We still on?
Yeah. Yeah, we're good. We should be good. I just realized that we had a very adept fan at home call me out on something, which I think is great. They have eagle eyes. They caught an error. But I can't see because of the glare.
See, we've got a couple Astrovans out there. You ever look at the underneath the front of those Astrovans?
I have not, no.
So we're changing gears again. We're going to go with the... Man, I got too many messes going on.
This should be very interesting to see how these fold.
That's it. They look pretty stout underneath. I don't think I recall ever seeing one run, but... We got an old Bronco too. Explorer, a couple Astros, 90s Dakota.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got that taken care of. We've got the minis on track right now, ready to go with the minis. They've already staged. Give you a rundown one more time on who's in what. Chad Roche in the 13R, Mark Kraus in the 13X, the 40 is Brady Flatness, Tyler 2's in the 10X, the 64H is Cameron Hitch, 13 is Austin Godker, and the 13 is Becky Skaj. Looks like we're about ready to go. We'll start with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, green flag. Somebody tell them they threw the green flag. There we go. Mini trucks and SUVs, always a fun division to watch. I get a kick out of watching these guys. Except for when they come over the concrete block at us.
Holy cow! What a hit by the number 10.
About drove through that Bronco too.
Yeah. Hope he gets off that wall so I can see the other side of that thing.
He's honing on it, trying to get it out of there. It's Becky Scash going nose to nose with Austin Goetker.
What a hit by 13R. Laid the guy over onto his battery box.
Yeah, those passenger door hits, those are the ones that make you feel it more the next day.
Oh, yeah.
R is hung up. That is Chad Roche in the 13R. Desperately trying to get himself free. Stuck in among the 64 of Cameron Hinch and the number 13 of Austin Goetker. That Tan X is an animal out there, Tyler Coe.
What a hit by 40 again.
Brady Flatness in the number 40. Boy, he is making some junk out there. We've lost our first driver. Timed out is the 13 of Austin Gutke. Got a stoppage, red flag.
Boy, these are actually pretty impressive.
Yeah, they're definitely laying down some hits.
Yeah.
The white Explorer there, the 10X, he's just hitting and driving around. I don't think I've seen him change gears. He's just driving through people, making a loop, coming back for it.
Did you feel the ground shake when they threw that tire on the ground?
Yes.
That might be doubled. I just got a great compliment from our friend Scott Brown, now living in Utah. He said he misses Josh Decker. Apparently we're not living up to the standards.
What's that?
Our friend Scott Brown, he lived in Dunkirk and he's now moved over to Utah. And he just messaged me. So apparently we're not living up to his standards. He misses Josh Decker. That ought to shake a few comments out of Facebook.
Yeah. I counted like 3 or 4.
Well, there's 6 Imperials, 1 Ford, or 1 truck, and then 4 cars.
Yeah.
12.
10X with a big swing and a miss.
He's not done.
Those Explorers are tough.
Oh!
Caught a part of that wall.
Not good. I think that might be the first time that has been put in reverse.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, 35. Rather, 13X, correct that. That is Mark Krause, just drove into the blocks, and the piece of the bumper is now stuck in the concrete, trying to get himself free. All the juicy stuff that's on the inside of that motor is all over the outside of it.
Yeah.
Right now. It's not good. Bad day. I think they're gonna about to stick a fork in the number 13X. Time running out for the number 13X of Mark Kraus. And he's all done. Stick being broken off right now.
What the heck was that noise? Oh, wow. What a hit. What a hit by 13R.
Huge shot on that 10X Explorer.
13R, again, that is Chad Roche. He was stuck earlier, and we weren't sure if he was even going to be able to get back out before time expired. Since he has gotten out, he has been a force to be reckoned with.
10X has been all over that 13R, and 13R finally got a free shot to give him some payback, and he did in a big way. Here he comes.
Brady Flatness delivers a hard shot on the Astro van. That's Chad Roche. Tyler with the 10X doing a heck of a job.
Looks like we might be down to those two Explorers.
Lots of steam coming from the area where the radiator used to be on the number 10X.
Pushing the official back a little.
Using every bit of the track that they've been given to work with. So we are down to 2. Officials pleading, you need to, let's make some contact here.
Here it is.
Wow.
And that is how you end it right there.
Headlight to headlight.
Now they're hung together. I can't believe that the 10X is still running. That's crazy.
Yeah, he has not made a small hit yet.
Just got a note from Josh. He and his family were eating dinner when we said that. He heard the whole thing.
They're running for $500 first place, second place $250.
Calling him in. Steering's gone on the black one. Flatness looked like he's got suspension problems, and among other things going wrong on the number 40. And meanwhile, Tyler in that 10X is waving him on, asking him to come and hit him.
I don't think it's going to matter. The front of that 10X, the front passenger, is broke right off.
Yeah, he is burning up the tires right now trying to move.
I don't think there's anywhere to go from here.
A lot of feedback from home. They're loving the trucks right now.
That was very entertaining.
I tell you, these minivans will beat you up too.
Oh, I believe it. I believe it.
Beat you up.
Just got word Scott Brown says that watching this makes him want to run a truck. It's interesting to see the health of that population that we just saw, and hopefully that momentum can continue. conversely, the mini trucks, this is the last year for the mini trucks being on the card at Blizzard Bash. Or, excuse me, I misspoke. That's at Bash for Cash.
Oh.
Coming up here in just a couple weeks. They're going to replace that class in 2016 with a 5-foot rule class. It's kind of an interesting transition because you can only imagine what's going to be brought
Oh,
there
yeah.
with a 5-foot rule. But
Those guys
light
got
trucks,
control.
Light truck population, pretty healthy. They did a great job out there. Everybody at home has been raving about these guys. I thought that was pretty cool.
It looks like a lot of fun. I would love to build one.
They have these back where we're from all the time. This is a common filler type event. We saw Eric Everling. Mid-size cars should be heading up. Wait. Mid-size cars start heading to line. Mid-size cars start heading to line, please.
I tell you, with this mid-size class, it's not a bad deal. Looks like we have, what, 5?
Only four
We have
mid-size
4
cars.
cars registered for the mid-size class, and they are paying back 5 places. 500, 250, 125, 75, guaranteed payout. Everybody's making money. Everybody's making money.
Very nice.
Well, we got that opportunity. We'll take you to the Demo Derby Masters starting lineup for the mid-size cars. Bradley Ross is going to be in car number 38. Jake Adams will be in number 77. Dusty Springer in car 82. And the 122 is Jake Johnson. We'll run through those again here in a few minutes. But those mid-size guys should be making their way to the staging area, get in line so that we can bring them out. And after that, we have the stock trucks on deck, correct? Nope. Heather's correct again. Old Iron should be heading to the staging area.
Excellent.
To be on the track after we conclude the mid-size program. We're moving through stuff now.
We are
We're
now.
Taking stuff off.
Yep.
This is what we've come to know and love about Minnesota.
Thank you, guys.
But coming back to the mini trucks, that's a common field filler. They'll draw anywhere from 8 to 12. We saw them in Wadena last year. They had a good show. We saw them indoors at Blizzard Bash, and they had some pretty crazy rules there. Back where we're from in New York, it's a much softer stock build, much simpler build. We see a lot more minivans, but there's certainly still a prevalence of Rangers and Explorers. Explorers seem to be the preferred vehicle for that. Jeep Cherokees seem to do pretty well too. Last year, Eric Everling, who's a guy that's run in New York, down in Pennsylvania, and he went out to Massachusetts for the Northeast Championship. At that show, he had a Caprice like what we saw earlier. Did a great job with that, and that's a very, very, very stock build out there. I mean, they don't even have like bars. They're one step above still having windshields in it. But running around local, he's pretty big into trucks. He does a lot with Dodge pickups. I shouldn't say that. He does anything with wheels. That's what he does. Real strong running in the trucks. He took a Jeep Cherokee and backfitted it to fit a 350.
That's what I'm talking about.
And he had a 350 in it, and he was just running stuff over at Brookfield Wheel Days at the end of last year. It was a lot of fun to watch him. He ended up picking up 2 or 3 wins in truck runs. Always had a yellow truck and had 33R on the side. So it was pretty, that was pretty cool. He runs a lot with Jeremy Gully, who's a longtime supporter of Crash Course, and also George Hackett, another guy who. Real big. Those guys are all planning on going back to the Northeast Championship again. Have you heard about what speaking of Northeast Championships promoted by Wood Booger Demolition Derbies, have you heard what they're working on?
Well, you've talked about it, haven't you? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
They're working on a demolition derby on the island of St. Croix. They're bringing the cars in. The guys down there haven't even heard of a demolition derby. They don't know about it. So they've got a local junkyard that's on board. They got a drag strip that's accessible. So it's going to the first demolition derby in St. Croix is going to be on concrete. But they have a big drag racing population, and they're going to use this drag strip. It's going to be something.
Huh. That'd be cool.
They're still hammering out details and dates and things like that, and we'll have more information as that develops. But we've been pretty close with Eileen and Jim Mann, who are with Wood Booger Demolition Derbies, and sure enough, they're going to be doing a derby in St. Croix. They asked if we wanted to come. I said, yeah, I don't think we can squeeze St. Croix in. We certainly want to.
Yeah. Wow. So after watching the heats and everything, what would be your 80s car of choice to bring to a show like this with these type of builds?
I don't know. To be honest with you,
one built by Pete Hansen.
Yeah, well, there you go.
True.
You know, the Fords did well. Obviously, there's a lot of them, but I was surprised though with the metric GMs as well as they held up.
Yep.
You don't, like I said, you don't see a lot of them on the East Coast run anymore, and it's almost all Ford, you know, for new style.
Yep.
And they held their own here today.
Yeah, the Fords, they're hard, they're better all the way around a car, but just for some reason those GMs keep moving. You saw Lancaster's Cadillac should not be moving, but they just keep going. They just keep on ticking. They're goofy like that.
They seem very stout in the nose. I think it's just the only thing that seems to give away is the humps.
Yep.
Give away a little faster than the Fords, and I think that probably gives Fords a little bit of advantage, but definitely a good showing today from the GMs in the metric.
Absolutely. Yeah, they'll be there in the end. I guarantee it. But yeah, I don't know. I think a Ford will probably end up taking it tonight.
We started to do this a couple hours ago, but we can go ahead and revisit the topic. You were talking about the Fords and the feature, and we talked about Tim Lang, Bob Meyer, Colton Newhelfen already in the field. Jeremy Elliott, Chance Langford in the 89. That was the black and yellow car that was just lambasting everything. Marvin Miller and Wally Meyer also booking a trip to the feature, and we've got the heavy hitters are also qualifying for the feature. So in some of these cases, instead of taking 4, we're actually taking 5.
That's a really cool aspect to bring the heavy hitters, let them go.
In your neck of the woods? Do they do that there?
No, we have not.
Josh Buell's going to kill me for this, but at Waterloo, same thing with Penn Yan. It's always been that way. You take 2 qualifiers, and then they call it best of show instead of necessarily calling it a heavy hitter or what have you. It's essentially the same thing. But that guy also qualifies for the feature. And Brian Tompkins prides himself on being the punt. He usually qualifies for the feature because he's heavy hitter. He's not around at the end of the heat. And
I might have to steal that though. That's a pretty good idea. Might have to use that.
So it's a great addition here. So that Jay Oberg is going into the feature. So we're going to be seeing JJ a little bit later on, and he was running wild until he had the problem up there against the wall. Sean Vrana in the 124, Jeremy Kish in the 40. That's a guy that you're going to want to watch him. He was looking very strong in his heat. Mark Faber in the 7, the 76 of Tanner Workhoven. Now he was out in the Consti, so I need to check on that particular qualifier. I'm not for sure if that is or isn't the case. Bryce Lanou, Randy Lanou, Kyle Sake, and Jared Heaney, the heavy hitter from heat number 4, and then Dave Lang, Rob Baker, Lucas Pritchett, and Trevor Hansen with Mad Dog coming out of heat number 5. The consolation qualifiers was Eric Cotilla, Lance Pritchett, Phil Whittington, Tim Rana, and Carson Dixon. Once again, Old Iron guys, you should be starting to head over to staging. Old Iron guys heading over to staging, getting ready to get in line. We've got our 4 mid-sized cars pulling out onto the track.
This is going to hurt.
This is going to be a lot of fun. These are the type of cars that Tony Brellinger, he writes about those quite frequently in Derby magazine and builds a lot of these. We saw Randy Maslowski, who we're going to see in the Old Iron heat, and I believe in the Sport Dock truck heat as well. We're going to see those guys later on. He won at Blizzard Bash in one of these style cars. They can take a beating, and they're fast, they're mobile, and they're a ton of fun to watch. So
yeah, this is going to be fast-paced. Switch your camera.
Oh. All right, looks like we're ready to go. 4, 3, 2. Don't blink because you might miss it. This thing should be pretty fast paced. Almost had one over. Man, I thought we were going to have that. Jake Johnson, the 122, delivers a hard shot on the number 82 of Dusty Springer. Evasive maneuvers. Had to get him off the wall there. Have we already lost one? Dusty Springer, he's working under the dash. He might have some problems on the number 82. Dusty Springer.
Looks like we're down to all 3 W bodies.
Oh. And that's it. He waves them off. It's all done. Dusty Springer goes in the books as number 4.
I think 122 is on the clock.
And now we got Johnson on the clock. Bradley Ross can wheel. Look at the drive on that. Bradley Ross can drive.
Just doing hot laps out there.
It's like the circle track stuff that we saw at Owington. Gonna lose the shot clock, and they're both gonna be second.
Number 122 breaks his stick when the bubble of Monte Carlo.
Something went wrong on that number 82 down there. He could rev the motor, but he had no drive. So something internally failed when he was pushed into those blocks, and that ended his day. His twig now broken off of the 122. Jake Johnson throws the towel. He's all down. We're down to our last two, Bradley Ross and Jake Adams. Telltale sound of a tire going flat.
Deer D doing a good job of attacking those tires. He's got 2 of 77, both front and rear passengers. Flats.
And now I know what he's doing. He's going to hit him in the passenger, or the backseat doors and flip him over.
Oh, yeah. He's definitely doing what he needs to do to take out that Lumina, that's for sure.
Surgical drive. Surgical precision.
Comes a big.
Wow, incredible hit by 77.
77 put a monster shot on 38.
And it's all quiet. All 3 fire. Flat left front tire on the 38 of Bradley Ross. See how deep the treads are on Bradley Ross's tires? Tighten those belts. It's about to get real.
With the 77 Lumina losing that passenger front tire, he's on the rim now.
Yeah, it just killed him.
It's going to pick him apart.
Yep, absolutely.
It's all coming up Bradley Ross right now. It's playing right into his hands. And Jake Adams hasn't been able to make a hit in the last few moments either. So kind of expecting this to be drawing to a close fairly quickly.
Now they're both in the same shape, both missing a tire.
Yep.
My, how the tables have turned.
Yeah.
Look at this. Jake Adams now in position where he could potentially come away with a win here.
Oh, he fired back up.
Bradley Ross gets the motor to refire.
I don't know if that's a single barrel carb with the 3.1 motor in that, but it keeps refiring. But
And this wisely played right now. Just get away. Just get away. Jake Adams just waiting out that shot clock. He's ahead on hit count right now.
Yeah, as of right now, the fuel injection seems to be working a little bit better than the carb setup.
Out from underneath that car. All sorts of stuff puddling up underneath it. You can see
yeah, I think he has a little bit to work out there. I noticed on the starting line, he stalled a couple times trying to get that carburetor synced in.
He's got something leaking under the car, and when he was getting it to fire, there was something coming out of the stack. In any case, that's how the rundown goes for the mid-sized cars. Jake Adams coming away with the win and a badass trophy for heavy hitter. Jake Adams, second place goes to Bradley Ross, Jake Johnson, Dusty Springer, rounding out your field of 4.
Again, with this guaranteed payout, all drivers made money.
Absolutely.
So we need the trucks to report to staging now. We're not actually going to go to Old Iron.
The full size is locked in by the trucks.
So trucks are next. Okay. So we're going to be bringing the trucks out next. The Old Iron was blocked in by the trucks, so we're going to send the trucks out first, and then after that we're going to see the Old Iron, then the Imperials, and then the Future. And we are clipping through stuff now.
Yeah, we are flying. We are flying. These trucks are going to be awesome, though. These Minnesota guys love their trucks, and they are nuts in them. They do not back down.
So let's give you a rundown on who we're going to be seeing out here in the truck division. No number on that guy? No number for Jordan? Okay. Dustin Olson's going to be out here in the number 3. The 42 is Greg Peters. Jordan Reinert is going to be on the track. No number logged for Jordan. The 20M is Randy Maslowski. The 52S is Oren Shuck. The 21 is Tony Maslowski. Tony the Tiger. He's got the same truck that he ran at Winter Slam back in February. It's a white Dodge. You'll recognize it when you see it because it is just about wasted. But sure enough, good strong power plant in that. We'll see how we can do. Jesse Phelps in the 77X. The 17X is Josh Eichkins. Matt Rosso in the 23. The 33 is Logan Ayers. Matt Schwartz in the 195. We saw him at Winter Slam as well. Jesse Cruz in the 25. Nicholas Winsky's in the 55. The 1M is Dave Merkins. 224 is Cole Schwer. The 10 is Brad Darling. That is the purple and brown number 10. The 67 is Brian Kopel. Michael Steinbester's in the 76. Rounding out your field is going to be the number 10 of Kyle Rewitzer.
Yeah, Tony Maslowski at that Dakota that he has, he runs an LS in it, and he wired it up exactly like a compact. He didn't do the carb switch or anything, and it worked really well for him at Winter Slam. He placed very high up.
He's got that's a Ram that he's got. Does Tony have a Dakota? Or excuse me, did Randy bring a Dakota?
I don't know what Randy's bringing.
I tell you, the 33 truck of Team Ayers, Logan Ayers there, he's definitely brought some fans with him today. Walking around earlier, I don't think I went anywhere on the grounds where I didn't run into somebody wearing a 33 Team Ayers t-shirt.
Yep.
And he did very well for himself in February when he came away with a win up there.
So it was my first time seeing him there last night, and I was surprised when he got out of his truck of inspection. I watched the videos, and he was a lot younger than I thought he was going to be. He looked like he had a lot of experience.
Another guy to watch in this is the lineup. 195, Matt Schwartz. He was a weapon at Winter Slam.
Yes.
He was junking stuff. Every chance he got, he was blasting people. So Matt Schwartz is going to be a fun one to watch too. These trucks, they seem to have been a pretty good response to them. You know, they've been they've been tuned down a little bit from what was sort of hedging on almost out of control with the build style in Minnesota. So they've backed it down, and there's been a number of different places have sort of adopted the same idea with their own tweaks and changes to the rules. And sure enough, we've got a solid field of 20 of them here again today.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea backing them down a little bit. I mean, in our area, they were building them too hard. We'd only get about 2 or 3 trucks that would show up at a show, and it just kind of died off. We don't even have them anymore there. So backing them down gets more people back into it. I think it's a good choice.
What I think draws a lot of people to the trucks too is it's still something new, so to speak. I think Josh said it on the podcast here a few weeks ago that when the trucks roll out, at least for me, you're always curious on how they're going to bend.
Yep.
You pretty much know, unless they take a weird shot, where a Ford's going to bend or where the Chevy's going to bend. But with the trucks, it's something new, and it's entertaining to see how they go.
Absolutely. And with these rules, they do bend.
Old Iron 2 report 2 staging, Old Iron 2 the staging area.
That's a sharp-looking truck right there.
Yeah, it looks like Fleaside Ford.
Yep.
Late 70s-ish.
Well, I hope everybody at home is enjoying our coverage of Crossroads of Destruction, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. A bunch of people helped make this show possible. Let you know a little bit about who they are and where they are. Crossroads of Destruction is presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts, Masters of Disaster, and Ertman Trucking out of Blue Earth, Minnesota. We've also got 112 Broadway, Minnesota Corrugated Box, Jake's Pizza, 135 Auto. They're the ones that are taking care of I-35 Auto. They're the ones that are taking care of all the track cleaning operations.
Both of them lined up, ready to go.
Old Iron and Imperials both have been called to staging. Old Iron and Imperials, both to staging, please. Also, Jaeger Implement, Albert Lee Convention and Visitors Bureau, Gen Sales. They got tractors, manuals, parts, decals, and more. And then also we've got Jessup Pelkey, who's taking care of all the videography today. $25 gets you a DVD. Awesome job. He's been running his tail off. He did get the in-car camera on Trig, so we're going to have some in-car footage there that you guys can take a look at as well. Albert Lee Public Warehouse, Action Auto, East Side Liquor, Vern-Eyed Motor Cars, the Heritage Hotel, and of course we want to thank Albert Lee Township Firemen, the Gold Cross crew, Brooks Fire and Safety. The Longest Haul Award was presented by Debbie Oakland family in memory of Pete Oakland, and then Color Me Custom and Ryan Burgesson presenting the Best of Show awards. And of course, we would be remiss if we didn't mention all those badass trophies, Brandon. For everybody getting heavy hitter awards. Just for anybody that is puzzled a little bit by some of the stuff of what we're working on right here, online you'll see a graphic, as we have had graphics off and on all day. It says Bash for Cash. That's because Bash for Cash has sponsored this segment of the Crash Course Live.
Oh.
That is why that's on there. I know that I'm not at the Bash for Cash because the Bash for Cash isn't for several weeks.
Yes.
However, it was interesting to talk to Luke Johnson and find out that his Bash for Cash car is already done.
Ooh, nice. Yes.
He showed me a picture of it.
5 minutes. Trucks have 5 minutes.
Trucks, you got 5 minutes. Trucks, 5 minutes. Let's start getting them out here, guys. For instance, we got a minute or two. I can show you guys another one that you guys are going to be happy to see. Where did the Imperials go? Crossroads. There's the Imperial graphic. Maybe seeing that one a little bit now, fellas. Everybody's paying attention.
I was looking at the Facebook page for the show here today, and it looked like the Maslowski team had a little bit of trouble getting here. A couple flat tires. Glad to see they made it safe.
Oh yeah.
Those guys frequently find themselves fighting uphill, but the Maslowski crew they travel well, and they fought through it. The travel problems that they encountered, they fought through them. They're here, and they got a shot at some money here. $1,000 to win for the trucks. 76 coming out on the track. That is Michael Steinbesser.
And there's the 33 truck of Team Ayers, one we were talking about earlier. That looks like a stout Dodge truck.
The brown truck that's just coming into your frame right now, that is Randy Maslowski, and the number 20, that is the brown Dodge. And the 133. .133, the black and green truck that's out there, that is Logan Ayers, one of the guys you're going to want to watch.
There's a lot of stock drive shafts, due to the length. We'll see if that factors in today.
We were at a derby one time in Kutztown, Pennsylvania, and they had a truck division out there, and they went back to back, and the drive shaft come apart of a Dodge truck, and it acted like a torpedo, and it just shot through the dirt and went right underneath the truck that he hit. It was crazy.
We'll be fine.
I just started to feel a little uneasy there. I looked at how tall some of these trucks are and how close and low we're sitting. I'm sure rolling green fencing can stop a truck from moving.
Got your running shoes on? I don't even. Looks like we got one Explorer out there in the mix.
One and done, they're going to pay back 5 places in the truck.
Yeah, $1,000 to win. Green flag flies over the truck event. Here's Crossroads of Destruction.
That is a hard miss, hard miss. Just destroyed his truck on the wall.
How unfortunate. Brad Darling in the number 10 just smoked the wall. Once again, just to remind you, Imperials and O-Line cars should both be over in stations, ready for your turn down the track.
Not giving Logan any room there. Pushing on that wall.
Whoa, we got a rollover. Holy cow.
Red flag.
It's Tony Maslowski on the roof. Problems on the number 33.
Checking him out.
We got just gonna double check, make sure that Tony's all right. Take a look down here.
Delicious truck on the side.
Tony Maslowski, yep.
The number 33, Logan Ayers. Something is amiss on that. From this vantage point, I can't see it, but it's tilted real hard to the right. He was stuck against the wall
missing a right front tire, I think.
For a long time. He was stuck against the wall, and he got plastered by Brad Darling in the number 10. And no sooner did that hit get made than Brad was hit plastered by Olsen, I believe, in the number 3. What a shot that took. It broke the roof sign loose from the roof, and it put him just about on his battery. Yeah.
I know the purple number 10 backed himself into that wall so hard, I believe it shifted his rear axle at an angle. He's having a hard time getting around the track now.
Yeah, it looks like that the 33 of Logan Ayers passenger front tires laid right over. Whether he'll still be able to move or not, we'll have to see.
He was definitely struggling, but he was honing on it, trying to get free.
These guys definitely do not disappoint.
And we still have full size, and we still have Imperials, and we still have the people. All of our officials return to safe locations with the first and six in the air. Green flag back out. Flag, another stoppage, red flag.
Definitely feel like we may be a little too close to these trucks. They are they are flying.
That 9076 Chevy short box here in front of us looks like a mini truck with some of these other the old full-size.
Absolutely. He's making some great tire shots, though I see his front bumper is lodged up, but he's making some great shots.
Split rim.
What's always nice about these red flags, though,
That's
give you the
scary.
opportunity to calm down and look around and reformulate a plan.
Yep.
One down to Dave Morton, sharp looking truck. Randy Maslowski driving pretty smart out there. Phelps was coming in a hurry across the track. Jesse Phelps in the 77X. It appears the motor mount is Olsen looking really good out there. In number 3, Olsen, the Coors Light truck, looking real strong right now. Also still in the mix is the number 20 of Randy Maslowski. And that number M1, which we talked about, Dave Merkins. I think we have now lost the 25. Broken motor mounts the culprit on that dismissal. Jesse Phelps was back in there in the 77X, still in the mix. Do you remember what motor Randy said he had in that truck?
I think Randy runs all LS.
It's an LS
Yep.
motor? Sounds good.
Oh.
Right there.
Yeah.
Crisp.
Mopar just buckled the front of that Ford pretty hard. Laid right over.
That Dodge is tough.
Yeah, that Coors Light truck is looking good.
Holy cow.
Right as we say that, he blows the rear tire.
Dave Merkins has slowed now. 1M, potentially down to 2. $1,000 awaiting the winner of the truck seat. Merkins hasn't run probably 25 to 30 seconds. I think that Dustin Olsen could probably give him some room to breathe right now. that sounded really cool.
These guys are hitting all their targets. They are getting the tires for sure.
Merkin's back under power now. Shoving the number 20 of McCloskey. Trying to pin him in a hole, but it hasn't panned out for him. Wow! Heads up footwork by the official, not be stuck by Randy McCloskey.
And we can feel all those hits in our feet.
Tell you what, that dodge of Voltage truck really making him work for it.
Yeah, and he's got 2 flat tires, and it's not slowing him down at all.
The steering on that's got the old ratio on there, and he must have turned that wheel 20 times to make one small turn. It's making him work.
I think Maz is looking pretty good right now. Although it looks like maybe his rear differential is leaking the fluid out of it.
Oh, we'll have to take a look at that. He's got a brake line dangling back there. Is that what you see? I think Randy just picked his battery up off the floor. You see that?
He is getting thrown all around that cab.
No. I think his battery is loose. Whoa.
I know he's having troubles with it dying. That might be the issue.
I think McCloskey's got some wiring problems. He's spending a lot of time, a lot of attention being paid to the passenger side floor.
Wow. Just destroyed the front end of that black and blue truck.
Dave Merkins looks like he might be all done. Now we are down to 2. It is the number 20 of McCloskey and the 3 of Dustin Olson.
Throw it in gear. Throw it in gear.
Merkins back from the dead again in that Ford.
His front bumper is rubbing his front tires.
Well, from where he's sitting right now, I think
wow. Look how pushed in that front end is. That is impressive that he is still going. And still sending it.
I think he's hitting with the steering box.
Yeah.
What do you have to check the oil on?
Ooh.
Just a reminder, Old Iron and Imperials, you should already be over in registration.
Randy Maslowski's still looking really, really good out there.
Olson has stalled now. Olson.
Motor reached the stick.
And that's it.
Now
Number
we're down to
3
2.
is out. We are down to 2, and it wasn't the 2 that I was expecting it to be at all. Right now, Randy Maslowski has the upper hand when you look at damage levied versus damage taken.
Yeah.
It's all quiet on the M1.
M1 broke his stick.
Stick's broken off. Oh.
Maz didn't think that was enough. He wanted one more for good measure.
Interesting finish to that. Red flags were flying. Randy Maslowski coming away with the win in the stock trucks division.
That was a great heat.
And the stick clearly broken off the pillar, and he still came across the track at it. Tunnel vision.
Tunnel vision. It happens to the best of us.
Uh-oh. Got a fight brewing in the pits?
Never gotten behind the wheel of a truck. I've had plenty of people try to talk me into it, but haven't made that jump yet.
I sort of did once. Back, I don't know, mid 2000s. I put a Jeep Cherokee in with the truck, so it was something that my wife was driving, and figured I'd just knock the glass out of it and run it over. And when I first got there, I thought I was crazy. You know, I'm looking at door handles. You know, when I'm looking out my window.
Yep.
You know, everybody was well over top of me, and still run four-wheel drive there. And Whitney Point, narrow track. Them big trucks try to turn around every time. I just catch them sideways and push them in and push them in. Had a very good finish.
Would you run one?
I would. They look like a lot of fun, especially this build. The heavier iron builds, God, that would take a while. But yeah, these lighter builds, they're fun. They bend. You can wreck them. It'd be fun.
With the way you're looking down, I think you're going to be all right. Should be fine.
So what do we got up next? Is it Old Iron up next?
Next is Old Iron.
Oh, I can't wait.
Old Iron on deck next. We'll talk a little bit about drivers out there. Here, you saw him earlier. Stood the nose. He's got another one.
Yep.
Nathan Luke is in the 111. The 818 is Travis. Travis Dines. Had to decode that. 68 Carson Dixon's going to be out there. The 33 is Ray Stoker. Colt Newhoff on the track as well in the 11X, and Randy Mchlosky also scheduled to appear.
Randy just went for quite a ride. Now he's got to go hop back in the saddle in a suicide and do it all over again.
At least this will be a softer ride.
I don't know. These things are tough. I've been waiting for this one all day.
You're going to say that about the next three on the track.
Oh, I know. It's all good. I never thought I would say I felt sorry for a round back wagon, and I kind of do.
Good day today, man.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
What do you think? I mean, this is the first chance you've got heading out to call some stuff live. What do you think?
It's interesting.
Yeah.
Kind of hard to not stumble over my words and whatnot, but
I don't quite fill the shoes of the great Josh Decker and Brian Tompkins, but
why would we even try to?
We can't. You can't even try.
You know, you're just making him even more unbearable.
Oh, the head is that he's at home just flowing up. It's what I do best.
Well, watching this truck heat there, the last three were, one of each, the big three, the Mopar and Chevy and Dodge, or Mopar, Chevy, and Ford. I thought maybe Dodge would have the first chance for a win today.
Yeah, those Dodges are just built way better. those 80 Chevy pickups, there's not much to them. I think it's a C-channel frame. I'm really surprised how well it holds up.
Yeah, that Scottsdale era of 20 Mazlowski held up. I thought was pretty stout.
Yep.
Held up good.
How about you? This is your first venture into this stuff. What'd you think?
It's pretty fun. Yeah, it's not too bad. See a lot of people. Still trying to get over the front end of that Ford. I cannot believe how far back that front
I think
bumper
that
is.
got pushed back a little.
Pulled away and the tire was bouncing the bumper.
Did we have a Mad Dog?
I don't see a Mad Dog on there for trucks. Josh has been secretly feeding me pointers all day, and I'm not good enough to do them. I just can't do it.
I don't know who we got from Mad Dog there, but I think the number 10 Bard truck there was really really laying it on. He ended the Ayers team 33 a little early today.
Well, once again, we'll take this opportunity to... Oh, Mad Dog was just a cruise. Taking through the Old Iron lineup one more time. Again, in the full-size ranks, we'll be seeing the likes of Jared Heaney in the 15. The 111 is Nathan Luke. Travis Dyens in the 818. Carson Dixon in the 68. The 33 is Ray Stoker. 11X Colt Newhoff. And in the 20, who we just saw here winning the trucks division, Brandon Maslowski. Official word came back. Jesse Cruz coming away with the Trucks Mad Dog Award. Going to be taking home one of Terry Evans' badass trophies. It's going to look good on his mantle.
Yeah, you have a minute now. Go get your beer, go to the bathroom. You're not going to want to miss this coming up.
And you'll say the same thing about the Imperials, and you'll say the same thing about the feature.
Yep.
Speaking of that, I thought I was coming out here. Chris let me tag along. I thought I was going to be the beer assistant, but fortunately I don't have anybody to fill my position right now.
Yep. Definitely don't need one yet today.
Yeah, we won't go any further into that.
Kenny Rosno was behind the camera there trying to get us a beer and said not yet, not yet.
That's all going over the PA, guys. So anxiously awaiting the arrival of our old iron cars. Waiting the arrival of our old iron cars. So how are we doing anyway?
Sorry we had to put this on.
I make magic happen.
He juggles.
Plates on sticks, man.
I think it's kind of nice for them to hear what you're saying if they're not online.
Yep.
See ya. I think I gotta take advantage of that break. It's been real. It's been fun. Careful, don't. On that black and blue one, if you can avoid pulling on that at all costs, it'd be great. Yeah, that'd be great.
Thanks, that'd be super.
Yeah, jump in, man.
I gotta write checks.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you were going to come and talk to us. Paul Nielsen coming in to sit down with us for a moment, but we completely misunderstood. It's not here to talk to us, as he has bills to pay. So we're going to go ahead and just operate as if he isn't here. Could you believe the hospitality that we got out here? Definitely not paying attention over there.
No.
He's been
He's
running
busy.
running his butt
busy.
off all weekend. We got here Friday. When day did we get here? It was Friday, yeah?
Yep.
Right? Friday.
Yep. Friday afternoon.
We got here Friday afternoon and kind of hung around. We weren't really sure what direction to go in because with cars being loaded and kept in impound in the barns, if they're going to put cars in there,
Yep.
where should we put our table? Because we don't want to hold up that process. And there was 100 some cars that they had to take care of.
Yep.
So at the end of it, we set up in the corner and I asked where Paul was and Matt just laughed at me. He goes, when? He'd already been uptown like a dozen times. He went over to get programs. He went over to get, there was a whole litany of stuff. Some advertising materials. He went over to pick up shirts from someplace. He was logging miles like crazy.
Yep.
And every time Matt talked to him, he said, I'll be there in 15 minutes. Well, the day before, they had done a ride across town. It was supposed to be like a 10-minute drive from point A to point B. It ended up taking close to like 3 hours.
Just kept tacking on stops.
It was like less than 10 miles. And it took forever because they had this stop and then this stop and then this stop and then this stop and this stop. It just, motor never quits, you know, and since he's not in the car, he's pouring so much effort into building Crossroads and making it bigger and making it bigger. And then we saw his son, right? It was his son in Terry Evans' Winter Slam car out here in the youth show. So he said that was one of them that he didn't really want to watch too closely.
Yep.
A little nerve-wracking.
Yeah, people just don't understand exactly how much work it does take to put on a show like this. It's pretty crazy.
Show like Crossroads, it's an all-year thing, and
Yep.
and just as you enter the last week of planning, you've already begun working on the following year.
Absolutely, you have to. You learn this year. You're writing stuff down. It's a year thing. Consumes your life. It's pretty bad.
And this is just a small show, right?
This is not a small show. This is a nice show.
It's awesome. And the people, everybody's been cool in the pits. And there hasn't been any. I mean, there's been some pretty serious emotion on the track.
Oh yeah.
There's been some feuds.
There's some high stakes.
Yeah, and some good money on the line. But nobody's boiled over. Nobody's diving through other people's windshields. There's no pick and fights and any of that stuff. It's just a big deal show. Coming into today felt a lot different than some of the other places that we've been because there wasn't a Derby Friday. It was just simply inspection.
Yep.
And once inspection wrapped up, everybody let loose. Everybody came in here, and there was no pressure. There wasn't anything that you had to hurry through inspection. You had to hammer on the car. You had to get everything done. It was done and over with, and the only thing left to do was smash your work.
Well, and Tech had to be way more laid back without trying to meet that exact deadline for start times. The drivers have to be more laid back because they're not worried about running their car that night.
Well, think about the benefits for the fans, too. I mean, we talked about this when we had Matt on the show last night. The benefits of the fans, the way this is structured, is once 1 o'clock gets here, the Derby's going to start.
Yep.
All the other nonsense is done and over with. There's no baggage that comes with it. You know, the inspection being done the night before was a huge help.
Yeah, it's a nice addition.
I honestly can't tell if they can pick up any of the stuff that we're saying over there or not.
They can. I can hear it.
Am I on all the time?
Yep.
Okay. So, and then there were three, Brandon, and then there were three. Old Iron Imperials, and then the main event.
The main event. How do you think that one's going to go? Fast paced, like all the heats, or is it going to slow down a bit?
Well,
$4,000 on the line, right?
It's a good question. I don't know how that's going to go, to be honest, because I can see a case where the drivers' reputations, most of the guys that are in the feature are known for driving hard.
Yes.
The guys that we don't know that much about that are in the features, they're probably going to drive hard too.
Yep. I think it's going to be.
But at the same time, with that payday at the end of the road, there's nothing. Essentially, there's nothing left. So go use your stuff up, go hammer for it. But you still want to be paid. You don't want to be the reason why you don't get paid.
Yep.
So that being the case, I can see where there might be some people who might try to cut some deals, have some blocker cars out there, have some hammer cars out there, and get them the opportunity to maybe blow some really cool donuts, buy some time.
Yeah.
I can see that maybe being the type of feature that we see here.
Yep.
I don't think it's going to, I just don't anticipate outward sandbagging. You can't.
No, I don't
can't
either.
here. It's too big.
Yep. I don't either. Most of these cars coming out here, probably 90%, the SMs are gone already. They're junk. And you're going to see a lot of nose-to-nose, I think. It's going to go quicker than you think.
I just write checks.
Ladies and gentlemen, Paul Nielsen.
I figured over here it'd be better, nobody's looking over my shoulder. Wondering what I'm doing. Or ask me right there. What?
That mic's open.
It is?
Yeah.
You're live, buddy.
Oh boy. Is it live or Memorex?
Is it live or Memorex?
So how's it been so far?
Been great. Been having a great
Yeah.
time. It's been outstanding. This has lived up to everything that you told us it was going to be.
And then some.
Been
Holy
a warm
cow.
day too.
What?
Been a warm day too.
Warm day?
Beautiful.
It's nice weather, nice breeze.
Couldn't have ordered a better day for a
Nope,
derby.
Perfect.
It's not too hot.
Nope. A little shot of rain would be nice. I can cool my sunburn off.
We don't want that. We don't want that.
I'm not looking for rain. No. Not here. Pretty happy with it? Got a lot of people here, man.
Yeah, it's been a good turnout. We're pleased. I
Absolutely.
think
You should be. It's a big accomplishment.
Have you already set the date for next year yet?
we had a little discussion about that. The fair board talked to me and said we usually try to do it the first Saturday in May, but the first Saturday is Mother's Day weekend, so which would be the 7th of May, and we think that's getting kind of late, so next year it'll be April 30th.
That's good.
Yeah.
Hear that, Josh Buell? April 30th. April 30th is your day.
Yep.
Tell you what, there are some sunburned people here today. Some guys when they're walking around and they're pulling their sleeves up and stuff.
Yep.
And it's just white and red.
That's how we roll around here.
Yep. A little longer than we wanted.
It's not bad.
No. Just try to keep things moving.
Yep. That's all you can do.
We've been talking, and we talked a couple times about the pull-off crew.
Yeah. They're doing a great job.
We have 2 cars remaining to clear the track, and then we want to see the Old Iron make their way onto the track. Please, Old Iron. Once these 2 cars are removed, make your way out onto the track.
Oh, I'm so fired up for this. It's going to be awesome.
I'm waiting for the Imperial class.
Yeah.
Let's see if I give a run for the money. We'll see.
Jake, can you check and see if the keys are in the
I want to see a rollover.
It's going to take a lot to roll an Imperial, but I think it can happen with this track. We've had, how many rollers have we had today?
I think
4?
we're up to 4, right? We got 4
yeah.
rollers so far.
Yeah.
That's insane. That's awesome.
But we got to get one of the Imperial class just because I said so.
In order to get a rollover in the Imperial class, you're going to need a track that's not real full. You need a lot of space so they can get up a good head of steam in a really hard car.
So exactly the
basically
scenario they
check,
have.
check, and check.
Yeah.
Sam told me, I was over talking to Sam a little bit, and he told me that I better be standing at the end when he comes out with a cold beer in my hand for him.
Believe that. He has earned that.
Interesting right there. Because he said, have a cold beer waiting for him. He didn't say, have a check waiting for him.
No, he didn't say anything about that. He
No,
don't care about the
he
money.
doesn't care.
He doesn't care. I just told him I wasn't staying in his room till 6 o'clock in the morning again.
We've already been hashing out what time we're going to be rolling out in the morning for our flight to catch the flight out of MSP and head back to Syracuse.
What time you guys got to leave?
Well, we should probably leave the hotel around 7:30 or so, in order to get over there and get checked
might
in.
still be up by then.
So you gonna?
I was gonna say, so pretty good chance we don't have to go to bed, right?
You gonna do what we did at Winter Slam then?
What's that?
Nothing. Don't talk. This kid's a bad influence. Don't talk
Yeah,
Oh?
yeah, I am. Yeah,
You
yeah.
should have been with us and them Canadian guys last night.
No thanks.
They say we're a bad influence. we had one puking in the hallway of the motel.
I thought this was a family show, man.
Well, that's all right.
Diving way
It was something that he ate.
Uh huh. Uh huh.
Oh man.
It
It's
wasn't
like we're-
alcohol poisoning. It was food poisoning.
Looks like we're pulling onto the track now.
Thank God. We can get away from this. This was a vortex. I don't think we wasn't sure we were gonna get out of here.
It's good television.
It's all good.
Old Iron ready to pull out onto the track.
I better get out of this chair. Talk to you guys later.
We'll see you soon, man. Thanks for stopping by.
Had to stop for a quick break and a refreshment, and I got a chance to walk through the pits. And it looks like pretty calm out there.
Really?
A few cars still working. Chance with the 89 car is doing some serious surgery. He's got all four corners up in the air working on that.
Which number?
It seems like everybody's about
Chance
where they need to be.
So they are with it. You think that they're where they need to be? The cars are looking good.
Cars are looking good. Feature cars are looking good.
Old Iron cars. Old
I
Iron
am
come out
so
onto
ready
the track
for
right
this.
now. Brandon, did you want to shut this off and you can just go watch?
What's
You
that?
want to shut this off and you can just go watch?
I'm good right here. I'm good right here.
I don't want you go say seat and stand.
No, I'm good.
But here we go, full size. Jared Heaney in the 15, Nathan Luke in the 111, the 818 is Travis Dyer. 68, Carson Dixon, Ray Stoker in the 33, the 11X Colt Newhoffen, and the 20, Randy Maslowski. Ready to go with the full size group on the track. How long is it going to take, Brandon?
Oh, I'm gonna say probably 6.5 minutes.
You're on. I'll be watching it.
No, we were joking earlier that the wagon looks very well built, but sometimes it's not always the best to be the only one at the ball, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
Josh Buell just marked his calendar.
What's that?
Josh Buell just marked his calendar. He'll be here April 30th next year.
You bet. You bet. Looking forward to that.
He said that he's not going to be able to do anything with us because he's going to have a car.
The upper hand the GMs out here are going to have is maneuverability. I mean, that is their upper hand.
Looks like we are all set to go with the full-size Old Iron. Let's start with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, green flag.
Roundback broke his stick already. The Roundback did.
Nathan Luke, he is already gone. His stick off already.
Stoker put a huge shot on that new style.
Ray Stoker getting after it. He's making up for some lost time out there.
I think he's making a statement. This is
Yep.
Old Iron class.
Yep.
Excuse me, sir. That's a crown check. I will say this though, as much as Ray is trying to make a statement and everything out there with the 33, he's going after it the wrong way. There's is taking more damage on his Lincoln than he's giving to that Ford. And for that matter, he's in a fight by himself too. There's nobody helping him.
Extreme team just put a hard shot on Milwaukee's driver's front. The caliper popped right up and just rolled right over on that field.
Randy Maslowski has a locked up front tire, making it hard to get around.
There was quite a bit of talk in the pit rumors swirling about that the 11 was going to be going after the 20 today, so we're kind of watching a little bit of that play out as we go. You know, we've got two different derbies going on right now at the same time. We've got the battle with Randy and Colton, and then we've got the Travis feud going on with Ray Stoker. The person benefiting the most from all of this is the 15 of Jared Haney, because he can take a shot on whoever he wants to. Those other drivers are so focused on each other, it's leaving him open opportunities to make quality hits, and he's not being attacked at all. Travis Dyer. Something's coming apart. He's got a lot of it.
Ray Stoker also having some front tire issues getting around.
Jared Heaney with a hard shot on the right front corner of Travis Dyer's car.
Wow, Colton Newhoffman putting on a hell of a hit.
I think that's it for Travis in the 818. There was some bad mojo happening underneath that 818 car.
Looks like them two suicides are hung up on the far end.
Yep. Number 15.
I guess I'm buying the beer tonight.
Yeah, definitely. That's the way to do it, though. They're going to finish it right.
That thing looked like a hammerhead shark coming across. Oh, rare. That was a rare mistake.
Yeah.
Open the bedroom door up a lot on that side. Sorry,
sound great.
Yeah, they are healthy. These guys have a lot of money invested into these cars.
We were down to 2 cars in 5 minutes and 30 seconds.
Number 15 is holding his own out there.
I mean, Haney's no
Last two
slouch.
battling it out, $2,500.
Haney's no slouch. I couldn't help but notice the nose isn't standing up on this one.
That is a great payout for not the main class here. That's crazy.
There it is. He pulled his wheel. He called.
I don't think. Now he
Not
was
quite
waving him
sure
off
if they're
because the
done
steering
or-
wheel was in his hand, waiting for official word from the track. And what we're going to do there, I mean, that was shaping up to be an interesting scenario. He did pull the steering wheel off in his hand.
Looks like they're clearing the track. They're going to put them back together. There's some people not happy about that. but let's
Yeah.
see,
Number 15 with a questionable shot, but still going strong.
I don't think that's suicide as he's steering. It looks like he can see his arm.
I think he has it, but he's really laboring to turn the wheel.
I know there's something hanging down under front the suspension there. I don't know if it's a sway arm or.
It seemed like the main issue for all three of the suicides here tonight.
Following this heat, we're going to have the Imperials on the track. Short presentation to do ahead of it. And then we'll move into our feature event for the 80s class.
Yeah, there's no steering there left.
He's got nothing.
So
I think
Colton
I don't think
has
either
no
of them have steering at this
on
point.
The 11X at this point. Haney just sort of playing cat and mouse at this point. Left front on New Halton's 11X is locking up as well.
I think 15 made the last aggressive hit.
That one didn't count.
Colton seems to have a little bit.
So at this point, neither one of them have steering.
I think you're going to see him pull right up there and wait and see.
Here it comes. Surprised he didn't come a little harder for that last shot there to get the win.
He didn't have steering either.
No, I know.
He might not have been able to, you know what I mean?
It's like there's some debate going on out there over how it ended.
If you look at the payout on that class, You got first place was 2,500, second 1,300, third 700,
Melissa.
fourth 500, and fifth 350.
Melissa.
Just the payout on that one heat was more than most local shows will pay.
Yeah, wow. I mean, that's crazy.
Looks like there's still a little bit of a disagreement.
That's an understatement.
Nobody likes it when it comes down and both cars don't have steering, and it's really hard to judge who actually had the last hit and that sort of deal. And I'm sure that's what it's about.
And that's got to be a promoter's nightmare when
Yes.
two guys get together in the middle or both guys lose steering, because no matter how it ends, people aren't happy.
Yep.
I'm not 100% confident that that is what the disagreement is about.
That's how I'm calling it.
Officials still deliberating over how they're going to rule this one in terms of final winner, heavy hitter, all that fun stuff. Got to believe that Ray Stoker's in the hunt for heavy hitter.
For heavy hitter, my money is probably on Ray. I think his front end was off the ground a foot when he was coming in for this hit on this Ford over here. It was awesome.
I was concerned that he was going to take out his own radiator.
Yes.
Because he was going to land right on the point.
What the heck?
You know that stuff I was saying about how everybody here was calm and pretty laid back? You throw that right out the window. Just forget I did that.
Just line them up end to end,
Forget
facing
that.
each other, and see which one drives away. That's how you finish it.
Call that Iowa sudden death.
That's right.
Where you put them each in a corner and have them drive straight into each other and back up and do it again.
For
back
like-
up and do it again.
For like 3 years in a row, when it came down to the last two people at our local show, they'd point at each other, they'd back up to each end and just send the nose, and whoever backed away won. That's the way to do it.
A spirited crowd here in Albert Lake. Right?
I feel like this at Winter Slam too. The crowd is like this at Winter Slam too. Not really sure what the debate is at this point. It's usually a promoter's call, and that's it.
Well, I'm pretty confident that we're debating who made last hit.
Yep.
Pretty confident that we're talking about the steering wheel.
Yep.
Pretty confident that we're talking about things unrelated to what happened here today.
Well, with all fairness, 15 did knock Colton off to even make it to this point. He kept the show going.
That's true. All he had to do with
Just back off, he'd have had it.
No drama. He could have left him hung and called it a day.
Yep.
Just check and went home.
And I'd have been right at my 6 minutes and 6.5
Indeed
minutes.
so. That was pretty impressive that it took 5 minutes and 30 seconds to get down to only 2 cars left.
Imperials are next. Imperials are next.
Now, I didn't see the backstory on the new style and on this class. Was it overbuilt for the 80s class?
Nope,
or was
it's
it their own engine?
if you have distributor protector and all that stuff, you can run an 80s and newer with the old iron if you build the same. Yep.
More on back.
Okay, what's the call and who got mad dog?
He earned it.
Absolutely.
Yep. He had a great run.
That's a popular win, too.
Yep. In a GM versus Suicides. It's a good one.
Yeah, absolutely. He just took away the front end of the Suicides, and
I mean, that was the issue with all three of them. Front steering, all the components dropped out of them, and they were done.
Just kind of checked our numbers real quick to see how we were looking.
Yeah.
A lot of support at home. We appreciate that greatly. But I did notice that apparently news is spreading that the Imperials are next because we just saw a huge spike.
Really?
Yeah.
Buell and Decker text everybody they know, get online.
Actually, we had a comment set in regarding the Lincolns. Interesting perspective here. If it's Suicide Building 101. If you can't fix the front ends, don't bring them.
Yep. And it's weird because these guys are no strangers to them. I know all of them have been running Suicides for a very long time, and it seemed like the exact problem happened to all of them.
Are you going to give me some sort of indication when this is going to happen? So
no doubt that Josh Buell at home is watching and taking some notes on them Suicides for a future date.
Yes. Fix the steering.
There you go. That's what we couldn't see from our vantage point over here, but that front passenger of Keep Extreme was bent right over.
Yep.
Colton Newhoffen, fun guy to watch drive. Fun guy to watch drive, and when it comes to Minnesota, he is a polarizing figure. You either like him or you hate him. Personally got nothing against him. Good win for Jared. I mean, he earned that. He certainly did. And for Heaney to go knock him off and let it come around to a finish, it's pretty cool. Got to get the Imperials on the track, guys. Can we get the Imperials out here on the track, please? Bring those Imperials out. The penultimate event on today's menu, the Imperials, ready to come out here momentarily. Let's get those cars out here. Still got a couple cars to clear off, so I guess we can't do it quite yet.
Yeah, I was pretty impressed with that. I think it's like a 74 Buick, it looks like, something. Two events left. So we have a 5-minute event coming up, and then I would say half hour plus after that. It's my guesstimate anyway.
I don't know. I think we're going to push it a little further than a half an hour. We'll see. Them cars are still looking pretty stout.
Yeah, they are. They
Walking
are
through
for
the
sure.
pits, there's
a lot of money on the line.
And there's still some pretty straight stuff that I'm sure people will be doing their best to protect.
Are you excited?
What?
Are you excited?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I like never get to see Imperials run, so this is kid in the candy store right now.
This is what's going to convert Jason over to being a Mopar guy. saw that car.
I think the only way you're going to see me back in a full size is
Act of
raffle,
God.
a raffle car.
Active. Oh, nobody can hear you. Jason was just talking about how there's no way that we're ever going to see him back in a full-size car. It's going to take an act of God to get you back in one.
Or a raffle car.
Raffle car. Yeah, that could
Sold
happen.
parts.
Catching up on some notes with some folks watching online. Get all sorts of cool pictures of people building their cars. Everything looking good with the stream. Brian is logged on at home. He's ready for Imperials. I'm ready for Imperials.
Everybody and their dog is ready for
And
Imperials.
their dog.
You got that right.
Why? There's something lurking in those bushes.
Yes, I hear them.
I gotta say, I'm curious to hear what the big block Mopar sounds like on them turnouts. I mean, I've heard Dan Bolton's a few times, but this is my first time. I'm almost, I'd say half the cars with turnouts, and it's a really different sound.
They love them up here in Minnesota, and they are loud.
So let's take you who we're going to see out here in a few minutes. The DJ4 is Dean San Clemente. The 7X Sam Bandow. 13X Ryan Bandow. The 54 is the man they call Trig. 11X is Colt Newhoffen. He's got to get back there and swap out. GG2 is Anthony Jackson. He's going to round out the field.
How do you say Trig's last name? Last name.
Again, that starting lineup. Line brought to you by Dillon Derby Masters. Trig Lassie will be in the number 54. We want the 80s cars, please, to go head over to staging. 80s cars to go over to the staging area, get in line, and get ready to come out for your feature.
Looks like they want to take a little money back across the border.
Yep.
The Imperial Heat here is paying $3,000 to win, $2,000 for second, $1,000 for third. Fourth is $650, and fifth is $400.
Wow, the pay here is just great.
Incredible payout, and that's guaranteed money.
Phenomenal.
Help me win. Okay, before we get going with the Imperials, everybody remembers there was a pretty crazy thing that happened on the track, and everybody here at Crossroads wants to take a minute and recognize Scott Cruz. He was an Imperial driver. He was here in action last year, and he had a heart attack. And in appreciation of him, his resilience, his determination, and his dedication to the sport, everybody at Crossroads wants to take a minute and recognize Scott. They've got a trophy to give to him. So, Scott, if you could come on down to the front stretch in front of the Imperials and just accept the recognition of all these fans. How about a big hand for Scott Cruz?
Badass bird trophy.
Yes, sir. Even your last place finish is bringing home $400.
Yeah.
No, I misspoke. There is going to be one guy left out.
way to start the derby. Good tornado.
Wow, they are making short work of the number 54 car.
DJ Clemente up on the barrier. DJ Clemente up on the block now.
Looks like we're trying to get a red flag.
These guys don't want to stop. They are hauling out there.
We're at 2 minutes right now.
How long?
We're at 2 minutes right
2
now.
minutes.
So Dean San Clemente down off those blocks. They threw the red flag in order to free him from his perch. And we're back to green flag conditions here momentarily.
It's almost Utah style right here. Wide open and don't get caught halfway.
Yep.
Halfway in the track.
It's Minnesota style, son.
There you go, Minnesota style.
He must have got pushed up on the wall. They usually pull him off if somebody pushes him up. If you drive yourself up, you're stuck.
But we are all clear, ready to get the green flag back out. Ryan Band now sitting sideways here in the number 13 act. He threw that into the turn like a whip on him. It looks like now we've lost both the Canadian cars. Anthony Jackson out of the GG2 has recent players.
Holy cow! Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Up against that wall. It's not the place to be.
No.
They're coming again.
54 is junk up front, and he is still sending it.
Well, you can certainly smell that race fuel.
Oh, I love it. They're packing them in there. He's waving them on. Bring it on, he says. Bring it on.
There it is. Big finish. Close the nose. Here we go. that?
No way he'll keep going after that. He is hitting with his front tires. He's spinning. And Bandow buried himself.
Everybody on their feet for these games. What a start.
Yep, I think they're both right where they're going to be.
What's our time on that? What our time end up being on that?
5 minutes. 5 minutes, not counting the red flag.
Huh?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
In the words of Josh Decker, those Imperials were nasty.
I gotta say, what impresses me out here in Minnesota too is twice now I've seen where the one car left and the second car is hung, and instead of just tapping and taking the money, they've freed each other up and finished it right.
Absolutely, absolutely.
You gotta love that.
So is that all that it was billed to be?
Yeah, that was awesome.
Once again, you 80s cars should be in line down in the staging area. Once they get the track clear, we're going to be moving into your feature event.
I mean, Sam Bandow earned that win, hands down, with the work he has put in. He got 3 cars on that track. No sleep.
That is the second straight runner-up finish for that 54 car at Crossroads.
He put 3 cars on that track to make sure they continue having this class. He earned that.
Absolutely.
And I dare you to pick a heavy hitter.
Yeah, right. Oh, man, that's hard.
Right. Pick one.
I think at that point, you just need to make 5 or 6 more Mad Dog trophies. That's all you can do.
Go ahead and tackle it.
Yeah.
You think you can make a badass trophy? I got one in my living room.
Yep. Yep.
Everybody loves these mirrors.
Kevin Rouse loved it. Brian Tompkins loved it. Everybody was getting messages like crazy. So everybody likes their Imperials.
Yeah, that was awesome. I don't know if I've said that enough times, but that was awesome.
You mentioned it.
It was quick.
It was very
quick. Those guys were
fast.
flying. The motors that they had to have.
I think it was Sam. I think it was Sam that was going this way. He threw that thing into his. He spun it, like right now. He threw it in there like a late mount. Just threw it, cranked the wheel, and off it went.
How much do those weigh? Curb weight?
Curb weight's up there. I mean, I don't know what these are here. When he went through that, he was carrying the left front tire. That was sweet.
He was wheeling it. And he is grinning ear to ear.
Yes, he is.
80s cars up to the line, please. Start lining up. 80s cars up the lineup. how fitting is the Imperial being pulled off, the sun now beginning to set on Crossroads. We have one feature to go, and it's been an amazing day.
Yeah, to say the least. This is going to be really interesting. So there's some guys that know they have junk, and they're going to try to just get it over with, and that might screw some of the people with really good front
a little
ends.
faster than someone want to see.
Yep.
Right off the bat.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Not only that, if there's any old grudges or anything, you got a bent car, you could say, hey, I'm going to take this guy with me,
Yep. Looks clean.
Jessup. Do you need another camera?
No, the lens is fine. Just the whole first.
I recorded all this. This is all recorded locally. If you want, I can try and peel the Imperials off for it. Let me see what I can do with it.
The tracks held together real well. Looks like up on the stage side wall, starting to get a little soft up in there.
How much horsepower is that on the track today?
I have no idea.
I think somebody wheeled our camera a bit.
I'm still going. It's just the floor bent around my shifter. So finally I got it. Apparently they only give you like 30 seconds.
I really can't believe how trash that 58 was up front.
Yeah.
How bad it bent. It's crazy. But he was using it. He didn't care.
Absolutely.
Got any bets on the winner for the 80s here?
I don't know.
Yeah, I dare you. Perhaps you guys were aware of the raffle that was going on the Vendors Midway. Elvis at E2 Sliders has been having a raffle to benefit a youngster who's in a little bit of distress, and we appreciate so much all the support, and he is just about to draw that ticket. So if you guys have a ticket, by all means, you might want to head that direction just to check it out and see if you're going to be bringing home an E2 Slider.
I did not know about that. I would have bought some tickets.
First I heard. I've been in this chair for 10 hours.
I don't know, there's some there's some drivers in that class, and some people that really know how to win. It's gonna be interesting.
Absolutely.
I mean, we've got the rundown. I think.
Just walking by when I took a break earlier, there, Colton's car, the 11X.
Yep.
And that's still pretty
That is
straight, stout. There's nothing. I didn't see anything just walking around that.
The front
you should be
is
worried about.
perfect. The front is perfect on that car yet.
And he proved in the heat that he can play the chess match to the end.
Yep.
Okay, so let's give you the rundown on who we're going to see. Brett Badfield ended up coming away with the win in that E2 Sliders raffle. Brett Badfield. So let's take a walk through and let you know who you're about to see scheduled to appear in the 80s feature. 4,000 to win, 2,500 for second, 1,500 for third, 1,000 for fourth, 500 for making it into the top 5. The 11X Colton Newhoff qualifying out of heat number 1 along with Tim Lang and Bob Meyer. The 23 of Jeremy Guthmiller also came out of that heat as well. Qualifying out of heat number 2, we had Jeremy Elliott in the triple nickel 555. The 89 was Chance Langford. He's going to be out there. The 23 of Marvin Miller, Weilenmeyer. And the number 5 is also going to be out here for the feature. Jay Oberg earning the heavy hitter honors in heat number 2, also scheduled to be on the track. The 17X, Ron Barnick. The 7 is Mark Faber. We saw him rolled over. He rallied to come in and punch his ticket for the feature. Sean Rance is in the 124. The 40 is Jeremy Kish. Jake Lanou in the 70. Randy Lanou in the 77. Both going to be out there. Kurt Sake in the 55. The 15 is Jared Heaney. I don't know if he's going to be able to get that car back, though. That nose was stood up pretty bad. David Lang in the 32. The 3B was Rob Baker, another one of the drivers that we saw end up in the air in the 3B. Had a lot of work to do on the back of that wagon now that all of the 9-wire has been run. I'm waiting to see if he can make it back out here. We've also got scheduled to appear the 83T, Trevor Hansen, Lucas Pritchett in the 24, and coming out of the Constellation event, the 162 of Eric Cotilla, Lance Pritchett in the 73, the 24 of Phil Whittington, Tim Rana in the 9X, and Carson Dixon. Once again, this starting lineup is brought to you by Demo Derby Masters. Demo Derby Masters, the go-to source for all your demolition derby needs.
I gotta say, is a fan favorite, so to speak. That Metric Caddy for 40, the Kish car there, really impressed me in the heat. I'd like to see somebody, a hitter, go deep.
Absolutely.
In the feature if he can.
Absolutely. He was tearing it up. Plus, I love Metric Caddies. So.
Absolutely. Absolutely. 2-door Metric Caddy. Looks like a 76 on pallet bumper on the front.
Yep. And, great setup.
And he was using it in the heat. 89 made it back. I know they did a lot of work to that car to get back out here.
Oh, they had to. He was sending it.
They had that on the trailer. Every corner was in the air, and they had it looked like 2 torches running front and back just to get it back out here.
I might be wrong, but I think he was a Mad Dog in a heat, was he not?
I believe he was. I think he got Mad Dog. It was pretty good.
Yep.
I got it right here. I'm good. Got it right here. We got everything we need right here in front of us, ready to go. We got the whole feature lineup, so we'll give you the rundown one more time as we get a little bit closer to go time for the 80s feature. You were talking about the 89 Chance Langford? Yes. He was, he was a heavy hitter in his heat.
That's the best thing you can do, though. You have all the heavy hitters from the heats out here to mix it up. That's it. That's awesome.
Get them out here, set the pace.
Exactly. might be making some changes at my show. Colton Newhofflin pulling on. That car is straight up front yet. Very straight, very strong.
I missed a couple cars pulling out.
And they were allowed to cold bend these from the start.
Who's on the other side of Kish?
What's that?
Who's on the other side of Kish? 40. I missed 2 cars pulling out.
The 33X.
Oberg. Okay.
There are 23 cars.
Both of the Pritchett's answering the bell. Lance in the black car, Lucas in the gray car. Oh, that's the 5 car.
Yeah, it looked like he did what I thought he would do with that wagon. He just left it alone and took the torches and cut him a spot to see.
Yeah, it went exactly where he wanted it, and I am surprised he didn't try to tuck that roof down a little bit to get that in the pack, but yeah, we'll see how that turns out. I know last year he ran a wagon just like that, and the rear bumper was within 3 inches of his helmet, so they pack forever.
Got Dixon back out, battle through the Conti.
Yep.
Jeremy Guthmiller in the number 23. That's the Murata that we talked so much about earlier. Heavy hitter out of heat number 1, pulling out of the track.
Number 23, is that our only Mopar that made it out here?
I think so. Actually, yeah, actually I think it is because the other one was the 10 got the heavy hitter, but I think that was the rookie class.
A lot of the cars made it back out. A lot of the cars made it back out. I mean, we saw some stuff that was absolutely wasted. We kind of figured weren't going to be back out here, but
yep.
I think we got a lot more than I probably expected. But there still looks like a lot of room around the outside of the track.
There is. There's plenty of room on this track to get around.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is what we have waited all day for. Just a few minor things to clean up. Waiting for the sticks to go up around the track. All the officials look like they are ready. So for one final time tonight, let's start with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag. Do we need to do that over? Picking up right where he left off, number 89, out there making some shots. Chance Langford in the 89, coming out of followed by heat number 2 as a heavy hitter.
Hell of a hit by number 162 there.
The 162 laid down a hard hit.
Yep.
Everybody out there trying to feel things out, and he says, no, we're going to go.
Eric Cotilla with that hit, the 162.
Now everybody's starting to wake up.
Lance Pritchett sitting in the middle of the track. That's the black number 73. Just got that for his second car. Looking like it's a real rough trip.
Number 73 knows his time is limited. He is making the best of it out there.
Dave Lang, number 32. Noses in on Carson Dixon a little bit.
Getting it too.
That is Randy Lanoux in the 77, making a bunch of noise and fury.
Yeah, that Baldwin motor is screaming.
Killa came out of the consolation round. Bridget for the number 73 is absolutely waffle. Look at that thing sitting out there. Trying to get a big fire. He is definitely in front. Everybody's still running pretty strong. Looks like the only car we've lost is the 73 car.
Yep.
Mike Faber is still out there. Looking pretty good too. Look at the sports mark. The heat mark on the back of number 32. That heat transfer mark on his back of number 32. The sports mark on his back, number 32.
Yep.
You don't know what I'm talking about, do you?
That's the car I sold him. She's mint.
Red flag to clear a bumper from the track.
Quick stoppage. We'll be right back to the action here momentarily. Let's clear a bumper off the track. Jeremy Gutsmiller in that 19. I don't know. I just look at it. You happy? What was that?
And 162 still just putting on a show.
Kirk Carr 55 is certainly using them corners to his advantage.
Tough break losing Jay Oberg earlier. I was watching him drive, but he's always so aggressive, and he's a ton of fun to watch. Tough break for Jay Oberg going out early. I can never, anytime, of all the times we've seen these 80 class cars run, it never ceases to amaze me how fast they can cover ground and how fast they get the power down and they just leap. You know, when they step on the throttle, we just saw Chance James Langford going toe-to-toe with Carson Dixon, who's covered a ton of ground right now, and Carson's whole car is shuttered. It's pretty neat. I mean, how fast it hook that power up and that horsepower transfers into those loads. Event. Thanks so much for coming and supporting Paul Wilson, Matt, all the guys down to help make Crossroads of Destruction possible. I know they appreciate it.
After wheeling around mostly heat with a broken tie rod, 23 is finally calling it stick.
Number 70, the guy making a lot of noise out there in the middle. That is Bryce Leno. Number 77, we just talked about him a moment ago, is Randy. Problems on the Cotilla car. The 162 is holding still. Looks like we might have lost Jeremy Gussmiller as well. Hard blow on that number 55. Kyle Sake looks pretty good right now as well. Carson Dixon, I can't get over his car. That thing is just flat back there. Everything's jacked right up. The roof keeps being away now. Roof sign jacked up, full, twisted forward. Got every bit out of that car and still giving. Jeremy Fisk in the number 40. Put a shot on the number 70 of Bryce Leno for a moment. Number 32 of Dave Lang. He's piecing together a pretty good night. Wally Meyer still out there in the number 5. There goes the number 2B of Rob Baker. .42 of Timmy Lang is doing a real good job. He's got a black car with the yellow numbers on the side, an orange trim on his roof sign. He's hitting an impressive crossroads, front to back. He did a great job in his heat, and now here we are. He's in a feature, still motoring through. We lost a couple cars now, but for the most part, everybody's hanging in there. We don't see a lot of cars that are in any particular. You know, would you agree with me, Brandon, saying we haven't got a ton of cars in particular distress? We don't see a lot of speed pouring out of guys. Nobody's got busted steering or anything like that. Another driver down, number 23 in trouble, Marvin Miller. Mark Faber having some heat-related issues in the number 7. Trying to get some blow by coming out from the hood opener. The back end of that car completely gone, but the front still straight as an arrow as he puts the shot on. I think that was Wally Meyer that he just put a small blow on. Whoop. I just pushed the outro.
Oh.
Not over yet. What's that? We are. Yeah. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, Jay Ober. Lucas Pritchett under heavy fire now from the number 24 of Tim Lang. We see the 32 car of Dave Lang backing away from a battle in the far quarter. Number 70, Bryce Lemieux out there. Jeremy Elliott chasing in rapid fashion across the track. Colt Newhalfen heading down to see what else is going on there. There's Lucas Pritchett one more time in that gray number 24. Langford catches Dixon sleeping, comes half track away and puts a hard shot on the left rear corner. He's about to be intercepted though. Here comes Lucas Pritchett. Comes across the track with a blow on the right rear corner of the number 89, Chance Langford. Colt Newhalfen coming across the track, puts a shot on the front of Dixon.
Something certainly popped under that Dixon car. He broke a stick.
Meanwhile, Lucas Pritchett occupies himself with Jeremy Elliott, and the number 42 of Tim Lang also still in the mix as he goes bumper to bumper with Wally Meyer in the number 5. 9K, Tim Branna, who was in the consolation event, qualified through the purple number 9X. He put the shot on Lucas Pritchett. Sees another 7 of Faber. Still doing damage. Number 40, that is Jeremy Kish. Still out there running and moving. A little bit of steam starting to emerge from underneath the hood of the number 24, Lucas Pritchett's car. Something we're going to try and keep an eye on. There was a lot of weird colored stuff that was coming out from under the engine, from the engine opening of Mark Faber's number 7, but that doesn't seem to be too much of an issue for him. He's still out there running and moving.
The passenger door of the number 24 car is pretty much ripped completely open.
That 32 is trying to refire. He's getting black coat.
I love Lucas. We didn't talk about this earlier. I meant to bring it up. Lucas Pritchett, his roof sign. Captain Insano shows no mercy.
Number 32, David Lang, decided to call it quits.
Oh, we lost Lang. Yep, number 32, all done. I'm telling you right now, there's two guys that people need to really start paying attention to. Number 55 and the 77, Randy Linnell. They are going to be a factor in the outcome of this feature. Kyle Stake is in the number 55. I think he's probably got the freshest car on the track. Sean Branna ranks right up there too in terms of having fresh cars at 124. I missed him in the initial lineup, but yeah, he's out there and his car's still looking pretty healthy too. Down to what, about 10 cars now? Randy Linnell has Chase Langford following him around, and that's not the guy you want tailing you.
No,
Do not let him follow you around. Get away. Get away, get away.
Good to see a Mad Dog this far into the feature.
I'm impressed with the amount of work that he had to do. 89, Chance Langford, the amount of work that he had to do to get out there, he is running outstanding right now.
Absolutely.
And he's matching the pace. He's not doing anything over the top. He's not bagging it either.
Mark Faber's still looking really good out there too.
124 is Sean Branna. It looks like the right rear arch is starting to collapse on his frame. It's starting to oblong in a little bit. That could be some problems on the horizon for him. Dude, you love Crossroads? 124 is Sean Branna. It looks like the right rear arch is starting to collapse on his frame. It's starting to oblong in a little bit. That could be some problems on the horizon for him. 2. He's above Crossroads. 124 is Sean Branna. It looks like the right rear arch is starting to collapse on his frame. It's starting to oblong in a little bit. That could be some problems on the horizon for him. 2. He's above Crossroads.
Number 24 still getting around good out there with about half a car.
That's Lucas Pritchett. Renault tried to get in reverse. He got jammed up by Carson Dixon's car, and now he's stuck there. Squarely in the crosshairs of the number 89 of Champion Lancers. Out of it was Bryce Renault. Right into Lucas Pritchett. And now Randy Renault working on the number 89 of Lancers.
Half the field's starting to realize they only have half a car left, not much life. They're starting to turn it up.
It got awful quiet there for a second.
Yeah.
Look at that. Lucas Pritchett, man.
That car is insane. That's awesome, though. That's a tribute to a slider in a stock class. They can get bent so far out of shape and still move.
The other thing is he hasn't lost steering.
Yeah.
Look at the nose of that.
Yep.
He should have lost steering by now.
Yeah.
Okay, you can see how far that rear end has rotated forward on the 24. You can see the U,
the pinion starting to dig in the dirt and everything.
Fake starting to show a little bit more damage. Somebody got a hold of him. Opened up the right rear corner pretty good on the number 55. The firewall on the number 24 serving as a track grader.
Smoothing out the gravel for everyone else. Pretty soon here, he's going to say screw it and just have one final hit.
Look at that. That gets over that 24 car. Thoroughly impressed with Lucas.
His whole drive shaft is in the dirt, and he's still going. And he goes in reverse. It all drops down. Watch him come around the corner.
Unreal. The entire drive shaft is in the dirt on the number 24 when he goes in reverse. The whole thing drops right down out of the car.
David.
Back-to-back shot. There's not much left behind Colton Newhofen at all. And he's being shoved across the track by the number 124 of Sean Verana.
David Lang, local guy. Runs Lamar's. What's that?
Did he have a pot?
32.
David Lang.
Yep.
Working towards the conclusion and the crowning of a champion. Here at Crossroads of Destruction 2015. Thanks so much for hanging out with us all day here. We enjoyed hours of Demolition Derby action here. Once again, Crossroads of Destruction was presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts, Master of Disaster, and Ertman Trucking. 112 Broadway, Minnesota Corrugated Box Incorporated, Jake's Pizza. I-35 Auto Recycling, we saw those guys out on the track. Quick red flag out there. Saw those guys out on the track clearing everything and helping keeping the show moving along. Jaeger Implement, Albert Lee Convention and Visitors Bureau, Gen Sales, a few others to mention, Albert Lee Public Warehouse, Action Auto, Eastside Liquor, Vern-Eyed Motor Cars, the Heritage Hotel, and Brooks Fire, Gold Cross and Crew, and Albert Lee Township. Of course, Jessup Pelkey doing the DVD work today. $25. Look them up, Pelkey Productions online. Color Me Custom awarded the Best of Show honors today. Debbie Oakland family, in memory of Pete Oakland, offered the Longest Tow Awards.
My personal favorite, number 40, the two-door caddy, is still going strong and still looks very good. What's that?
I couldn't hear you, sorry.
Oh, that's talking about the Metro Caddy.
40. Kish. I just got word that my boy Alan is watching the Derby on Facebook. He is excited. Look at that. He got his helmet on and everything.
Awesome.
He got to stay up late with Mamo.
Nice.
All day.
That's all we dropped. That's all that we dropped total.
And it all happened. I know exactly what I have.
Looks like both rear rails are completely ripped off of the number 40 caddy, and he's still going strong. You don't need it.
recall one in that 77 sounding good.
Yeah, the Baldwin sounds great in Randy's car.
Colton just put on a big hit.
Getting down to the nitty gritty, running right down to the last man standing, Randy Leno. Big jump in the air. Looks like we're down to maybe 7 cars at this point. Great run for Tim Lang. How about that? Great run for him. He was due.
24 car has been steaming the entire heat. He stalled and refired.
We just saw the 55 go by, shoving the number 70 around. It was Randy Leno and the 55, as we mentioned. Where'd he go? Kyle Sake in the number 55. Those two have been beating on each other a little bit. They have caught their cars up with the rest of the field in terms of damage. So look at Randy's car. It's just arched right over like crazy. And this 124 car pulling in front of you right now. Not Lucas Pritchett. 124, Sean Verana. He's looking pretty good. Very impressive run for number 40, Jeremy Kidd. What a drive he has had today.
Only one left. One Northwest Iowa guy left. Timmy. He's dragging his pinion in the dirt too.
If Tim cracks top 5,
yeah.
Let's say cracks top 6, top 7. He's got to walk away feeling like he won.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
That's the best I've seen him run.
I mean that's
smart.
He is a great driver. He knows what it takes, and he will light it up when he needs to light it up. Yeah, for that car to last that long, he's done well.
Did we just lose the transmission? Number 70 having some problems far into the track down here.
Transmission, I think.
May have burned up a transmission in the number 70.
He's done. He's out.
I'm nervous for you. Nervous for you, Brandon. I lost track of Tim Lang. Where'd he go?
He's over here yet. He's going. Still looking good. Looks like Timmy may only have
the right front or left front. Colton Newhofen,
Left front wheel. It's still on there.
problems for Newhofen in the number 11 left front tire, laying over sideways. When he backs it up, it stands up. When he goes forward, it lays right over.
That is a great sight for a lot of drivers out there with that tire keeled over. His car hasn't moved an inch up front, and that's got to be a big sigh of relief for everybody out there. Step 1, knocking it over. Step 2, knocking it completely off.
Tim Lang still out there slamming away Colton Newhofen, making active contact on the number 124 of Sean Vrana. We've still got Randy Leno, and we've still got Jeremy Kish in the number 40. There's a good shot by Kish on the right rear corner of Lang's car.
Number 40 made a big hit and stuck himself with his rear frame in the ground. Might be real bad for him. There he gets it.
Able to get free. Problems, well, refired for him, and he's still out there swinging away, Tim Lang. Oh, there he is. He's holding still. He's right there. Right there.
Yeah, he's still going.
No, he's not. There's no way. There's no way the 55's still going. He's holding still. There's nothing. 55 is not going anymore.
Number 77 is looking really rough. Timmy Lang only has one trailing arm holding that rear end in place. Every time he shifts, it hits hard.
You don't want to do that. Broken trailing arm on the number 42 of Tim Lang. You probably heard Brandon Tyson just mention that a moment ago. The Vrana car, number 124, Sean Vrana. That car is looking ugly right now. The roof all TP'd over. There it is.
Whoa!
That's the gentleman we were just talking about right there. As the back end pops up in the air, coming off of a hit from Tim Lang.
Looks like 77's hung up over there. On the right side. I think they got him on the clock. And that's it for the 77.
Timmy Lang's rear end now in crooked. It is half of it is hanging out of the car, and he is still moving.
Colton's still laboring around with that broken left front.
Yeah, they really need to start picking at that front tire
Yeah,
to stop him, because that is the only thing wrong with his car at this point. God, I can't believe he's moving that.
42 stalls and refires.
Timmy's got to get out of there. Tim Lang has got to get out of that corner. There he goes, pulling away now as Colton Newhoffman backs up.
I tell you, number 40, his front end tipped up slightly in the heat, but it has not moved from that spot this whole feature. It is strong.
Got a car blocking my view, but it looks like Colton's stuck down here on the right side.
Colton Newhoffman trying to refire right now. Lead could be down to 2 at this point. Colton Newhoffman.
That is huge. That is huge. If they leave him alone, that is huge.
The 124 of Sean Brana and the 40 of Jeremy Kish. One
Looks
of those
like
two is going to be walking home with $4,000.
Looks like he's hung up on Timmy Lang. Colton Newhoffman and Timmy Lang are hung up.
We lost Tim Lang as well, and we also lost the 77 a little bit ago of Lanou. Leaving us now with only Jeremy Kish and the 124 of Sean Brana.
The officials are watching him on the right-hand side pretty intently. Looks like they're going to call him.
They just broke the sticks of Timmy Lang and Colton Newhoffman.
Well,
down to 2. Down to 2.
We are officially down to our final pair. It is the 40 of Jeremy Kish and the 124 of Sean Brana.
Number 40, that's my caddy. It's going to do it. It's the best looking car now.
He's starting to move a little bit there at the firewall. Not even a worry.
Let it eat.
I thought you were just bored looking at the goddamn screen instead of watching the Derby.
Who are you?
I don't know. Some guy.
Jay Oberg loitering close to the announcer's table.
I'm about going to get my car while the derby's going on. I don't think I'd get run over or anything. Be safe. Slide your table over so I can use it as a boost to get over the fence. Got really quiet. I'm wondering why.
We're waiting for some indication of the next step here. The two drivers had come together nose to nose. Officials meandering around out there, close to those two automobiles. Jeremy Kish in the number 40. Sean Vrana in the number 124.
Not sure if he is shut down or if he's made the last hit and waiting for the clock.
Hey, how are you? How do you feel about pulling cars apart? I mean, we've seen it happen a bunch of different times at a number of different shows. If the Derby is approaching its end point, do you like the idea of pulling the cars apart, or do you think that it should end right there?
People want a show, give it to them. That's the way I always stand behind it, I guess. Another fellow metric caddy lover, Kenny Rosno, just messaged me saying, "What do you think about them?"
Extended red flag as we work towards the conclusion of Crossroads of Destruction 2015, reaching its finishing points here. The number 40. Looking like he's probably the stronger of the two at this point. Jeremy Kish turning it around. Ready to train the crosshairs on the number 124. What happened there? There you go. Follow the car. There we go.
Caddy Kenny.
Puts a good shot on that right front corner of the Vrana car. That is that he's ahead in the hit count right now.
Yep.
That gives him the upper hand as the shot clock is running low.
Here he comes.
Time to finish it. Oh, waving it off. And that's it. That appears to be it.
That's it. I think you smell some blood.
That is it.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. Your 2015 Crossroads of Destruction champion, unofficially at this point, is going to be the number 40 of Jeremy Kish. Impressive run for Jeremy. The nose, as Brandon alluded to a little bit ago, started to tweak up a little bit in the heat, and it never moved again until probably within the last 10 minutes or so when things really got intense through the final moments. Pretty good show.
Pretty good show. Damn good
really
show.
Enjoyed being here. Appreciate everybody coming out here and supporting Crossroads of Destruction. Matt Ertman, Paul Nielsen, all the great sponsors. Be sure to tell them that you heard about them at the Crossroads of Destruction. O'Reilly Auto Parts, Masters of Disaster, Ertman Trucking, 112 Broadway, Minnesota Corrugated Box, Jake's Pizza, I-35, Auto Recycling, Gen Sales, the Albert Lee Convention and Visitor Center, Jaeger Implement, and just a few others, Albert Lee Public Warehouse, Action Auto, Eastside Liquor, Vern Ide, Motor Cars, the Heritage Hotel, and of course we want to thank Jessa Pelkey for coming out and doing the DVD, Color Me Custom, Debbie Oakland family doing the longest haul, best of show, Color Me Custom. Special thanks to Albert Lee Township, the Gold Cross crew, Brooks Fire and Safety, and that, my friends, is going to do it for Crossroads of Destruction 2015. We are probably going to be getting out of here in just a few minutes. But be sure to travel safe and tell a friend about Crossroads, and we hope to see you back here next year. So, we are done with our arena announcing, but we still have a couple topics left to hit on before we get all the way out of here. You can see darkness settling in. Just about ready to call it a night here.
Podcast is brought to you in part by
Crossroads of Destruction. Excited to be a part of it. Thank you so much for everybody that was watching at home with us and taking to the show. I know there's a couple people that were upset about the show and asking
Scioppa Racing and ScioppaRacing.com. Demo Derby Master.
Yep.
Reckless
We had a
Abandon
ball.
Derby Apparel
You
at
gotta come here and see this
RecklessAbandonGear.com.
It's awesome.
And Derby Inc. Magazine.
Absolutely
Live
awesome.
it,
The
breathe
show
it,
lived up
be
to
it,
everything we were
Derby
told
Inc.
about. The Imperial Heat was fantastic.
This is the Crash Course
This feature out there was an hour
live
long.
trackside from
You
Crossroads
had
of Destruction
a couple
in
ebbs and flows. It looked
Minnesota.
really good for Randy Linnell. It looked really good for 55, Kyle Sate. It looked really good for Rana. And at the end of the day, the steady pace that was employed by the number 40, Jeremy Kish, it carried him to the win.
The heats were insane. The 2 to 5 were just nuts, and then everything after that was the same. It was great, and you're going to expect that out of a feature with good money on the line and bent cars. People are gonna drive to try to get down to the end, and it was still pretty damn good.
Well, we're about to get out of here right now. Anyway, we got some audio that's bleeding over from something. Not sure what's going on with that. So, in any case, we are done for the night. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning in to the Crash Course Live. We are going to be on Monday night live, as we always are, from our FingerLakes1.com studios. We will see you next time. Thanks a lot.
The Crash Course Podcast is brought to you in part by DerbyParts.com. The 2015 Bash for Cash and Smash It Demolition Derby. Full Lockwood Motorsports and the 2015 Keystone National. Scioppa Racing and ScioppaRacing.com. Demo Derby Master. Reckless Abandon Derby Apparel at RecklessAbandonGear.com. And Derby Inc. Magazine. Live it, breathe it, be it, Derby Inc. This is the Crash Course Demolition Derby Podcast coming to you live trackside from Crossroads of Destruction in Albert, Minnesota.